And there we go. So that was a well-deserved little break there, I think. I've got myself a new cup of coffee. Let me do a quick sound check. It's not the best. Let me see if there is anything I can do about that. Okay, let's see if that's any better. That's not the best. Well, is there anything... Let's see. Okay, it doesn't really look like there's too much I can do about that on my end. I think that's... The sound quality I'm getting here is probably just me having talked for 12 hours already, so I think that's just as best as I'm gonna be. So let's go ahead and just jump right in. Okay, so let me think. So we just launched our very first satellite. That gave us, somewhere down here, our very first 200 boxes of astronomy research. And with those 200 boxes of astronomy research, that's not even enough to bring a truck in. Yeah, the now with the stack size researches, that's not even enough to bring one truck in. Well, alright then. So, just one more thing that we need over at the silos, now that we have officially had our first rocket launch. Let's go ahead, come down here, and request a satellite. And then all of you are the same. Okay. Rocket inventory contains an item that has rocket launch products. Will be set. Yes. Okay. Good with me. So both rockets, you are producing currently. And you are producing currently. Okay, so we do have all of the products needed to make the rockets. And satellites are missing labs. I forgot about that. That one gets me every time. That one's so funny. Why is it labs? Why are we missing labs? Okay, well, anyway, that's gonna give me some labs. Did green circuits ever, like, recover at all? Not really. The problem is memory circuits. Yeah, without more memory circuits, we're not going to get more green circuits. The problem is I can't really make more memory circuits. If anything, I'm already not really saturating my current production. And I can't very well just go make more somewhere. That's... like, I've already got 4 red belts of ore coming in, and that's not even sustained. Okay, we're starting to get some of the green inserters in, though. So before too terribly long, hopefully that will be improved. I feel like I've looked at that and said exactly the same thing like 85 times. Well, we have science. Let's see what I can do. So I can begin researching you. Okay, so you only have 500 megajoules, but you do give me tritium. So you take a standard fusion cell, I add more deuterium to you, along with lithium, boron, compressed helium, like a lot of the high-end stuff. Not sure I'm feeling that necessarily. It could go for asteroid miners. Launched find a new resource in space may return with 1 or more mineral guide drones. Oh, so you're RNG. Huh. That's not really what I was hoping for. But okay, I mean, best to start researching it now, I guess. And then have copper and have uranium. Seems reasonable. You're way down here. Okay, interesting. So if I launch the tier 2, then I get better chances at different drones. With several mineral guide drones. Okay, so I can get more than one from this. Interesting. Okay. Okay. I mean, you're quite far away, but let's just keep on making progress here. Consume 5,000 high-pressure steam. That is an odd checkpoint, but okay. So I guess I need to do you first, and that's going to give me those 2 checkpoints I can't progress past. You're also locked behind a checkpoint. Okay, I'll take you, and then I guess evolution. And what are you locked behind? Produce a chassis 4. I think I can manage that. And what are you locked behind? You. Oh, and produce copper. Okay. Interesting. Well, I'll go ahead and let that begin producing then. Might be worthwhile to go ahead and get another silo or 2 over here. And I might even go ahead and start silos on the other side. I know I said literally just a couple hours ago that it looked like I wasn't going to need very many silos, but I'm starting to second guess that. Oh, we have another satellite. Very cool. These over here are not going to have satellites. I'm going to let just the first 4 be the satellites, and then these 4 on the back are going to be for the reconnaissance drones. Just labs. Okay, so let's say just in theory, I wanted more circuits. That would require more silica. More silica requires more sandstone. Like, what can I do about that? That is the question. So, kind of what I'm thinking, let me zoom out here. Look for sandstone. So yeah, we got like 26 million, we got 15 million, we got another 26, we got a 55. It's not like we're shy on sandstone. Especially up this reach up here. There's a 50 up here. Granted, that's on the opposite side of the base from the train network, and that would be kind of messy trying to get over there. But still, 51 million. But there is a 55 right over here also. So here's what I'm thinking. I'm going to connect an actual rail line over this way, onto you. I also need to start making some progress on terraforming. So what I might do... Let's see, you're the grass and trees. You're the one that has water everywhere. So let me grab... Okay, it was brown terraforming, wasn't it? I believe that was you. And I can't fire you anywhere. Good to know. So you are loaded, you are ready. If I drive remotely, and then, hold on, I have to remember how to change weapons. So drive remotely. Okay, there we go. So now that I've selected the weapon, just out of curiosity, if I come back and grab you, now does it show in range? It doesn't. How interesting. Okay. So what if I grab the red remote? Let's make sure we are in map view. And I send you down to follow the train tracks. So, let's see. Yeah, you can get up to there, I'm pretty sure. Well, okay. I'll probably appreciate it if I put you down there. And then cue a move over here. And then cue a move here. I can only cue one move, I guess. Oh, you're stuck anyway. Goofy little Spider-Tron. I love this thing. It's so funny. Just, you're sitting here watching, and then off on the side, you're like, I wonder what that is. Oh, look, just a Mach 5 Spider-Tron going across the map. Ah, it's wonderful. Okay. Now, come on up here. So both, I want to try and use your terraforming drones to get rid of some of this volcanic area up here, but I also want to use you to extend the rails over to the left. Look at him go. I think it's time to take a sip of my new cup of coffee. So, auto-target without gunner. Doesn't just happen to auto-shoot, does it? Didn't think so. So, drive remotely. Well, that works. Let's see. Where is my terraform goal? Okay, that was already like 2% of my terraforming goal. Not bad at all. I might just mess around doing that for a little while. Come down here, please. And then over here. Up here. Oh yeah, that's pretty satisfying, actually. That's pretty nice. Okay, let's come up this way. I'm hoping I can't, like, delete the grass or something, but in the same way that I couldn't delete the algae, I don't think that's possible. Let's see. That gets me 7.3%. Okay. I am out of those. And I don't believe there's any way to put more, even if I had more in my inventory. For whatever reason, the construction bots cannot put more in my inventory. But I can come up this way, where the landmass is a little bit bigger. And that way I'm not wasting any. Oh yeah, that was perfect. Okay, a little too far that time. Beautiful. And let's see if I can come around on this peninsula or not. Oh yeah, I can. So 15% out of 10 shots. I don't know how good that is. The drones are a little expensive. But oh well, that's how many it takes to get there, so that's how many it takes to get there. So let's come around this way. Wonder if I can get across here. Yes, I can. Wonderful. Okay. So what I was looking at, there was sandstone in here somewhere. Oh, way down there. This thing is ludicrously fast. Okay. So sandstone right there, so I want to bridge that way. Just trying to figure out if I want to come in from the top, from the bottom. Like, there is this ore patch here, there's this sandstone here. Ideally, I'd want the rails to come, like, right here if possible. Let's see if this is a land bridge. Yes, it is. Okay. So, like, right at this height here. Okay. Let's stop remotely driving. And grab some rails. So if I want to be right at this height here, how does that line up with you? Pretty well, I'd say. So you can go right there. Get rid of the extras. Okay, that all looks good, except, of course, you must move forward, as we always do. That's how blueprints are, right? Everyone has to manually adjust their blueprints every time that they place them. Okay, so of course, base bots will come and begin building that stretch. In fact, I might be able to just do this. Kind of like that. And then, yes, so you will begin constructing from this side. Let's move you up here, and you'll just start building up that way. And then base bots will start building from up this way. And of course, I will need a radar up here. And let's get you over this way as well. Oh, I guess I was outside of map range, so it didn't take the blueprints as well as I thought it did. Well, that's no good at all. So let's do that. Okay, and I'm already out of landfill. Yes, that's fair. Okay, maybe I don't want you to be the standard rail build. Maybe you can be like rail build mecha or something. That way I can come in here, increase the amount of landfill by a good margin. Already half out of hangars, so I might want a few more of those. Rails, I might go ahead and bump to 1,000. These guys. If I can only fit you in the guns, then increasing the amount doesn't make any difference. Which is kind of a shame. But anyway, yeah, I am already out of landfill. So maybe I ought to make that 2,000. Okay, is there any way for you to get back home? Nope, you're really out here. You're just stranded for the moment. That's fine. The bots will build their way towards you eventually. In fact, I guess you're only out of landfill, so you can continue building out this way. Anything that doesn't need landfill you can grab. And that way, the base bots don't have to do everything around here. Let's see. I'm willing to bet there is a buffer chest somewhere up here. Yep. So where is it? Right around there. Honestly, that's a fair place for you. You can stay there. That way, if I want to expand up here or expand out this way, you're roughly in the middle. I think that's fair. Just waiting on landfill out here. Where'd you go? There you are. So yeah, maybe you could use a little more landfill also. Maybe that's not the most absurd thing. Okay, there we go. Now someone can come place the radar, and then we'll be one more step closer this way. But yeah, I definitely need another sandstone patch if I want to start mining up more sandstone. I guess that makes sense. Not even because I'm gonna run out or anything. I just literally can't get more extraction out of here. I mean, I could increase the tier of the belts and whatever, but this is a very bespoke system in here that I don't really want to mess with. I'd much rather make another unloading station over here and have like an actual unloading station for sandstone. Speaking of which, where are my trains? Why are you stuck? What? Why are you asleep? Oh, all of the confused stations are taken. Okay, you're trying to go to Calcite, which is currently disabled. That does make sense. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't actually. Well, that makes more... That makes more sense. Okay. Nickel's probably also... Nickel. No, okay, I did nickel properly. Oh, we've gone through a big chunk of the iron mine up this way. Wasn't anticipating that. $3.1 million still. I mean, it's not like that's nothing. Okay, you should be re-enabled. There should be trains on the way to you. Did confused Everclear. Still trying to go to Calcite, and can't seem to figure out how. Well, that's interesting, because these trains figured out how. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay. Here's an idea. Let me go and track down something. Let me confirm something. So I'm always feeding on the green wire. Radars do preserve which wire they're receiving and sending signals on. So why are you trying to go to the wrong place, actually, because you seem to be sending a signal of calcite of like 4. We should definitely be trying to go to nickel, not calcite. So what gives? By ascending, descending before applying index. You seem to be selecting... Oh no, is it the low signal? It might be the low signal. That might actually be correct. Never mind. I might have just forgotten the way my own thing works. Yeah, you're outputting percentage full, so iron is only 2% full. So we are trying to get iron because iron's empty. That's fair. Yep, that makes sense. Okay. And then nickel's 59% full, so why would we send trains to get nickel? That's good. Okay. So one thing that might be good to do... I'm just trying to figure out how to do this. Okay, I'm gonna way overcomplicate this because I don't feel like working on anything else right now. I'm just gonna be straight up. It's gonna make the trains better, but it's also gonna make them more complicated. So, let me see. If this station is disabled... Let me see, do you have a radar around in here somewhere? I mean, there's surely a radar in here somewhere, but I can just throw you over there. That's fine. So let's get another... I was going to say another arithmetic. I actually want a decider. So let's get a decider in here. So if the P signal drops below the station on signal, so that's going to be 35%. And I want to output... I want to output something, but it needs to be specific. Like, this is calcite. So let me see. So calcite, output a specific number. You're going to output -1. But you're also going to have a constant combinator that outputs calcite +1. And I'll explain why in just a moment. There we go. So combine you onto there and onto the radar, making sure to use the red signal. So the reason is I'm going to use the red wire as my loading stations and the green wire as my unloading stations signal. So this constant combinator is for the station itself, just indicating that it exists to the network. But if I turn the station off, I want some way to indicate to the network that this station no longer is valid. That's why I just cancel out the signal. And then if I just take this setup to all of my other stations, so that's calcite. Let's come down this way. Connect you up. And this one is nickel. So let's change you to nickel. And likewise, nickel up here. And then the same overway at iron. Overway, he says, confidently, like that is a thing that people say. Let's grab iron ore. Pop you in there. And pop you in there. And I think the only one remaining is this one way up here. So, in you go. Connect. Grab the ore. Pop you in. And pop you in. Okay. That's all cool. And that is not all cool. So let's make sure to continue this down here. And give you a radar, of course. Okay, so now on the red wire, we have a way to know what stations exist and what stations don't. How is this useful? Well, I'm going to make a little decider computer, basically. So we already pull which station is the lowest on ore. But before I apply that decision... so let's see. I think that means I need a logic combinator. So let's do that. And you know what? You just get to be a substation. I don't want to worry about power right now. Okay, so radar goes into your input. Let me wire you into that input. But I want to also wire the red output in. So the condition is on the red wire for any signal. Any of the input signals meet the condition, it will pass. Output the first input signal or the first signal that passed all conditions. Okay. If all input signals meet the condition, it'll pass. Output all input signals. Okay, output every signal that passed conditions. I believe that is the one that I want. I just had to be somewhat careful. So I want you to be greater than 0. And then output. Okay, so that is adding 1 to you. I don't think that really matters. Oh, output just the green. In case it does matter. There we go. That works beautifully, actually. That is exactly what I wanted to see happen. Yeah, because the phosphorite presumably has not been built yet, but that is simulating exactly what it would do if it was built correctly and the mine just simply didn't have ore. You can see how, because that doesn't exist, it stripped the phosphorite out. And so it no longer gets added to our list of possibilities. And so when a mine begins running dry or something like that, we will no longer send trains out, where they will just get stuck. And we will no longer try to send trains to stations that are disabled. So then, you output into you, and disconnect from the radar. So you're outputting exactly what you're given, just filtered by what's on the red line, and then you choose the best option from that line, and output it. Wonderful, okay. So let's go update the stations. You know, I could also just send the wire down. Not like that's a ridiculous idea. You, for some reason, don't connect. You also don't connect there, so you are somehow off-grid. Oh, you're that weird grid, aren't you? Yeah, okay, this is the weird one. Well, it doesn't matter. I mean, I'd be able to find a path. Like, if I really wanted to do that, I could. Otherwise, it just means adding one extra combinator to all this mess every time. And honestly, I don't think that's a good idea. Though I do kind of like the self-contained nature of being able to read off your own radar. It is kind of cool also. Why does your output go to the output of this combinator? The only output of this combinator goes to the train stop. Yeah, what? I don't know that you're doing anything. How strange. Let's see. You output 55. Yeah, we're outputting to the radar 56 because that's not where your signal goes. If I do this, does everything break? Yes, because you're connected there. What if I do that? Okay, so you're outputting 55. You are still getting 56. That's because you're outputting P? Okay, I understand now. Never mind. I'm done. Okay. So you're outputting that. Why isn't that going into you? You're outputting 55 nickel. Why are you not recognizing that output? Is it because you're only coming in on green? Is it maybe decided like that? Like, output doesn't get a decision. So maybe you have to be connected to green. In which case you don't want to be red, because then that's just confusing. Okay, so the output of you is what should be going to the radar. Why is there a red wire? Let's not do that. Nope. Okay, that makes you sad. Yeah, that does make a loop right there. I guess that makes sense. You know, let's just put things back to how they were. they were working. They were working perfectly fine before. Go ahead and redo that one. And undo that one. Okay. Why does that not work the way I want you to? Well, that's fine, whatever. I think it would be so much simpler if I just removed all this and then only had one cable that carried the decision down. It does seem better, but then if I ever contaminate that line, I would break everything. So I think I'll just leave it how it is. I've been thinking on that kind of quietly in the background. As I stream for longer and longer, my ability to articulate exactly what I'm thinking begins to deteriorate. Maybe I'll need another sip of my rapidly cooling coffee. Okay. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Yeah. I don't even know what I was trying to do down here anymore, to tell you the truth. I think we're just fine. Oh, nope, that's a lie. I remember now. I needed to shove something before the decider combinator. So whatever input the decider combinator is supposed to get should go to this guy instead. Which makes you a little hard to work on. But it looks like you go this way, into here, and you loop onto you and into there. Okay. So what I'm seeing is move you 2 spaces back to here. Let that clear, because otherwise it's kind of visually confusing. Okay. And then this will go here. So that should preserve all of your existing conditions and just also add this one. It should. I don't know where you're getting all of your other all of your other signals though, because you don't have a green input. Like, you have a green input here, but that's what I just added to you. Like, if I disconnect that green right there, you don't have a green input. So maybe you just mix your signals. Maybe all of your outputs go into all wires. I've never had to do this specific a job of isolating signals before. This is quite a lot more compact than my comparator setups usually get, and a little more going on than typical, so forgive me for troubleshooting just a little bit. I'm just having fun. So, let's say then that you come back and connect into this guy instead. And then you feed forward here. That does seem to be the case. So you do just combine all your signals and you output them. So you're not outputting anything for some reason. Oh, you're specifically on red. Well, that is true. All of these signals are more than 0. Oh, output red. There you go. Okay, I remember what the problem is. This line right here. I don't know what that did, but let's undo that. So you connect to the radar directly. And then make sure your output is on the green line specifically, because that's the way it was originally. And then you need a green line input. Which can be right there. Okay, so once again, we are filtering out phosphorite. I am beginning to suspect phosphorite may not be constructed correctly, but it's actually proving very helpful for testing. So we are, in fact, only outputting nickel, calcite, and iron, which is what we should be doing. So that's very helpful, actually. And then we're selecting based off of that. Let me go ahead and grab this and parameterize you. So where there's iron here, let's just make you a parameter. Everything else stays the same. So do that, and then I can just pop you down on the other stations. So this one is nickel. There we go. And then down this way. Bauxite. Even though we never hooked up bauxite, might as well have the station work properly. This one is calcite. And phosphorite. Okay, and then whenever I come down here and make the final station for sandstone, then you will get, you'll get connected properly and everything. Just waiting for these to come down. And once those are placed, I can be confident that either everything works and I'm brilliant, or everything's broken and I'm stupid. And there we go, okay. So right now your priority is 101, which, they're a little off by 1 is fine, whatever. That's just introduced by this constant over here that I need for reasons, basically just to say that the station exists. Doesn't really affect anything. The 100 minus -1. Why are you reading -1? You're outputting 36. Okay, see? Maybe I'm stupid. Because you're outputting 36, but this sure isn't getting 36, and I remember doing this before. So I don't think you want the red connection, or maybe you do, and you just also want the green connection? Yeah, okay, now you're working better. So, once again, let's copy that, parameterize you, because unfortunately you do have an ore in you. And then I'll go fix these guys up here. This one is calcite. This one is bauxite. Next one is nickel. And finally, of course, is iron. Okay, that should actually have all of them working correctly, though. Yes, you are all working correctly now. Also, another thing that I can do that would be quite useful is I can read from the station number of trains going to this particular train stop includes the stopped train. So I can read you, and I only ever have 4 train bays available. So if the number of trains on the way ever exceeds 4, I can also disable you. And since you are on the red signal, you actually already get C in here, just without me even having to do anything. So yeah, if I do this, and I do C is greater than or equal to 4, then that just works. Okay. One more time. I will copy you, nope, copy you and parameterize you, because of course you do have an item. So this one is nickel. And let's see, that's iron, nickel, bauxite doesn't have a station. Over here we have, what are you called? Calcite. There you are. And then up here, you are phosphorite. And while I'm up here, why are you broken? So you have no P, so your station is disabled, because you are set to iron. Yep, now you're enabled. That'll do it. Okay. And that way I should stop over-sending trains to specific stations as well. Okay, very cool. Let me look in here at my trains and just see what all trains I've got left. Okay, what I want to do, this is a perfect example. Let's go ahead and destroy this train. Then I'm going to replace you with a solar train. That way I don't need to fuel you anymore. And then I can do that. And get rid of that. Not even like the fuel that the trains were costing was a major concern or anything. It's just if I can avoid having to fuel any future trains, then wouldn't I want to? Okay. So there's one down. There's a lot of these guys. Like you, for example. Let's go ahead and deconstruct you. I will leave the fuel things here because, you know, maybe I miss a train or whatever. And there we go. Let's make sure once these guys get placed that they do, like, properly resume their logic and all. Also, how many trains do I have in here? On the way, 1. Okay, so I am out of solar trains, it looks like. Okay. Nope. Why are you going too confused? Stop. Drive remotely. You should never be able to go to confused with ore in you. That's just not something that should happen. I don't really know what to do now. That's a bummer. Oh wait, what's the condition for drop-off? If you have ore... Well, conditions... Full cargo. What if I come in here? Has cargo. And then you go and unload. Yeah. So now if I turn you... Let's get rid of confused. Turn you back to automatic. Now you're unloading. Yes. Okay, you're gonna go to confused. I'm going to allow this. And I'm going to see if you go to confused and then you go to drop off. Because that's what I would like for you to do. What? Yes, you should be going to unload. Oh, are there too many trains? There might be too many trains. Okay, well, at least you're doing the correct behavior. That is what I want you to do. Yeah, there's another train up here that's full of nickel that is stuck up here because it's confused. Yeah, I have way too many nickel trains. That's another one of the problems of sending so many trains all to one depot, is that just because we were slightly low on something, we wind up with like 6 trains of ore. Then they can't unload, and then all my trains are stuck. And that's no fun. Let's go ahead and assign you to ore train. You're going to go to new train. And beautiful. Okay. So now come in here, train, select new blueprint. Grab you. Is there anything that needs to be changed? Doesn't look like it. Looks great. Everything's cool, so save. Now I can add the rail back in. Now I can add the rail back in. Please? Oh, this looks to have been completed at some point. Let's go ahead and give you a radar over this way. And then grab the red remote and see if I can't go do that myself. Wonderful. And being that you did have landfill on you, that means you have been resupplied as well, which is lovely. Always love to see it. Now, come up this way. Let's grab the rail blueprints. And continue you along. You actually went so far, I'm not sure you're going to be able to do all that, but okay, you got it. Oh yeah, you have a pretty decent, if I see that square, a little edge right there, you have a pretty nice construction radius, so not too bad at all. Are you out of landfill? Nope, the base bots just decided they wanted to do this part. Okay, sure. I guess you can continue over here. Oh, no, the base bots want to do that part as well. Well, aren't they cool? Okay. Once we're onto this landmass, it's going to be quite a bit easier to continue marching on. He was so eager. We've also got all this volcanic area. So what if I come into you? Just bring you down this way. Oh yeah, there we go. That's a good bit of land. And what if I do the same, like, right here? Oh, swap weapons. Okay. I mean, that gave me, like, 2% or so. I guess that's fine. Waiting on that roboport to get placed, but I can't do it, which means the base bots have decided they want to do it. And who am I to tell them no? There we are. One thing you should probably have is cliff explosives. You know, I could give you explosives. I could also just give you missiles. That would be pretty funny. I do kind of like the idea of being able to just rocket launch a cliff away. Like, I'll give you some explosives. They stack to 100. Might as well. But what do missiles stack to? Just for fun? Also 100. You know what? You get 100 missiles too. Live a little. Okay. We are out of radar range, so let's come over this way and put a radar down. Thank you. And of course, we are waiting for base bots to come in here and actually connect all this. Why is this not connected? What happened? What? What? How and why did that happen? Okay, well, whatever. Just break all this and we'll try again. I have no idea what just happened. Starting from there, a known good, then just run this way. Okay. Well, I mean, this is a lot easier than waiting for base bots to do the whole thing, at least. We actually lose radar coverage, like, way over here for some reason. So, radar in. And let's get you to run, like, over this way. And grab another radar. You, like, right there. Maybe another radar in here somewhere. Let's say, like, right there. And just hope that's good enough. Yeah. You return over that way, and I'll, like, continue dealing with you in a minute. I noticed that I do have a confused train up here. New train? There you go. Much better. Okay, let's go ahead and upgrade this train to a solar train, assuming I do have more. I didn't check, I just hope I do. There we are. Nope, we're apparently missing one solar train. So we'll be waiting a minute to turn you back on, I guess. That's fine, you're full of calcite anyway. Yeah, I think most of my train problems would be resolved by just having more trains. But I am also kind of idly trying to build up my number of trains here. Yeah, we have so much nickel, and so little need for it. Let's see. Are you the one that was partially unloaded? Yes. Okay, let's just go ahead and allow the bots to take all the nickel out. The nickel will find its way where it needs to go eventually. I would rather just have the train back. So let's just get you emptied out. There we go. Please get emptied out. Yeah, I have 2,000 tier 3 construction bots. They should be able to handle that pretty quickly. Speaking of, what a swarm headed this way. All logistics bots resupplying you. Probably mostly landfill, if I had to guess. Though also going to be some explosives, some rockets. Let's see, still missing that one solar train. Yes, we are. What do I need for the solar train? Missing motor 3. Where do I make motor 3s? Where do I make motor 3? Oh, I only make motor 3 over here, and you're missing titanium plate somehow? I do definitely unpackage titanium plate, so I have to assume I'm actually missing titanium plate. Nope, I'm definitely not. Okay, you say there's 500 titanium plate in the logistics system. You say there's not. On the way 0, satisfied 0, but in storage 490. Okay, so you recognize you exist. I have 1600 logistics bots available, but you have decided not to bring it. Maybe you're in a buffer chest? You do for some reason not have a request from buffer chest checked, which all of these guys really should. Yeah, okay. That's gotta be it. Yeah, now you're running again. I guess that really was it. Okay, I mean, problem solved, I guess. There's motor 3s. For how long I've been without those. Okay, let's get rid of that. So I do have radar coverage the whole way along now. Looks like it probably ends right here, and then this is just Spidertron. So let's get another radar. Radar. Let's go, like, right there. No? How about now? Thank you. Always works. Okay. So what am I even doing? So you take astronomy science, which apparently I have 0 of because I'm not making any progress at all. It could also just be that the labs don't request astronomy science. You know, little thing like that. That was actually really cool to have it, like, right in my face right there. See it coming down. Look at it go. And there's 800 ready to go. None over here. I can't help but notice. Why have I not gotten any astronomy over here? Surely with 800. Surely I can have some. Like, why are you just waiting? I do ignore capacity. You just spring to life. Oh, you're not the boxed recipe. That's why I would sat here and waited forever. There you are. And now it'll take you a second to wake up, realize that I've changed the recipe, and then you'll go out and get it. Also, I wanted to come in here. Hologram image. There we go. There. Guess I have to do that in order to get it on map view? Yeah, okay. Well, that's not as nice as I was hoping then. Yeah, oh well, that can go away. Well, at any rate, I'm continually baffled by the fact that you actually still are not sending anything out. Though we did clean out all of the astronomy science somehow. So I guess you're getting delivered one way or another. It says 0, but there's a truck right there. Okay, and there we go. That should finally have us begin progress on asteroid mining, which I thought we'd started a long time ago, but I guess not. Okay, well, at least it's running now. I also noticed that we still do not have greens, but you take motor 3s, and I only just fixed motor 3s, okay, fair enough. About labs, lab 3s. Don't know why I said it like James Bond. I want labs, lab 3s. There you are. You just need lab 2s. That's the craziest thing to me. That's so funny. Yeah, you do just need more green circuit. That's it. Okay. Nothing else to be done about it. Okay, let's push ahead. What else do I need? I am making progress on the nanofabs at least, though curiously it doesn't look like I've really made any progress on the tier 3 chemical plants, but they're probably all being eaten by the tier 2 nanofabs, so that's not too terribly shocking. And we're actually backed up on the solar panels, funny enough. Maybe 20 isn't a very big buffer. Let's go for like 60. Satellites. Waiting on labs. Of course you are. Of course you are. Oh, these don't have power. That's, I guess, why these silos have not been made. Or, I mean, the silos were made, but the rockets were not. There we go. Okay. Great. How's this coming along? Looking good. Let's manually drive you. Swap your weapons. Do it this way. Incredible. Doesn't even give me destruction ghosts or anything. They are just gone. Just the way I like it. Perfect. Okay, maybe. Yes, maybe I'll use the rockets before I place stuff. It is very satisfying, though. It is a lot of fun. I've got to admit. Quite a lot of fun. There's random items on the ground. And I guess I won't leave the damaged rocks either. Let's go ahead and get those. Okay. Well... There we go. Okay. I think that's enough wacky zany fun for right now. If I need to blow up any more cliffs, I will just use regular old explosives. But let's see. If I come into here, there are more patches that way that I might want to hit, including a phosphorite patch over there. So I think I will do a T-branch once I'm a little closer, and then have the station like up here, and allow the rail to continue this way if need be. So let's say right here maybe? We can go one closer. So here, and then the T. So let's see, you don't need to be there. And then you need to move up, you need to move up, and you need to go. Okay. Seems cool. Continue up this way, and then you're going to help me place the loading station. So I suppose I should come down and redo the loading station, since I have added onto it since last time. So let's see. Rails. Loading. Redo the contents. Okay, so I'll grab you from there, but I can just delete the excess. I do need the stacker. Okay, I'll start from back here. Nope, a little wider. From back here. That one looks perfect, okay. Make sure... Okay, I can't go any tighter than this line. So I'll just grab all that. Get rid of the blue belts along the bottom here. Don't need any of that. And then parameterize. Save. Just double check. Yeah, all looks good. Okay. And now I can come up this way. Just kidding. This way. Grab the rails. Grab a loading station. And pop you right there. And you're going to be... sandstone. Okay, you don't have belts or anything, that's fine. I don't expect you to. Belts or power poles or anything like that. You're cool. Yeah, the rest of this is mostly bot dependent. What I might do, though, is go ahead and bring you down this way. Continue building straight rails this way. And then just steal the power and the robo range from this to help build that that mine up there. Let's go another couple this way. Oh, cool. Okay. And go ahead and start pulling you back this way. The rest of this can be left up to base bots. Actually, one thing you might be useful for. Where is natural radar range? Maybe like right there. So I'm going to put a radar like right here. There you go. Much better. And now you can start heading back like over here somewhere. Okay, so I do have full range of this, which means I can go ahead and build you out. Make sure the belt's going that way, since that's where the station's going to be. And then just start dragging you around. And we're going to need a fair few miners in here to fill out this whole thing. Okay. And everything looks good. Just clean up the edges a smidge. Like that, for example. And then we're going to upgrade all these belts, because they might as well be at least blue belts. If they're not at least blue belts, then they're not going to be doing enough for me, because I need a lot of sandstone. There we go. And there we go. Oh yeah, none of that's getting built yet because I don't actually have build range up there. So why don't I go ahead and begin expanding a few roboports up this way. And then rather than building actual roboports up in here, I will start using relays. And how big's your range? You got a pretty decent range on you. How big is your range? Not that great. Okay, so you only go up to, like, the edge of the power range, basically. So yeah, I need you to be in, like, here. Then I don't need another one of these relays until, like, up here or something. And then that's bound to be big enough. Yes, definitely. Okay. So that will get built eventually, though you do, of course, need power. So let's make sure I can give you at least that much. And then continue up to here. Okay, it is taking the bots a little while to get up there. Oh, there's a swarm of them. I don't even know where they're going, honestly. I guess this stuff must be in build range, even though it's not within radar range. They must be all going up that way to go build that. Only thing I can assume. Speaking of assuming, that makes no sense. Let's move you up here. Swap your weapon over this way. And convert some of this volcanic terrain. There's another square. Another square. And I got one more shot, so let's just do it like right there. And then you can go that way. Okay. So this is all getting built. Once I do have sandstone, I still, of course, need an unloading station for sandstone. And my unloading blueprint is also out of date, so let's get a fresh stamp of that as well. Okay. Trying to figure out how I can get the least amount of junk in here. That seems easier said than done. Okay. If I grab that, get rid of the tiles, that all lines up pretty well. I do need to parameterize you, of course. Other than that, it actually looks pretty okay. Yeah, okay. Easy enough. Okay, real book. Let's go unloading. Make sure that does overlap. Yes, okay. So I can't put you here, can't really put you here. So let's go to a T-intersection joiner, and then a T-intersection. And then we can have a new unloading station. Right there. You're going to be for sandstone. You're going to have quite a journey ahead of you. And I'll just let the bots take care of that for now while I come up here and see how this is doing. Okay, so you are within build range of this guy. That's one thing that I wanted to check. I am missing you, however, because of course I am. Why wouldn't I be? But they will go ahead and start building some of these mines at least. And I do need more build coverage in this middle area. So let me grab another relay. And you can just go way out here somewhere. And then I'll place another relay out here somewhere. Let's see, you can reach to the very edge of these mines here. So I can put you, like, there somewhere. And you'll just work. You, on the other hand, you require a little more effort. Yeah, I can put you there. And how about just a random power pole? Random power pole for the win. Okay. Great, good, awesome. Let's come down this way. Somewhere. Oh, it's going to be on my existing sandstone mine. I was going to say somewhere I have a balancer that I wanted to just copy so I didn't have to remake it again. And sandstone is over here. There you are. So I would prefer to go ahead and balance on this side and then send balanced belts into the train. So let's go ahead and throw the balancer like up here somewhere. And how many lanes do I have? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. They're not full lanes, obviously. That's how many belts I have to work with. So I think I'll just merge this top one since it's small with this bottom one. That brings me down to 6. I'll do the same with this mine. Let's just bring you up there, you up there. Merge you, so that brings it down to 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Don't really know what else I want to merge. I guess I'll merge these right here, because you're also among the smaller ones. Even though combined, maybe not. Yeah, who cares? What I can do, I guess, be a little goofy. I can send this up, and you can also merge here, and I can just also have a belt come up this way. And then priority output to the right, but if I do have overflow, it can come in here and merge with this one. So at that point, I'm basically just recreating a balancer from first principles, so maybe I won't do that anymore. So bring you in. Bring you in. Bring you in. And you need to come out one more. Oh, that was already 4 somehow. Oh, nope. I just connect right there. The rock just made it hard to see. I've made 10K space science. Very cool. Do I have any coffee left? Ooh, a little. I bet it's freezing cold. Oh, how right I was. Well, that's fine. Okay. We've made great progress since last time I looked at base. So we are getting the relay delivered. We have most of the nanofabs finished, and we have most of the greens finished, the green inserters, which I didn't think was going to be some monumental task when I first started, but here we are. Speaking of which, it might only make sense that these get to be green inserters as well, even though I did only just finish making the previous green inserters. That's just how it is. Okay, let's get some belts in here. Okay. I think that's going to be off by like 1, which is frustrating. Yeah, I literally might go ahead and just remake that. Let's see. Let's put you like here. That is the top one. Yes, it is. Okay. Then break that. Bring you in there. Actually, that's really ugly. So what if I bring you down like here? That's still pretty ugly. There you go. And then you just come up and join in there. And these guys are already on their way up. That doesn't really affect them any. And then we can just run belts this way. And there we go. That should be that station hooked up as soon as I have enough build range. And what do you know? That relay's already there, so we got a pretty good chunk of the way there. Apparently this relay is on the way. Oh, that might be you right there. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so this whole thing's gonna just light up now. Yeah, 95% of everything is within build range of that one relay, but I do just barely have this little sliver at the top that is not. Okay, we've got Asteroid Mining 1, so I will have to go look at that now. I just wanted to get this finished so the bots could start working on that and get that on the go. So asteroid mining, I'm assuming, is going to have to be made in a large assembler. So let's see. Oh, we also have entomology drones. I love the rockets. They're so cool. Okay, so asteroid miner 1. So you take medium miners, large buffer chest 2. You take satellites. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, everything else is nothing. But man, you take satellites? Yeah. Okay. Huh. Yeah, that's not super cool. Oh well. Nothing I can do about it. Let's just get you on the go. So, are you even going to be able to hold that much? One, you stacked a 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And you need more unique items. So no, you literally won't even be able to hold that much. So let's see, where was that? This one, huh? Yeah, kind of like I've done before. I think I just have to... But where do you even go? So you must be this one. So let's just disconnect you from the pole there. And now, request here. Keep a somewhat more reasonable number of things down here. And hopefully that works out a little better. Okay, so I do have another satellite over here ready to go. I have another satellite being made, and that's likely to go up in this rocket. I'm kind of hoping that sometimes it'll come over here and get launched, and sometimes it'll come over here and be turned into asteroid drones. It's always a little hard to tell, though. Sometimes bots just do whatever they want. If it doesn't cooperate after the first couple satellites, I can literally just stick an inserter here to take out of here and throw into here. Just bypass the bots entirely. Wouldn't be that big a deal. I actually do have 2 satellites ready to go. Another one's about to launch. So I'm making the satellites in decent time. Like, not too shabby, I'd say. I also need boxed science. I wonder if that's going to be on the way. On the way, yes. Yes, it is. Okay. I mean, that's all I can ask for. Yeah, we're sending up rockets pretty decently at this point. I'm pretty happy with that. Yeah, 8776. So that's a decent number of rocket launches. Not too shabby. Let's see, this area is coming together. We just got you placed, you just need power poles of some sort to power you. So you will come to life fairly quickly. And then that'll fill in the rest up here. Yep, and now we're pretty much just waiting on belts and power. Once that comes in, you'll start filling up, and once you go over your 35% threshold, you will be enabled, and then trains will be able to pick up from you. Speaking of which, did this ever get finished? You have no range. And you're probably confusing all my trains, so let's disable you real quick. We have so many trains with nickel. Oh, and a train with iron. Yeah, that's why I thought it was... That's why I thought it was important to disable the station if there's too many trains on the way. I honestly kind of wonder if maybe I should reduce the number. Like, maybe I should reduce it to just 3. Because 3 trains is always going to be plenty. So let's just go around, reduce that to 3. So let's see, that's those. We got the station up here. And let's go one more station down here. Our newest station. So why are you confused? Why are you trying to go too confused? Okay, so apparently you can't drop off. Yep, because you're disabled. Yep, that'll do it. That'll do it. More than anything, I just need to start using more ore. Everything else... Like, that's kind of a crazy thing to say, I realize, but somehow I'm both completely out of resources and completely stuffed on resources. There is this empty, confused bay right here that I don't know why nothing wants to take. It should be just as valid as any other turn-in. You're green. Why are you trying to go to this station? What? Why that one specifically? Why not this one? Okay, you are also trying to go too confused. So all of my trains are just horribly stuck. Oh yeah, you are waiting to get built. So you're at least, you have an excuse. You can get out of here. Yeah, you're trying to unload nickel. You are also trying to unload nickel, which I guess is a great time to take you apart and replace you with a solar train. Assuming they exist. I do have 2 in here. Very nice. Okay, now you're trying to pick this station specifically, because you're just silly. What if I force you this way? And then go to confused. What? What? Good. Sure, whatever. Fine. Awesome. Who cares? Good. You know, something that might help with this just a little bit. What if I did include chain signals through here, and at least chopped up the rail bits a little bit? Wonder if that would help at all. No, because you can't quite fit, so it doesn't doesn't actually do anything, unfortunately. I will go ahead and place them, but like I said, it doesn't actually do anything. Is too bad. Yeah, you're trying to unload. You were just waiting to get built. But now you are also trying to unload phosphorite. But phosphorite and nickel are all full. I'm hoping this is just growing pains and that this is a result of changing how the trains work while there were already trains en route to various different places. And now that everything is more or less finalized, this won't happen again, because this is pretty painful. I'm not sure that is the case, though. What I might do, since we no longer select them, like the selection is disabled by the red wire, what if I no longer disable the stations? Like, what if I go ahead and re-enable you? Re-enable you. Re-enable you. That way trains can at least wait here and not in the confused station, where they're just taking up space from other trains that really should be there. Make sure I did get them all. So I feel like I missed one. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay. And that's sandstone, phosphorite, calcite, bauxite, nickel, and iron. Yep, I knew I missed these up here. I knew it, I knew it. What? Oh, is it maybe because this train's here? It's kind of messing everything up. Okay. What if I just put rail signals, like, here to break the tracks up? Just in case trains ever wind up on here, which they usually don't. Yeah, okay, so that was the problem. So now you can at least leave and go wait where you're meant to be waiting. You can't get to it confused, huh? Boy, can I help you. Maybe not. Okay. How about now? Nope. Well, I'm just as confused as you are then. How about drop off? Just go. Just get out of here. Okay. And then I'll pick you up. Let's upgrade you to a solar locomotive. Hopefully I do have one, because I remember looking and I only had 2. But there are another 2 in here. What do you know? So, allow that one to get built first, just because I'm afraid of it pulling away without a back if I do this too soon. Okay, it is set to manual. That is good. And there we go. So let's get rid of you, and you can just go to drop off. Okay, well that cleared out some of the congestion at least. That wasn't too awfully painful. And we even have a whole nother solar train ready to go, which I might just take up the offer, honestly. Kind of feel like I might need it. And off you go. See. Curious that you went to... Oh, iron's not listed. Iron's working exactly as intended. How cool. Okay. Okay, very nice. I guess there's not enough for a load at iron? No, there's already too many trains at iron. Okay, yes, working exactly as intended. Yeah, so there's too many trains on the way to iron, so I disabled iron. Iron no longer shows up, or at least this station no longer shows up. Very cool. Okay. Okay, so where do I want to go next? So this is mostly built. In fact, you are completely built. You are ready to go. So the sandstone station can be connected. There we go. I am going to need to get robot range down here. So let's grab a big tile like this and just start building down. That'll do. Okay. Oh yeah, we almost have all of our things to build, finally. It took absolutely hours, but we are finally there. There you are. Let's see if I can get you over here and we can start getting rid of some of this volcanic land as well. You're so fast. Okay, well, let me drive you. Oh, you don't have any of your shells. No terraforming drones. Okay, never mind. Why don't I have any terraforming drones? Where am I? You're gonna be up here. So I need excavation drones. I have no idea where those would be made. Okay, you're missing demolition drones. Which I feel like should be in the same area, but I'm not seeing... There you are. You're missing missile boxes. Okay. Do I bring missile boxes in, or do I box missiles? Okay, so I do bring missiles in. I also don't seem to box missiles. Curious. Yeah, I output both missiles and box missiles. This is before I even had access to the boxer. Wow, that's actually kind of crazy. I guess I can go ahead and get rid of that and give you a proper boxer now. In fact, do I even need to export just, like, general missiles? Like, unboxed? I doubt it. I'll leave this here. I'm gonna get rid of these inserters. I'm gonna have a box here. And get rid of you. Maybe I'll do it from the top. That seems better. Okay, I immediately passed the high pressure steam. That's great, I guess. So right and right, and left and left. And then just bring you in right there. And then just go ahead and remove the limit. No reason to limit that, really. Okay, and then this thing up here that wants missiles. Let's trade you out for boxed missiles. Allow the construction bots to remove all of these guys. And of course it gets a little weird once the bots start removing from them, so I'll allow them to take a few out and then reopen it and see if I can remove some of the unboxed missiles. I notice we have a couple trains that are not having a good time. Let me see if I can remove any random missile stack. Yep, just one randomly. Okay. So let's go see why the trains are sad. You're trying to get to sandstone loading. And cannot. I wonder why that would be. So let's see. You can come this way. You can come this way. You can even come this way. Nope. Something breaks. Oh, there's a little stretch where there is no rail somehow. Power why? Who knows? Couldn't tell you. Is it possible that the little crab could come and place them, please? Let's do that, and that, and undo, and undo. Oh, I saw them coming in literally right there. Sorry, guys. I thought you were going to be an eternity. My bad. Okay, anyway. You still don't read trains on the way, huh? Trains on the way is 4. Oh, read train count. That might be something I need to go check on other stations, because they might not have that. Yep, read train count. I didn't do that part. Whoopsie. Down here. Read train count. And read train count. Yep, okay. Well, you know what that means. I get to redo the blueprint again, so loading. Making sure it's the loading one. I've done this the wrong way around so many times. So you have to come about that far out. Do that. Clear the blue belts from the front, because I don't really want those. Parameterize. Parameterize. And save. Okay. Should be good. As I've said every time I've changed that blueprint the last 90 times. It should be good. I shouldn't have to mess with it again. So let's see. So yeah, there were 2 trains coming to you now. Okay, I never did finish the sandstone unloading down here. And that's going to be a bit of a trick. So first things first, whatever you're going to, let's just bring you around this way. So yeah, you come from over here. So let's just make sure you stay over there. There you go. And there you go. So as soon as all this gets placed and I stop missing spots, let's see. Come on guys, you got this. There you go. So now send it over that way, wait for this side to drain out. Go ahead and start picking that up. Now I'm definitely going to need the wiggle room over here to try and get more belts in. So the green inserters are helping tremendously. It's only enough to help while there's ore in the chests. And that's not incredibly frequently. Yeah, we load up really fast. Pretty much immediately. But it does still take travel time. Okay, so that's empty now. And break all this. Yeah, that's going to titanium, so that is important. Let's make sure that doesn't stay cut for too long. So here's the trick. I've got to get 4 belts. 4 blue belts of sandstone up. In fact, let's just go ahead and get rid of that split there. I wonder... I do still have the balancer. Okay. Yes, let's do that. Break all of this up here, and all this down here. You're gonna just run straight in there. And you run this way. There we go. I think that's all correct, though with the ghosts of things to be destroyed in place, it's a little hard to tell. Yeah, there we go, that's perfectly fine. So, sandstone, sandstone, where do you come in? Right here, okay. So I'm gonna run you kind of backward. I'm gonna assume there's 4 belts coming in right here. Don't want to build any closer to the batteries, really. In fact, I might go ahead and only do it up to about here. So there we go. So you start coming down this way. Just because I do want to reserve this area for a little more production if need be. This also allows me to continue the road here down, if I should ever choose. So let's just keep bringing these belts down. We're right inside build range, fortunately. And I might just bring it all the way down to the rails here and then bring it in and down this way. Or I could just bring it straight down and over, but that feels not good. Feels space inefficient. So I think I'll bring it over this way. There we go. And in you go. Okay, very cool. So let's just bring this way on over this way and see where that gets me. So I can't realistically put anything in this space. Like I can't put another train station or anything, so that's why I'm more comfortable building in here. At that point, I think I'm going to just send you straight up. And then just wherever they happen to intersect, that's where they intersect. Okay, we have another confused train, unfortunately. I'll have to deal with it in just a second. First, let's back off a little right there. Let's get some underground action in. There we are. Where am I? Okay, so we're just about to meet up. We don't have to go too much further. And in you go. Oh, I've messed something up. Yep, I missed the belt. Okay, there we go. So now I should at least have sandstone coming into these 4 belts. Now I just have to figure out how to get it onto these 4 belts, while prioritizing this input, because I do want to prioritize this one, where possible. Okay, so hear me out. Let's get green undergrounds and see how far they reach here. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2... Nope, that puts me in the road. Okay, so that's not quite gonna work the way I want. So maybe I try a blue underground from here. Okay, and then I can do the same on this side. Okay. We're kind of getting somewhere. I'll hook those up in a second. I don't think that'll be the hardest part by far. So we bring you in this way. Let's go ahead and... How do I bring you in? You'll need to be here. So I will go ahead and underground you just somewhere. And I'll probably mirror it on the side. That pipe is right in the way though. I might go ahead and move you a little higher. They might just have to be asymmetrical. Oh well, not gonna kill me. I could also move this balancer down, and that would make my life easier. Okay, so now you come in here, you go there, and input priority right. Wonderful. Now you come here, and underground here, which means I want the same on this side. And then input priority right, and bring you in, which means, again, I want the same but flipped on the side. There we go. So let's see. The inside belt comes this way, and it's up, and underground's right there. And then this belt comes up this way, and goes in there. Maybe I can actually do it a little more neat. Let's go kind of like that. Ooh, I can just get rid of the pipe. And then bring you up that way. There we go. So let's see, if I put you there, unfortunately you won't tell me unless I actually delete you. There we go. And then you can just attach right there. Beautiful, okay. Okay, so I do have a priority sandstone line of this mine with additional sandstone coming in from afar. And it is only just now starting to show up. Okay. Okay. Let's do this. So you continue this way. Yeah, that's good. And then turn up and underground. Well, you need to come forwards one, it seems. And then turn upward. And then underground in. There we go. Okay, now you're working wonders. Turn up, and run this way. Okay, there we go. I think what I will do is I will go ahead and delete the top layer here. Like through this way, I think. Okay, so you need to go 1, 2, 3, 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Beautiful. Okay. And you go, and then you go that way, and then connect you in there. And that should be everything ready to go. Should be, at least. I'm a little nervous, but I think that's all correct. Okay. Come on, guys. You got this. Okay, first stream is coming in, and second stream is coming in. There we go. So, priority input. So you should stop. Yes, you do. You're stopped. You come in, but should stop. You're coming in, but should stop. Yes. Beautiful. Perfect. Okay. And as soon as this line is exhausted, you should pick up the slack. There you go. Okay. Okay, there we go. It's beautiful. So we should now have completely full lines. We really don't need that much supplemental. We just needed a little more. And now with the little bit of supplemental sandstone operations should stay with full uptime. If anything, it looks like stone is becoming a problem now. Yeah, you do produce 0.06 per, so every 5 generates 3, so then every 50 would generate a full red belt. We have 48, so that is very close to full red belt, but then we also have additional stone coming from up here. So it does look like we just need to upgrade the belt this way. Oh, and then we're getting thrown onto a green belt of stone, apparently. And we might actually want to increase the speed of these guys, which does mean we want to increase speed of their inserters. Let's give all of you an upgrade, all of you an upgrade, and all of you an upgrade, including the funny little guys hanging out on top to dodge the power poles, which I missed down here. So you can produce 15 gravel per second, running at full uptime. I doubt we're gonna have that much, but you know what? That is a scary prospect. How much can you take? You can only take 5 something. So I might go ahead and give you speed mods as well. Then also upgrade your inserters, because I think you deserve it. Always seem to forget one row somehow. There we are. And then... yeah. Upgrade all of you. Upgrade all of you. Part 2, let's go. It's getting there. We're getting somewhere, I think. I do finally have my rockets launching. I am officially a spacefaring probe now. Now well rested. Kind of completely the opposite. Let's see, I'm going on 14 and a half hours of streaming at this point, so with a little half-hour break in the middle, that doesn't do too terribly much for me. Am I able to handle all this stone, though? Let's see. It does kind of look like it's choking up every now and then, but more or less. We're more or less fine. Okay, so at least Silica is maintaining full uptime. That's all that I really care about. Okay, finally, Silica has full uptime. It took an absurd amount of effort, but we did finally do it. Silica ingots, not even full uptime. But you know what? Silica itself, the full uptime. And that's what matters. Let's see. Okay, it is starting to make it to the end of the furnace line, which is nice to see. Yeah, okay, we're getting somewhere. And now with the new silica ingots. Polycrystalline silicon is running. And finally we have saturated logic die. They are backed up. Oh my god, like, I can't even tell you, that is like an honest sigh of relief moment. Like, I've been working on that for so long. I'm so happy to finally have that running now. I can't even tell you. Let's see. You could be running stronger. But at that point, that is just a matter of speed. We have the input for you, so we can speed you up a little bit. Even if I just swap out a single module from each of these guys, that's going to give me quite a bit more output. Might as well do the same up this way. There we go, okay. Here, I'll show off my silos. Here's some of my Spider-Trons that I've been using. I was hoping that the drone launcher would be a little more useful that they have, but apparently it's not as useful as I was hoping for. But here are the silos up and ready to go. So these four are my satellite silos. You can see this one is ready to launch. And away it goes. Bon voyage. And then these four over here are going to be for this thing that I only just recently unlocked, the asteroid miner. In fact, I don't even have them being requested over here. So let me go ahead and do that. There we go. And I noticed this one was actually arriving, which is shocking to me. I didn't think I'd actually made one yet. Oh yeah, look at that. We're getting all kinds of things launched up. That does tell me, I guess those are going to go to the landing pad. Okay, hold on, landing pad. So let's make sure you get filtered to only those, because I don't want the other things to show up in here. Yes. Okay, just in time. So, these guys. Not really sure what to do with them. How many types of you total exist? So, guide, drone, sandstone. Sandstone. Okay, so there are 2 tiers of each of these. Interesting. So what I'm thinking is, Wait, how many was that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. 7 types. Okay, would have been better if it was 8, but you know what? I'll take it. And then each of you gets a filter. So let's just go down the line and do the purple ones, because that's all I'm getting for right now. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There we go. I don't really care that the first couple are going to be not in the correct supply chest. I think we will survive. There we go. Wonder how high you stack. You stacked a 10, so we should be perfectly okay with that. Okay, so that gives me nickel. I did get 2 copper. I got a sandstone. And I got a calcite. It's meteor from orbit to create a small copper patch. The thing is, do I also have to send you up in a rocket? I'm assuming I do. Or maybe you go in a drone launcher. If you go in a drone launcher, that would be quite a bit more convenient. Let's see. So I do have a thing here that I have to mine copper. So mine it, crush it. You're gonna make more stone, more everything. Yeah, so if I take boxed copper ore, and I make you into crushed copper ore box, that just seems like the better way to go here. You know, that would have probably helped with my sandstone issues quite a bit, actually. Hold on. I'm feeling somewhat silly. I have to check something. Okay, so where's silica? Silica ingot. Silica ingot boxed. Okay, you do have to be made in a large furnace. These are medium furnaces, so I literally cannot retrofit you, I don't believe, to be large furnaces. It would mean completely ripping everything up and rebuilding it. So I'm okay with what I have. But if I need more silica, that is probably the way to go about it, is I should just box it and then crush boxes of it, and then that's a lot easier to belt around. That's a lot easier to belt around, yeah. Since I have the ability to just choose where I want my copper to be, I guess I would choose to be somewhere on this island down here. And I have a drone launcher right here. So what if I request you to go into there? Missing 5? That's fine. I'll wait for that to get delivered. And then I guess I can go ahead and put the tea in. Yeah, right here looks promising. So rip you up, you can go. All these are fine, you can go. And then, of course, as you always must do on a real blueprint, you just randomly move bits around that you happen to know are broken. Okay, there is quite a lot of iron over here. If I want this iron, I'll just make another loading station, like, here. Otherwise, I am not really worried about it. So let's see. Let's put a loading station, and you're going to be copper. There we are. And you're still... Okay, you've got a couple on you. So I'll see how that works before too terribly long, but I do want to come down here and also put an unloading station. So let's get a spacer for T's. Flip you around that way. Place you in. And now another unloading station. Oh. You just work. Hold on. Let me see. Yeah, you just work. You're fine. So, copper ore. Come on, bots, you got this! You can see now why I wanted to go ahead and get everything placed before I started messing around with the asteroids. So, copper remote. Does look like it's gonna work. It's a very large range. So, let's see. If I want you coming in here, what if I pop you, like, right there? Okay. I got the thing. Boom! And how much does that... 1.3 million! That's not too bad. That's not too bad. Okay. 1.3 million copper. Probably a good time to say, I don't even know what I'm going to wind up using copper for. Copper is a completely new resource. But hey, I've got copper. Okay. So right there. Just fill it up. And I can probably take these miners off the corners. And I might as well go ahead and make you a blue belt. And as I was saying just a moment before, rather than just moving a blue belt of ore into the train, I kind of have this idea. It might be a terrible idea. But what if I place you over top here? Why does that not look like it wants to line up? This is an unloading station. Very glad I noticed. Okay. Place you. And let's say you're boxed copper ore, just for fun. Then this unloading station down here. What if I make you boxed copper ore? And then this area over here, I of course need to get power down into. And robot range. So something like that should work. But in addition, after I've sufficiently cleared the mines here, how do I want to do this actually? Okay, I bet I still have the balancer. Yes, I do. And the station's right over here. That's overkill. That's silly. So you go here, go in, and go in. Because already one belt compressed in a box is already the equivalent of 5 belts, which is more than the 4 belts I would be getting with a belt balancer regardless. I do need build range down this way. So let's grab a Roboport. And you can just go on that power pole. Bit of a waste. Where's your build range? So I could put you as far as right here, but even going right here, I start missing stuff. But right there works. I just need to get a power pole over. There we go. Okay, anyway. So, I want my output to be right there. Just still thinking about how exactly I'm going to handle that. So a boxer. Let's just get, like, 4 in here, right? Maybe go ahead and just make you green. And then alternate these guys to fill the belt. And maybe even space them out a touch. That way, if I do need to insert more into the boxers, then I have plenty of room to do so. And let's see. I'll bring you in this way. Down. Over. And just kind of alternate like this, which might seem a little silly. But my intention here is that then I can feed in after each insertion point. Ooh, you're too close together though. Well, that works. Yeah, that works. It does kind of give inherent priority to, like, the top, and then lesser priority to the bottom, but maybe I can fix that with an input priority here. And then we'll just see how that does. Oh yeah, you're gonna need power, aren't you? That's probably important. That'll do. And then we're just waiting for all of this to get placed. I'm also kind of curious, like, how fast do you work? So it says crafting speed 4. So if I click on you, you take 20 copper in 1 second. So does that mean you could process 80 copper per second if I wanted you to? Like, that's how I'm reading it. I don't see any other way to read it. Also, I think I can stop requesting you. Thank you. Okay, please place the purple. Thank you. Let's see, 80 per second. Yes, that is absolutely correct. 80 per second. Okay. Well, I'm not going to be providing 80 per second. I can be pretty sure of that. What I can do is upgrade these belts, however. Give me the best fighting chance at being able to provide 80 a second. There we go. But all the same, that's going to flow this way. And as soon as I have chests, because for some reason I just don't have chests, then I will place those and we'll begin stocking up the train. Okay, why don't I have chests? So, large chest 1. What you doing, pal? You need large chest 2. Of course you do. Wait, what? Small chest 2. So, small chest 2 needs steel rods. So, steel rods, huh? Oh, didn't mean to continue typing up there. Steel rods are getting made down here, loaded in here. Yep, we sure are out, aren't we? Wow. We sure are. We sure are. Let me think. So, more steel. Well, what's wrong with steel first? Ferronickel. Okay, that's not what I expected. Ferronickel comes from up here. And we're just shy on regular old nickel. Which looks to be nickel matte, crushed nickel, okay, yeah, we're just going too slow. Interesting. I can even upgrade these furnaces, give them more productivity. So, do that. I can also upgrade these flotation cells to give a little more productivity. There we go. And I'll upgrade the distilleries back here to give a little more productivity. You never saw that one coming. The medium furnace too, so you can likewise be upgraded, though you're for iron, but now I do actually want the iron oxide, so iron oxide itself is a valuable product, even if the iron isn't necessarily. Speaking of which, do I even take the iron oxide? I do have iron oxide up here. Okay. Well, at any rate, ferronickel. Just needs more nickel. Okay. Which need nickel solution. Which, yes, does seem to want more crushed nickel. So, what if I just trade out one of your module slots? Is that going to be enough? Because that should give me a decent speed boost. Each one of those tier 2 yield modules does introduce quite a slowdown. Yeah, each one's minus 25%. So another way of looking at it is removing one gives me a 25% speed increase. So did that do anything at all? Let's just follow this up to the top. Okay, it does look like a little more is making it to the top now. I don't know if that means enough. No, we still need a little more. Still need a little more, okay. Oh, so be it. Let's try with 2 productivity modules and 1 yield module. So you're going from 2 input a second to 3 input a second. So that is a 50% increase from where we just were. And now it looks like we're having trouble outputting. Okay, that is going to be outputting roughly 3 items a second. So we might want to upgrade our output inserters. Of course, it is mostly belt speed that is the problem at the moment. We also need 3 input per second. And that's going to be pushing what a purple inserter can do. So let's go ahead and increase you as well. Up we go. And let's see what all this upgrading gets me. Does it help? This iron should be carried away a little faster. Like, unironically, that might be slowing me down. Yeah, and it looks like if I need the void iron, it just needs to come over here faster also. the stone is starting to jam up, so let's also begin upgrading that line. There we go. Okay, we are full on nickel this time. So nickel is now running at full speed. How's nickel's solution doing? So each one of these buildings takes 3.8. Each one of you produces 2.5. So there is an equal number of these, but these are way faster than you are. Well, okay, 2.5 to 2.5. Never mind, you're exactly the same. You should be exactly identical. I don't know where I was getting different numbers at all. You seem the same. Even though you aren't acting like it, you should be. Like 2.53, 2.51. If anything, we're making 0.02 more nickel matte than we should be consuming. Okay, you do look like you're running now. No, you're still not quite good. I don't know, man. That's weird. 2.6 times 8. Let's say 2.5 times 8. That would be 24-ish. And a little more. It's not red belt tissues. And if it were, I'd expect to see nickel matte building up in here, which it's not. Not in here. You are outputting properly. Like, what? Oh, why are you so much faster than the others? I guess that's what I saw earlier. Oh, you have the corner of a beacon. Okay, this one beast of a machine, this one beaconed machine, is consuming more nickel matte. So that's why the ratio is off, but that's fine. As long as it's being consumed, that's all I really care about. In fact, in that case, if you're going to have a beacon on you, what if I just increase your yield by a little bit? How much do you broadcast? 30%. So I can afford to replace 2 of you. And actually, I can do 1 more even. So there we go. Yeah, now you're the same. 2.51, 2.51. Oh, cool. Okay, hopefully I'm able to keep up with this much nickel oxide. It does look like I am, though. Fortunately, I did come down and upgrade these furnaces just a second ago. Okay, I am keeping up with the nickel solution as well. Hydrogen seems fine. I'm getting rid of my ammonia somewhere. Oh, I'm cycling ammonia back in. This is a lossy process with ammonia, but I do get some of it back. I do remember that now. Wastewater is going off somewhere, and presumably being voided over 80%. It seems to be keeping up. I have no idea where it goes, though. Okay, so you continue on down this way. And this way. And I've missed wherever you get voided. Oh well. If it actually becomes an issue, then I'll do something about it. Science is doing okay. Seems to be keeping up alright. How about green circuits? Do I have any excess of green circuits at this point? Yes, I do, finally. Okay, so all I needed to do was bring in more memory circuits. Now it's ferronickel sheets that are the issue, because there must always be some issue. But as long as there are green circuits, it's not that grave of an issue, I feel like. Let's see. So ferro nickel sheets are being produced. And you're being loaded in by a yellow inserter. Very nice. Very cool. I have no idea how that yellow inserter is keeping up, actually, because both of these are running, and you should be producing, like, 2.9 items a second. So, I have no idea. Oh, half of them are flowing down this way. Okay, that makes sense. Let's see. You have 5% productivity. What do you have? 6% productivity. And you would go 15% faster. So yeah, that's going to be quite a major speed up if I just swap over to those modules. You produce 10 per second, at least if you're actually running. And you only consume 2 1/4. So that's going to be 4.5 right there. So in theory, even just one of these machines running at full time would more than support both of those guys over there. You're just not running at full time. Though, you are backing up on your output, funny enough. So one thing that might help with that is actually belt speed, since we're using inserters with such large hand sizes, the speed of the belt actually helps them unload faster. Yeah, you're hardly backing up anymore. It is still, but hardly. And at that point, we're probably more running into input restrictions, because like these guys aren't running at all, so we aren't really limited by this. Okay, yeah, now you're struggling. So let's go ahead and upgrade you a couple times. Anything I can do to help out Nickel, even just a little bit more though. Nickel solution is dipping here and there. But that does look like the maximum speed these buildings will run at. I could, of course, bring this guy up. Or I can try and put you, like, over here somewhere. That's not an awful idea. But I think I prefer the idea. Let's see. If I try to put you right here, right there, and then put you somewhere so that you don't overlap anyone, you could go... Okay, so you actually have to go right there. That overlaps by 1 tile. Okay, but I could put you here. Okay, and then how about you? You would have to hang on to the road just a little bit, but you know what? I guess that's just what you gotta do. Yeah. That's just where you're going. Oh well. And then everyone gets a speed boost. And you need power. There you go. Okay. Hopefully that works fine. Okay, we're definitely choking on the red belt here. So let's go ahead and upgrade both of those. That's fine, sure. Good. If I need more than that, I'll add more than that. Okay, at least we are backed up on nickel again this time. So, let's see. Everything should be in place. You're in place. You should be running a little faster. And once again, you are faster than everyone else, I think. Oh no. Somehow not. Even though you should be hit by 2 beacons. Somehow you're not. Oh, you just have the higher yields. That's it. I'd already balanced you. That's what the problem is. Okay, so all of these guys should be running. You should be running. You should be running. Everyone's relatively cool. Yeah, we're just fine. Yeah, it looks like we're keeping up now. Keeping up comfortably. The pipe's filling... Yeah, the pipe's filling up. Okay. So that is just how fast these machines work. If I really wanted to, I could sub out one of these yields. In fact, that is just strictly an improvement if I do that for all of you. Well, that is a minus 45 speed. So I could sub out 2 of you here. You'd be basically the same speed. And then the 3rd slot with a productivity. And I might even sub out the 2nd slot with a productivity as well. Depending on how I'm feeling. Okay, so how many buildings are there? 8. So you're producing 4.8 nickel a second. So that's 5, 7.5. Oh, okay, it's 4 quarters, so that's consuming 10. So I could definitely consume more nickel than I'm producing, and it's not like this is the only thing consuming nickel. I also consume nickel down here. So I will go ahead and swap that 3rd slot to a productivity module as well. And that should help speed it up a good bit. Okay, so 0.9 now. So that's going to be 7.2. Which again, we could consume a little more, but you know, we're better than we were. About all I can say. 13.5 on the consumption. Let's see how much we're making. So that's going to be 80 plus 24, so about 105-ish. Each one of you makes about 18. So with 8 buildings, I actually make 19? No, okay, you're just a little higher. Never mind. Oh, because you have more productivity. You have the same working speed, but more productivity. Funny, okay. So 18 times 8, so that's 20 times 8 minus 16. So 160 minus 16 would be 144. So I should be making a lot of liquid. So I might even trade a little bit of prod for a little more speed. Get just a little more nickel out of the system. There we go. In fact, you don't even have a module, or you don't even have a beacon on you. Odd. I could do that? No, because I have inserters there trying to pick up. One, two. 1, 2. Okay. Hopefully that doesn't overlap with this guy. Doesn't look like you do. Okay, so best I can do is like right in here somewhere, but that pipe really is in the way. I'd also love it if I could be at least this low. Yeah, you know what? Wastewater pipe just has to move. That's just how it is. So you go there, and then you just have to move also. No biggie. And connect you in. And connect you in. There we go. That wasn't too painful at all. Yeah, that worked out surprisingly well. Okay. Now... Yeah, now we're making some nickel. Now we're making some nickel. Looks like it's just unevenly being taken off the belts, but it is beginning to back up. Also, why is there a bonus belt? I guess really what I should do, if that's being an issue, is move you back here, and then split, and then bring you around this way. Oh yeah, this isn't ugly or anything at all. Let's go ahead and move you back a square. In fact, could I not instead just do that? There we go. That works way better, even though you are a little weirder looking, but that will at least balance you. And now all the machines can output. Wonderful. Okay, so that is officially a surplus of nickel. I just had to rework it for like 20 minutes. Ferronickel sheets coming in just fine now. Yep, you've got plenty of ferronickel down here. Ferronickel backed up in here. And yeah, we got all the ferronickel sheets you could ever want coming out of here. Very cool, very cool. Okay, technically, I could get one more machine in here. Yeah, so let's go ahead and do that. And you're even still within beacon range, because I'm just that good. Make sure the second inserter actually outputs to the top, because it does seem like we unevenly pull from the belt, and I do want the extra line to be on the top here. Yeah, I don't think I could do too much better than that. That's a good amount of improvement in there. Why was I doing that to begin with? I think it was for green circuits. Yes, you do need ferronickel sheets, so it does look like that has improved you quite a bit. It also looks like we need more trucks. So, more trucks for you as well. You seem fine. You also seem fine. All these guys seem fine. Okay. The red circuits, funny enough, never give me any trouble. They just work. They're wonderful, they're awesome, they just sit there and work. Batteries, completely dead. we have no carbon fiber. I'm requesting boxes of carbon fiber, and I'm just not getting any. So let's go look for carbon fiber. Okay. What? Okay, it must be called something other than carbon fiber, which is annoying. I'm pretty sure it's in this area somewhere. I could be mistaken though. Okay, what makes carbon fiber? What is the recipe that makes you? Cellulose pyrolysis. So let's look for... Oh, you're right there. Never mind, I was literally on top of you. We're just missing boxes. Just missing boxes of cellulose. Okay, I guess I do still need alternative ways to make you in case cellulose boxes ever stop for whatever reason. So let's see, what's an alternative way to make you? I can make you from graphene. I can make you from acrylic fiber boxes. I make acrylic fiber up here. That is a pretty heavy draw on my ammonia though, so I'd rather not. Yeah, you also come down and get made into textiles. So I do have quite a lot of cellulose down there. I don't use a lot of textiles. So let's see. I guess I'll use the graphene one. Let me just make sure I have plenty of graphene before I commit to that. Okay, so that's what this area is. Looks like I make plenty of graphene. Yeah, we're not even using the mini machines up here. Oh, we're also like completely disconnected on the back. Somehow. Just the entire time since these have been built, that part has been wrong. That's kind of hilarious. Okay. I mean, sure, I guess. So yeah, we definitely have enough graphene then. So what were you made in? You're made in vacuum chambers. Or nanofabs. Let me do a side-by-side. Let's see, vacuum chamber 3s. Quite expensive. Module slot 3, crafting speed 3. Nanofab 2s. Crafting speed 2. Module slots 4. Okay. Sounds like I want to go with vacuum chambers then. That's a pretty easy choice. Let's get this belt out of the way here. In fact, you're really only supposed to be over here. Yeah, let's just reroute you from all the way at your source. Yeah, it's not like I'm making this stuff down here. Let's just go ahead and pick this line up. There we go, and turn you in. So the reason I undergrounded here is that way I can have another row of machines somewhere in here, but actually not right here. That's not a good spot. Go ahead and connect that in, because I have the RoboPort and everything right here. So, what if I actually underground from there instead? And that gives me a lot more useful empty room in here. And then go ahead and just fill this in here. Okay. So, vacuum. Leave at least 3 piles there. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So let's try something like that. Where's the recipe I was promised? What? What? I don't have you unlocked. And you're really far away. Awesome. Okay. Well then. I guess I'll go ahead and set you up. Yeah, okay. So let's set you as a parameter. And that way, I can cut you and paste you, and then I can put the correct recipe in at least. Oh, superconductive tape. Interesting. Well, this one for right now anyway. So just one input, just one output. Doesn't get much simpler than that. There we go. So we'll have a supply depot, like right there-ish. And then we'll have a request depot there, I guess. Yeah, I was trying to think how I was going to split, but honestly, how much do you take? 0.03? So yeah, I only need half a red belt this way, and half a red belt this way. There we go. That should pretty much be enough for all of you. Oh yeah, you're gonna need modules. I'll go ahead and use the Tier 2 yield modules, just might as well. I guess I'll do an even number. There we go. And then grab you, vertical flip, in you go. And do you have power? Okay, you do need to be a substation, but that's fine. Oh, and you also need to be a substation, hilariously, but that's fine too. Okay, and now I just wait until I have that recipe unlocked, which unfortunately will likely be a while. Guess I can go ahead and do that. So up and up, and then down and down. And you request graphene boxes. So let's see. Graphene box. Lower your priority just a smidge since I do already make these somewhere else. In fact, I might go ahead and logistics limit you. So this is carbon something, carbon fiber. So you stack to 50, we keep 100 slots in a supply depot, so that's going to be 5k. So collectively, let's say like 6k. Oops, didn't mean to do that part. Okay, that's all good though. Ooh, I got something in my eye. Bothering me real bad. I think it's time for a sip of water as well. It's been a minute. There we go. Okay. Somehow we're missing substations. Just one more mystery to throw into the pile. Before I investigate substations, I will investigate the mysterious lack of cellulose. Okay, we have plenty of fertilizer. Usually that's the problem. We have plenty of grass seed. We're full on sugar. Interesting. Well, fortunately, I have something turning sugar into methanol. I could also turn you into glycerol. Yeah, I suppose. I don't have the research. Still further down. Okay. Alright. Let's see. Copper production. So I don't even have the science to do anything with copper yet. I guess that is its own separate research. So maybe I should go ahead and move that up front. Since it looks like inserter capacity was gonna be a minute. Huh. So that's the only thing that I do with you, huh? Interesting. Oh, you know what I can do? I should have a little thing making worm drones. That is... Hold on. Like I do for the algaculture and the horticulture drones. I should have one for algae. Or the worms. Worms! So let's grab you. I don't even necessarily know what the worms need, but I'm assuming they will need worms. So here's where worms are made. I could pretty comfortably get worms out around this area down here. So let's give the pipes a little room. Just in case I need to do weird pipe stuff, though, I mean, this area is pretty set in stone. Well, it does no harm to put it down and just see what I need, I guess. Actually, I wonder what you are requesting. Algae progenitors can go, but the other stuff is probably something I still need. So let's say 20 of you. And in you go. I'm imagining this stuff is still probably all the same. Scout 1, Construction Bot 2. Oh, Construction Bot 2, okay. Sludge Barrel. Sludge Barrel, really? Okay. Okay. Worm progenitors apparently do not go into the logistic system. That does appear to be the case. So let's remedy that. Okay, anyway. Sludge Barrel. I'm sure I do stuff with sludge somewhere around in here. Though I'm not exactly seeing any. Let's see. If I just look for sludge, I'm not gonna get anything. What if I just look you up? Nope. Oops, sorry, didn't mean to just punch my mic like that. Let's see. Well, I do make brown landfill over there. Nope, that's over on the left at the bottom of the ore crushing area. Never mind. I mean, I know all these things produce sludge. That's not a mystery. No sludge anywhere in the biology area, huh? Okay. I guess I just don't make sludge in the biology area. Simple enough. I can request sludge. Like, what is requesting sludge over here? Okay, I'm turning sludge into wastewater. And just voiding it. Okay, so this is just a mass dumping ground for sludge. So let's just make sure all of you have very low priority. Hopefully that didn't break anything. Didn't help anything either. So I guess I'll just go one by one and set all of you to priority 10. Sure I didn't miss any. Okay, and that should be all of them. That way I can put another requester for sludge over near the worms, and hopefully I will actually get the sludge that I'm requesting. Yeah, you definitely need your sludge. Let's actually raise you to like 90. If something ever somehow super critically needs sludge, then I want to be able to say so, but you're about as close to super critically needing sludge as I can imagine. I might even come over here, throw like a little tank on you. Just make sure you always have enough sludge. And now let's come down to the worm area. It was somewhere down in here. There we go. So I need sludge barrels down here. I guess technically speaking, I don't need to make the sludge barrels down here. Because one way or another, I'll be bringing empty barrels down with bots. Wonder if I put barrels on trucks, just out of curiosity. I do put barrels on trucks. Hold on. So I can greatly reduce the travel time down here. Pick off a few of those empty miners. So I have this area over here. Fluid buffering. Yeah, what if I just continue you down and connect you like in here, and then make this offshoot for item buffering, just because why not? So starting like right there, you're gonna bring barrels. Ironically, not in the barreling tab, but in the intermediates tab. There we go. And I'm not going to need very many trucks down here, I don't imagine. It's just going to occasionally save a couple round trips. Might do the same over this way. You have plenty nitric acid, yes you do. let's do the same over here for sludge itself. So we'll just keep a little buffer of sludge over here. I'm actually curious, is this output only, or could I feed into? Because you do have an out arrow here. Yeah, I think I'm going to waste a little bit of ammonia figuring this out. Or I can do it with a liquid I don't care about, like water or something. So let me request water, not water. I'm sure I have water somewhere. Eight's the max, full stack. Oh, cool. Oh yeah, once you get placed, I'll have to do the same thing in you. Though I don't need to put trucks in you, since you are temporary. Well, you're temporary also, but I don't need you to work. Okay, priority, let's say like 60. Collected from first. Yeah, like maybe I'll keep you 50. Because if there are high priority sludge sources... I don't know, I'll put you at like 60. I'll put you at 50. I bet all the other sludge sources are at 50. Let's go look for them. Let's see. 50, 50, 50. Yeah, that's kind of what I thought. Unbarreling. You actually should be high priority. So, hilariously, those are sludge barrels that I'm unbarreling. I could just send the sludge barrels from green science down. The line of barrels is full up to here. I mean, green science is completely full anyway, so what's it really matter? I mean, that does just make sense. So... yeah, I mean, let's filter you to sludge barrel. We'll have a provider down this way. Let's go ahead and upgrade you a bit. And then move you down one. So pick up high, drop 2 down, and that puts you right into there. Allow logistics, why not, I guess? If I ever desperately need sludge barrels in the logistics system, I guess I can get them. Also, go ahead and pick up what I can. There we go, that way I at least know what's meant to be in there. What's a stat? 20. So green science would have to move a little bit. What needs green science, out of curiosity? Bacteria genome 2, bacteria genome 1. So it is just regular green science, okay. Oh, there we go. There's a little room missing. Okay, so that's giving me a couple sludge barrels. Might go ahead and do that because I do want the barrels. Barrels themselves are nice to have. But anyway, that's getting loaded up. Okay, so I have had water delivered here. It doesn't look like water will flow into you. This pipe is completely full, so that is, in fact, a one-way arrow, which is interesting because you are a buffer depot, not a request depot. If I do extra pipe connections, you are also outputs, so no matter what I do, I cannot input into you, it seems. Which is a bit of a shame. I would like to be able to throw, like, a tank or something on the back. That just seems like what a buffer depot should be for. But I suppose not. It cannot input into you, so that's that. Oh well. I'm buffering sludge, so that's one bonus, I guess. Okay, anyway. Let me try and find that one area that I was making. So, worms need worm eggs, they need grass, they need sludge barrels. So let's pull this that way. And then move this whole setup kind of over this way. Actually, undo that. Let's move you up one. Reason being, that way I can go ahead and get a requester for sludge barrels and a requester for sludge. You're going to be the sludge. Let's say you're the item, I think. So you're the sludge barrel, you are just actual sludge. That way I can output directly into a barreling pump. Have you output here. You output here. Let me think about how I want to do that. Yeah, so you come up, you output on the inside of the belt, you make sure you output on the left side of the belt as well, and that way you get priority over this one. I do, of course, need the actual barrels, which can come from right there. So pick up from below. That's not going to help, is it? So, sludge, and give me barrels. Very good, okay. So what all do I need? So 1, 2, 3, 4 of these items are coming in. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So 1, 2, 3 of them will be on belt. That's likely to be grass, eggs, and sludge barrels. Grass kind of needs its own belt. Oh, so do worm eggs, though. And then sludge barrels definitely do not. Well, you know what? Sludge barrels can go up top. There we go. Go ahead and pick that up. And move you up here. Yes, that makes you kind of awkward to access these pipes if I ever need to. I really don't think I'm going to need to. And you know what? If I do, I guess I just have to move these pipes up one or something. Not the end of the world. Can I find somewhere where I can grab substations? Up here looks nice. Let's grab you. That's algae. That's grass. There we go, that's the worms. Very cool, okay. So what is this? This is algae. I don't think I have a belt of grass. Okay, I have a belt of grass right here, actually. Never mind. You're a max length green underground. Could move you 2 up. That's the best I could do. So 1, 2. Not very helpful. Could move you down, however. And that would be fine. And that way I can underground grass here. And bring you this way. And then just shove you this way somewhere. So yes, technically you're escaping all the way up there. But you know what? That's the best I got right now. Perfect length. Love to see it. Okay, so red belt coming down. You can probably underground from like there. 1, 2 further. 1, 2, so right there. And then, there you go. Let's just make those red belt. That's fine. And the worm egg. Worm eggs. Okay. Worm egg harvest. So I think this is already excess worm eggs. Yeah, so the primary output is cycled back up above. So this is already the excess here. Does look like I need more effluent. I swear I should have more than this, and I'm worried that I'm shipping too much away to be voided. But you are on an overflow. The only way you would ever trigger is if I wanted you to trigger. Which is, in turn, kind of triggering. Because I don't know why I don't have enough effluent. I should have an overwhelming amount. I wonder, can I make effluent on purpose? It doesn't really look like I can. Arthropod disposal. I can directly turn some worm eggs into effluent. I can turn a worm into effluent. Which one do I have more of? Because that might be something that I just need to do. Okay, I need more worms. But it does look like I have enough worm eggs. Hard to tell, though. Yeah, it involves just throwing them into a crusher, really. Does it even matter, honestly? Maybe not. So, interesting idea. What if I put one here, and one here, and let's see. So worm eggs go up that way, or down that way. So the only thing that would be on this belt is the not worm eggs, which would be worms or mineral dust. So let's come into here, and you can be grinding worms into effluent, and then you can be worm eggs into effluent. We'll have you output to this side, combine together. I would really like this area to get primary input, but oh well. Let's at least make sure you're slow and have a lot of productivity. And then small pump. Okay, I can do you there. And then pop up. And fit into there. Let's see. I would like if this section was isolated. There we go. That way I'm not filling up this entire stretch of pipe back here. Oh, you do have a pump right there. Well then. I guess I can just move that. Oh well. I wanted it to be a little more specific. There we go. So top up like 10%. Yeah, that is absolutely going to wind up eating all the eggs. So let me connect here. Enable, disable, so you're currently disabled now. That's the wrong direction, but doesn't matter anyway. Let's connect these guys, and connect you down to here, then disconnect here. So you are... read contents. And then... worm eggs. That's 92. It takes 11 per recipe, so if there's anything more than 33 in the first couple machines, let's say 35, then I am cool to go ahead and start voiding worm eggs. Otherwise, let's not. Then the worms truly are just a byproduct. I don't need worms to make more worms, but they do produce effluent, and that is apparently useful. That is something I need to do, so there we go. And some of the worms do skate by. Actually, you have priority output to this side. So I might actually want to pick up from up here. And you know what? What's it hurt to also have one over there? Yeah, even this is seemingly not enough. Let's see, it costs 320 per 8 worms. And 1 worm is worth 20. So hold on. If I crush all 8 worms... I will only produce 120 extra effluent. And if I crush the 1 extra egg... Hold on. Yeah, I make... This is actually a deficit. I'm actually losing effluent doing this. With the productivity, though. How does it come out with the productivity? So, 2 worms gives about 50. But 2 worms costs 80. So even with the productivity... Yeah, that's just a bad idea. Okay. Really? Because it feels better. I don't understand. But okay, yeah, I mean that's just how the numbers work out. The only thing I really can do is upgrade you to better modules. So you run faster with a smidge more productivity. That's what I thought. Okay. So let's do that, 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 and then copy the whole swath and start just walking it down. And at some point, I'm sure I'm going to run out of modules, but that's just part of the game. Honestly, I'm surprised it's held out this long. Okay. Looks like I definitely had enough. That's pretty surprising. Okay. Where can I get more effluent from, though? So just producing stuff tends to make effluent. Yeah, making chelating agent, but that's just a little byproduct. It's hardly any at all. Arthropods will make effluent. And it doesn't look like they consume effluent, which is very nice. It's just the worms. Just the worms that consume effluent. I can grind fish eggs for effluent. But at the same time, that's probably also a deficit. Because it costs worms to make fish. And each worm is 40 effluent. So unless I can do better than that... Let's see. So each fish then... let's see. The recipe costs 3 worms, which would be 120, but that makes 6 fish. So that would be fish is 20 effluent. Plus some eggs. Plus each cycle gives 3 eggs. But if I'm only looking at fish... let's see. Okay, technically that looks like it would give a positive feedback loop. So that would give me more effluent to make more worms, to make more fish. So maybe that's just what I need to do, because worms are what I'm missing. That is what I'm missing. Maybe even just temporarily. I'll put a little crusher over this way. So... yeah, let's say you go like there. Then the belt that way. Then I can have crusher here, and I doubt I'm going to need more than 1 crusher. Let's be real. So, crush fish. Effluent belt. Oh, I'm already crushing the excess fish eggs. Interesting. Oh, we're like full of effluent over here. We're on overflow. There's really not a reason for you to be overflow on 80. Let's do like 60. Okay, anyway, excess fish come in. All cool and such. Flip you that way. Effluent comes out this way. And connect in. Okay. There we go. Oh yeah, and I should have productivity in you. The same with these guys, because apparently effluent is something that I really need. Hopefully I have them. I'm still just missing the 4 substations for some reason. But everything else seems fine. Okay, there we go. That should give me a positive feedback loop on effluent, finally. Somehow he got turned. I don't know. go ahead and remove you as a priority output so that I can start getting some of these extra fish outputs. I think I have plenty of fish output. I would read your circuit network connectivity and like control the splitter and everything if I could, but that tends to make the game crash, so you just get to be a dumb splitter and send half that way and half in here. Oh, also, I want to do this. How can I make that work? Okay, you overflow at 60. So what if I do... Yeah, I would like you so that I could only output the effluent if I actually need it. But that's real hard. Well, does anything downstream ever need effluent? You are used in making crushed phosphorite, making worm, making worm, making worm, and voiding. Okay, so literally nothing downstream will need effluent, so I can just pump you up. Just straight up. There we go. Come on, you can do it. Okay, I do have the technology for copper production now. What I want to do is let's put you here. Get a small pump. And you're going to be a top-up, and we're going to put you at like 10%. And then I'm going to go look at copper and see what all I can do with copper soon. Also, you should move up this way. Okay. Anytime. That's hopefully you. So that's only one bot, and I think I need two things. Well, it gave me the underground. And I guess one of those two is going to be what I'm looking for. Oh yeah, neither of you has bots. So let's go ahead and give you bots. Or, you know, drones. Okay, so top up to like 10%. Since we are pumping all the effluent out. In fact, maybe I do want to make sure that you're top up to like 80%. That way I don't ever completely fill this pipe. Maybe to like 70, since I bet 80 is my overflow to voiding. That way, my grass and all the other stuff that's supposed to be making effluent, but isn't right now, can function properly. Still don't have the substations. Kinda did forget about that. So, grass, worm eggs. Where can I get worm eggs? So, worm eggs are right here. These are already the extras. So what if I put you like right there? You continued that way. And you went that way. Just shot off over here somewhere. And one more. Nope, now you're over top of that guy. Okay, there we go. And in. I didn't want to cross the undergrounds, because that's just awful. No belt waving here. Not if I can help it. Okay, so you're gonna come this way. I would love to put you right here, actually. So what if I just continued you back to, like, right there? That's a little nicer, isn't it? Please say yes. Okay, fill that in. Supply depot. And in you go. I think a blue inserter is probably ambitious there. And now I guess it's finally time that I do have to go and figure out why I have no substations. But I'm gonna wait for this to get placed first. Please? Thank you. Allow logistics. Okay. How do I store the others? Like, what's my stack to? Well, you just output into a chest. I just limit you to 30. Well, same thing works down here. Not like that changes at all. Let's limit you to 30. Then I'll do the same over here. And I guess I don't necessarily need this. I can also just put you in a red chest. So, left one, and to the right two. Yep, that'll do. All you need is grass, which for some reason is trying to go into a boxer. It does not need to go to a boxer. Go ahead and pick that up, bring you down, and bring you in. One item a second. I think a purple is perfectly happy to do that. And yeah, we should be cool. Okay. That will produce you. All you need is grass and power. So yeah, as you can see, we already have enough to make one of them. This one would work just fine. It has all the same inputs. I'll even copy and paste that blue chest just to make sure. You have the barrels and the eggs, and you output. So all I need to do is go track down why I have absolutely no substations. Battery 1. Okay. First entomology. Let's go. Missing carbon fiber. Okay, I remember working on that a while ago. So, carbon fiber. Nope, that's where you're used. Here's where you're produced. Oh, you also need power. Well, you're marked for upgrade, never mind. Okay, so these guys are running. I guess for now, I'll give them modules, because I just need more of this stuff. And I'm not producing enough cellulose. I do have 6 trucks of cellulose coming in, so that is a pleasant change. But yeah, I need a lot of carbon fiber, it's like. Okay, so for this delivery, at least we are getting 12% productivity on ya. Best I can really do right now. Yeah, we are immediately getting pickups over here. And unfortunately, while there's still 2 trucks on the way, that number is not increasing. So we have, once again, stopped producing cellulose, for whatever reason. Let me find fish. Okay. I mean, we are making a fair amount of effluent from there. I really hope my math is right. So 3 worms to 6 fish. So let me put it this way. 3 to 6. So each worm is producing 50 effluent. That's without any of the productivity along the line taken into account. So each worm is 50 effluent to be produced. Each worm needs... Okay, so 32 divided by 8 is 4, right? Yes, so you would be 40. So 40 effluent to produce, and you're making 50. Okay, so that is a positive feedback circle. Okay, that's all I wanted. So we are making a positive feedback loop. Just need to make sure we keep grinding the fish up. Yeah, there's definitely no effluent up here. Yeah, okay, so you are doing your best, but this area is just consuming a lot of effluent. Okay, on the other hand, we do have this area down here that's finally producing some appetite for me. I don't believe the lithium brine actually goes anywhere. That's going to be interesting soon. I also don't know of anything that I actually do with the oil. Let me go ahead and get a fluid depot down here. Maybe even 2, because you have a long voyage ahead of you. So let's do that. And what all can I do with lithium brine? Oh, you can just be vented, like in a worst case scenario. Okay, let's go set up a requester. I think I already did a long time ago. Let me go see if I did. Yes I did. Okay, so these guys are all raring to go. Unfortunately, we are full of lithium brine. Maybe I want to drop this top up a little bit. Leave a little more headroom for the deliveries from now on. Yeah, we are full of lithium at this point. That's pretty surprising. I didn't think that was ever going to happen. Okay, well, I guess that just means if I wind up filling up on lithium over here, I just have to void it. Which feels really wrong, but that's where we are. Yeah, underground, there to there. I'll throw a pump in here. Make sure you are overflow. Bring you down. And let's get a outfall. So each one of you is 3.8. There's 50 of you. So that's just over 100. So an outfall 1 actually wouldn't be able to void all of that. So let's get you in here. There we go. And again, only if we overflowed we want to avoid the lithium brine, otherwise I do want to make use of it. Like, it's being made, it is useful. Actually, funny enough, let me double check that for just a second. Produce lithium brine. That is what makes the salt boxes. So if I stop producing lithium brine, that's like my main source of salt up here. So hopefully these heat exchangers will be able to keep up with the demand for salt, now that the demand for salt is stupid high. Because bringing lithium brine in here actually means I don't turn any of these on anymore. So funny as it sounds, yeah, that's kind of interesting. Hold on. Let me think about something. I can logistics connect a pump. I honestly did not expect to be able to do that for some reason. So here's what I'm thinking. I underground through here. That does nothing for me because I can't actually access the lithium pipes. Okay, so break you. We gotta get a little more creative in here. To bring this down, replace you with a pipe, and let's get some small pumps in here. So, you can be the top up, and then you're going to be logistics connected. So, salt box is less than, like, 1k. And then you're going to be top up to, like, 40% or something. So if we fall below 40%, I do want these to kick on, and if we don't have any salt, I want them to kick on. Yeah, that seems reasonable to me. And then I actually want the inverse of this guy down here. So only if we're greater than or equal to 1,000 boxes of salt do I want this to be able to output. That way. See, I do also want input priority from storage over here. That way this never backs up or anything. Also, like, how much salt does it say that I have in storage? Like, if I come down here, it's not gonna let me see. Like, not until this actually gets placed. Yeah, not until this actually gets placed. So that's not going to be too terribly long, okay. So you say 1,000. You say 1,050. I don't know how accurate that is. I was wondering if there's any salt somewhere not in storage here. I guess the easiest way to do that is to just request it, but then I'm worried it's just going to take it out of itself and put it into itself. Yeah, it looks like it's taking out of this chest. It's just being a little goofy. Whatever, it's fine. Well, let's see. So you're gonna hit 2k before too terribly long. So maybe these pumps over here. 2k doesn't seem like an absurd amount. What if I do like 3k? And then you're only enabled if we're more than 2.5k. So that way they're not exactly in step with each other. And they can both run at different points. Yeah, we are full on lithium brine up here though, so these guys are barely running. But we do need the salt. At the same time, if I make salt from the boilers, then it's free. Salt from these guys takes power. Actually, nearly a megawatt apiece. Over a megawatt apiece, actually, because it's 990 plus 50. So each of these is a megawatt. In that case, kind of thinking... Like, I would love to be able to actually use the salt from the heat exchangers if I don't need this up here. Yeah, like, you're actually voiding, believe it or not, because this belt is too slow. Might as well go ahead and upgrade the inserters, I guess. Okay, so if I made you a green, that would work. And I just have to move that one power pole right there. And then this would go this way. You would have to continue down one more. We would put a splitter here. Upgrade the splitter. Then we don't have to do that. There we go. And then output priority to the right. That sends it down this way first. And then we only back up into here. Like, conditionally. To actually explain what I mean, we have these inputs coming, they prioritize this output, so only if this output backs up do we then start sending down this way, which prevents the brine boiling from happening. And yeah, that's probably all I want to mess with you, because I'll wind up breaking, like, byproduct recycling or something. Okay, new research. It's been a minute. Speaking of been a minute, let me go and check on carbon fiber. Okay, looking good. How about my landing pad? So I have iron, sandstone, that is the correct one. So, which one is nickel? Are you nickel? Yes, you are. So let's go ahead and request a nickel into you, and it should come and take this out of here and put you into here. Then same thing, there's a calcite in here. So this one is the calcite box. Even though there is 2 sandstone in here. So once again, let's put the sandstone in there. And request the calcite. Okay. And then you are nickel. Yes, you are. Okay, so they are all sorted now. The only one I don't have any is uranium, which is not super shocking. Yeah. 0.1... Okay, 10%. It's the same as calcite and copper. I've just gotten truly unlucky, I guess. I mean, okay. Fair enough. A long time ago, I did research copper processing. Copper is completely full down here. Oh yeah, we have several trains full down this way. Somehow, you are saying you are out of logistics, and you are. If I just upgrade you. Yeah, that'll do it. Okay. Let's just make sure all the other mines aren't completely starved. Because it looks like most of my trains are stuck doing nonsense. Yeah, okay. My trains are stuck doing nonsense. Why are you full of copper boxes? Okay. So it's not allowing you to drop off. Sure, I guess. Oh, did I ever change you in here? You're at 3. That is what everyone else is at. Well, I don't know then. You only stacked at 20, by the by. So this number is inaccurate. So let's see. You have 100. So I want to divide by 2,000. Is that right? Hold on, why does that feel so wrong? So you divide by 600 because we have 60,000. Okay, I was missing a 0. Yeah, because then, right, I want the output when full to be 100. Right. Okay, so with 100 slots, there's 12 chests. So 12 times 20, right. Okay, that makes sense. I understand, so you want to divide by 240. Yes, so that is a perfect 100 right there. I do kind of wish there was a way I could tell you to just go chill. Like, just dump the random ore. But that's not really feasible. What I can do is just make more trains. So let's just get another train or two. Let's see. Yep, there's 2 in here, so I'll be able to make 1 train. And away you go. So please go get me iron. Yes, I noticed I did need iron. Iron would be cool. That said, let's see what I can do with copper. So of course I crush copper. Then crushed copper is made into copper solution with solvent and sulfuric acid. Then copper solution is made into copper ingots. In an electrolyzer, curious. Then I can make copper sheets. I can make copper wire. So, copper sheets, what are you used in? You're used in the probe, a turret, battery 3, superconductive tape box, processor 3 along with copper wire, solar panel 3, a new recipe for battery 1. Have to see if that's actually any better. New recipe for heat pipe, same deal. Okay, what are you used in? You're used in rod 3, charge box, that's it. And antimatter trap gets the unboxed version, and solar panels also get the unboxed version. Okay. So let's back up to copper wire now, because I have a suspicion that one might be the more commonly used product. So you're in Relay 4. You can be made into insulated wire. Okay, that'll take some of the heat off aluminum. That would be nice. Again, processors. A new recipe for logic circuits, which does look better. Like, just looking at it, you do look better. Paste module 4, which takes electrical engineering research. Boxes of electrical engineering research. And robot frame 4. Okay, how about the unboxed one? Any difference? Telekinesis field, and other than that, no. Okay. Okay. Interesting. What an interesting new material. Okay. So, where has processing started for most of these things? Okay, usually the hard line was like this line right here. Titanium kind of wiggled a little bit ahead of that. Oh well. But I do definitely want processing to be done before this line. Let's go ahead and begin expanding out that direction. Yeah, just somewhere in there is fine. Okay. Let's see. First thing I'm gonna need is a crusher. And I'm kind of wondering if I want to do processing in here or in here. And this seems like a big stretch of area that will otherwise never get used by anything. So I'm kind of thinking that might be the better place. So there we go. And then maybe expand just a little more this way. If nothing else, it gives me a few more wind turbines. Which, who's gonna turn up their nose at a few extra wind turbines? And you don't line up. Why not? Okay, let me do this. Make sure you line up, yes, okay. Just continue bringing this down, this down, this down. More wind power. Win-win, you know? Place you here. Place you here. You here. You here. So where was the problem? Okay, starting here, you don't line up. I don't even want to think about it. It's fine. It's fine. Yep, not an issue. We'll just continue that down that way. Fill in the little gap right there. And let's get copper out of here. So I do want to bring it at least past that area. So at least that far out before I do anything with it. So the only thing I'm going to do with it is crush it. So let's just go ahead and get some crushers. And let's go ahead and say, like all the other ones, I'll use a similar design. So part of you goes down and part of you continues over. So crusher there, crusher there. 1, 2, 3. Next line of crushers. And then there's your input. And what are you? Boron sink, landfill. What? Sure. So if I needed to get rid of mineral dust for some reason, carbon sink I can kind of see the use of. And then those just seem ridiculous. I have no idea why you would ever do those. Those would be so strange. Okay, anyway. Crushed copper. Let's go ahead and get productivity into you. Let's go for like 12 machines and just see if that's at all reasonable. So there's 4. Or, you know, 8 total, but I guess I'll go for 16. So once the modules come in, we'll see how that is, but I can't imagine that being in excess of what a purple can handle. So let's just go ahead and get some purples in place. There we go. Continue you this way, and you this way. And of course, we will want substations. Do I need you? Yes, I do. If I put a substation there, I actually don't need any of these horrible power poles down through here. All of those power poles can go away. And of course, I'm missing substations. Oh well, who cares? We'll get there eventually. So you're going to give me boxes of stone. A box of stone I can turn into a box of gravel. Box of gravel I can turn to boxes of mineral dust and boxes of sand. I'm trying to figure out at what point I wind up unboxing and merging with the rest of the regular system. But I am already up to green belts. You know? I don't know how much more this system could possibly take. And I might just handle my stone myself. Yeah, any sand that I get, I'll try and send up. I'll maybe just make a requester here for sand. So I'm gonna do that though. Gotta make sure to put you as channel 1 as a primary source of sand. And then down here, get a requester. And once that's placed, I'll set all the appropriate details. Oh yeah, I do send sand up somewhere, don't I? I'm bringing sand down. There's sand going up. This belt right here. Okay. That even gives me a target to aim for. Kind of. That's actually quite convenient. So, primary input will be left, because I certainly want to take from this first. And we'll just output like so. Might even restrict you to being a red belt, just for throughput reasons. Like, I don't know, I don't want to clog things unnecessarily. Anyway, let's go sand. I guess I will be bringing in boxes of sand. That'll further help not get anything confused. I will go ahead and make you channel 2. And I'll just upgrade that power pole, and then you will also reach down here. Okay. Now let's see. So, boxes of stone I need to filter off. So, boxes of stone up this way, past the Roboport. Then I'll have another array of crushers up this way. In fact, I'll just copy this and flip you and flip you. Actually, kind of want the crushers to line up to the belts. Don't line up the best. Oh well, I can still do that. And then copy this. Okay, I do have to just move the blue belt. I guess that's fine. Move you forward one. Break all that. And move this in. Okay. Okay, so recipe change. That looks like the one to me. And then we're gonna crush gravel into mineral dust and sand. Let's make sure I'm not being overly dramatic here. So 0.06 per machine. With, even if I had 20 machines, actually, let's just double it. Let's say I had like 0.2 stone and 20 machines to account for maybe increasing this with like speed beacons or something. Then that's still only 2 stone boxes a second, which a single crusher will be able to handle pretty much. Well, okay, once the module's going. Once the module's going, okay, that's a little more understandable. Do I want productivity in this? Maybe that's silly. Maybe that's silly. Maybe I don't want productivity in this. Maybe like a single module or something. Because you are going to give me sand, and sand is valuable. But otherwise, I don't really care. Maybe a sip of water is in order. We have just crossed the 16-hour mark, by the way. Oh, nope, we're nearing the 17-hour mark. My bad. So let's see. Purple should be able to handle an item and a half. So, yeah. Even keeping 4 is like borderline silly. So that is more than enough here. Let's also start land filling in. Like, let's make this brush a little bigger. And just start filling in some space in here. Yeah, like that's fine. Okay, so all of this gravel then needs to be churned into this stuff. But then if sand backs up, I need a way to turn you into just mineral dust. So first things first, do it. Bring you down. That belt can go away. I can't see anything that I'm doing, but I can assume that is correct. Bring you up. Bring away. And bring you that away. Then I'll try to do the same thing right here, but with a different recipe. So let me find the one that breaks stone into sand, or gravel into sand. So you output about, even if I increase your speed or something, let's say each one's 2 a second, right? That's going to be a max of 8 per second. I guess I can also go by ratio. So you take in 8 every 30 seconds. You do 1 every 2.5 seconds. Okay, so I am going to need more of these than I am of these. I'll wait until I have the modules in place to see exactly how many. Which does seem like it's going to take a minute. Oh yeah, this doesn't need to continue that way. Like, I'll probably be continuing it that way, don't get me wrong, I just need to wait. Okay, so 0.8, you produce... Okay, so you are 50% as fast. So let's, accounting for any, you know, potential speed-ups or whatever, let me just double this. Okay, and if somehow sand winds up backing up, let's go ahead and split sand off here. The other way. Okay, so if somehow sand winds up backing up, just shoot you off that way somewhere, I'll deal with you in a minute. Then I do want the ability to deal with just mineral dust. So change this recipe out to gravel and mineral dust. And at that point, I definitely do not want productivity, because then mineral dust is mostly just a byproduct that I wind up having to void. But let's see, you should be able to handle all of these guys. So it will require me to wait until you get placed, but at least I won't have to wait for modules. So 1.6 compared to 1.3. So yeah, you are better than 1-to-1, so you are A-okay. That continues, but these do not. There we go. Okay, there we go. That was a fun little impromptu break. Not have done it better if you tried. Yeah, I would agree with that. that was pretty good timing. Okay, let's see where the most recent autosave left me off. Well, it's not that far back, I guess. It could have been nicer, but it could have been a lot worse too. So let's move you that way. Throw a splitter in here. Let's also get some landfill in here. Let me increase the brush size. Just go ahead and get this area kind of filled in a little better. Including all that. It's just nicer to work with. There we go. Okay. So I do remember I wanted at least like 50% more, so I just went ahead and doubled that one. This was for crushing. Crushing gravel and do you. Yes, okay. Move that forward one pile. Oh, nope, those can just go away. Never mind, hold on. That can just go away. Then, you can come down and in, and you can go up and out. There we go, okay. Okay, well, if you've just gotten back, I was working on copper before the power company decided I needed a little impromptu break. So, copper is a new resource I just got earlier tonight. I say earlier, probably like 8 hours ago, but I haven't bothered messing with it yet. Let's get that in. And then I will filter out the sand. I'm kind of going through this fast because I already did this. So I've already made all these decisions and thought through all these things to think through. And then I happen to remember that you are better than 1-to-1 when it comes to breaking you into just mineral dust. That is in terms of machine speed, and I definitely do not want productivity modules and something I'm likely going to have to spend resource just to void. So get rid of those extra belts. You come out this way and go up. Oh yeah, you're gonna want power, I guess, so mark you for substations. And you would slide right along these belts if I wanted you to. I don't, but you would do it. Instead, let's bring you up next to the sand. And I would love if I could actually get trucks down here, even though this is way far from the base. Maybe that would be a little silly. Like, this is really far from the base. Let's run a road under these Arthropods here. Maybe a touch too far. I didn't want to get rid of Arthropod. Just that. Okay, and the other road is up here. So you can just come down there. Okay. And if I'm going to do that, I might as well continue the road over to here. And then, yeah, you've got, like, quick connections up that way and everything. It's cool. If I really wanted, I could connect right here, though. I don't, but I could. It's not important. So, belts. I'm gonna run up this way. And where were those roads that I just laid? Up here. So you do still have to go pretty far. I think that's fine. Yeah, I need room to be able to avoid the mineral dust if it backs up anyway. So a little extra room is probably preferable. Oh, I guess I should do you at the same level here. That would just be the smart thing to do. Okay, so the road is right there. So once I get up here, I'm going to have a supply depot. One right here, and one right here. So let's do that. A little ugly, but you know, a little ugly never hurt anyone. I could, of course, just move these file over, and then at least one of them wouldn't have to make a weird bendy belt. There we go. Go ahead and fill this in, as much as is kind of reasonable. up to there, and then just all the in-between. Okay. So I am going to unbox you before I put you in here because nothing is requesting boxed stuff, I don't think. I might have set this to be boxed. Let me see. I did, and then I outputted it directly onto the belt as if it were not. I will go ahead and request the box stuff, that just means I have to move this. So let's see, you go here, which I guess means you can actually stay. It's just those two, so you go up and up, but make sure you output to the bottom, and then you output to the top. And that'll give me some sand. Okay. And I might as well go ahead and upgrade this the whole way up, just to accommodate a little extra sand flow. Not that I think I'm gonna have this much, I would just like the ability to have this much, if that makes sense. And that's probably plenty. If it continues backing up, then I'll do something about it. Okay. I guess I should make sure you work, which is a good thing I checked because you don't. Yeah, I'll put you like right there, and then all of you have power. Okay, so that gives me a nice place for sand, but what about mineral dust? Okay, I do provide mineral dust here. Just trying to think what I want to do with the mineral dust. I guess nothing really seems to be demanding mineral dust too much. Mineral dust isn't exactly a massively useful product. The best I can do is spend valuable acid to turn you into sludge. Yeah, so nothing really wants mineral dust, at least certainly not in the quantities that I'm going to be producing it. So I will go ahead and provide you. I will unbox you. I will at least do that, because certainly nothing wants boxed mineral dust. Like if I look for it, like, I can void you as a box. I can make landfill as a box. That does make brown landfill, actually. Yeah, what if I just ship in tan and red and make brown? Doesn't seem like a ridiculous idea, and it allows me to avoid turning you into sludge, at least. I do have this, don't I? Yes, I do. Okay. Do I make red landfill? I actually have no idea. I don't think I do. Yeah, crushed iron, red concrete makes tin landfill. That's not a very good recipe, I've got to be honest. And then it takes 2 to void 15 mineral dust. Yeah. Hold on, 2 boxes. 2 boxes to void 15 boxes of mineral dust. But yeah, it's almost 1-to-1 with boxes of crushed iron ore, though, so that just doesn't seem worth it. Currently 88. Weather, you mean? Yeah, it's kind of cooking down here too, and not in a good way. Just queue some random stuff. It is getting to the point where I'm mostly locked behind checkpoints again. Haven't had that in a while, but might as well give the lads something to do. Alright, what's my alternative for brown landfill? Because I do need you. for the terraforming drone. Crushed bauxite. I've been making you from sludge. Yeah, like that just takes gravel and sand. That's all that takes. And sludge, which I make from like 100 different processes. It just makes more sense. I'm not even gonna output the mineral dust. I'm just going to output sludge. So this belt can just go away. I'll find somewhere in here to mess with you. I keep getting lost. There we go. Okay, let's go ahead and get you in place though. So that's gonna give me sand. And I guess you can have logistic spots, why not? It'll be on 2 since this is a byproduct. Okay. There's a lot of empty room right here. I'll do my mineral dust removing up in here. So you can just shoot straight this way. In you go. And let's just copy and paste what I already have up here. So hydrochloric acid or sulfuric acid, which one do I have more of? So hydrochloric mostly comes from over here. We have 100 over there. Sulfuric we also have 100 of. Well, that does make it a little harder to tell. I guess I'll just plan to use hydrochloric, and if I start running low on hydrochloric, I'll also make one that takes sulfuric. There's no need to commit 100%. Let's take something like that, and I'll just refine you once I get down here. So I do have trucks up here. So I can bring fluids down into this area. Horizontal flip, so that the belts are going the correct direction. And yeah, I'll just put you like right here, I guess. Let's get rid of these power poles, and instead I'll use substations throughout. There we go. Let's go ahead and grab those substations so they can be on the way. There we go. Let's see. Guess I only want you to come up to right before the roboport. So right there. And then send you in. Split right there. Then you in. And on you go. Okay. So the acid is connected across the bottom. Let's go ahead and get all these pipes upgraded. Sludge, I'll deal with in a second. How much carbon dioxide? A fair amount. Do I have the tech yet where I can just electrolyze carbon dioxide? Okay, that shows as just not a thing. Maybe it's only compressed carbon dioxide. Yes, compressed carbon dioxide can be electrolyzed into carbon monoxide and oxygen. But do I have you yet? Yes, I do. Okay. Okay. I guess I'll set up a little small-scale setup of that in here, just to test it out, see what it's like. And then I'll probably make a larger scale up in the main area where I void my fluids. Go ahead and get all this filled in. Just, yeah. I hate all the little water gaps. I mean, I'm literally building in an ocean at this point, but, you know, I'm gonna do my best. So let's change your recipe so that you take the boxes. So hydrochloric. That is the same recipe, it looks like. Are you any different? You are not any different. Sludge 1 boxed. Yes? Yes. Okay. There we go. Okay. You have your belts, your inserters, everything's all cool. You do need the acid connection, and you need a sludge connection. So let's get the acid pipe up to here. Oh yeah, you're gonna need power. Of course, why not? Right on the edge. Okay. So, nope, I want a requester. So, request, you're gonna be hydrochloric acid. And then I am gonna send the sludge out in case something wants it. Right here. So you come out this way, and where are you? Right there. So connect in right there, and connect the corners. So that should give me acid and a sludge output. Let's make sure you have the maximum number of trucks. Okay, anything else? The carbon dioxide, that's right. So I think the way I'll handle that is I'll pull you up this way. And then have a pipe going this way. And I do need to compress you. What if I go ahead and bring that pipe down one? Just allows it to fit a little snugger. And then I do need a compressor. So let's grab compressor. Two's probably overkill, but I'll see how much I'm making. So each of you make 20. So with 10 machines, that's 200. I'm gonna say I probably only need one. That's probably a pretty safe bet. And once they actually place it, then I'll know. Sometime this century, hopefully. Okay, so compress carbon dioxide. You can do 640 a second. So yeah, we definitely only need one. And then the compressed stuff can come out this way. I'll leave a little grace room, just in case. And then I'll start a row of electrolyzers down this way. What if I did like that as my spacer? And then you down this way. Okay, we are, of course, an eternity away from the base. So building anything and everything is a pretty painful process down here. I guess I can go ahead and get the recipe set in. So compressed carbon dioxide makes carbon monoxide. And compressed oxygen. The compressed monoxide let's see. I can combine with hydrogen, I guess. You know, in theory, I can just throw you into a tank. Maybe something will request you. I could also bring in methanol and make solvent. Just, you know, throwing that out there. Don't think I'm going to, but I could. Probably what I will do is bring in compressed hydrogen if possible, and produce a little bit of graphite and a little bit of water. And that way I've voided my carbon dioxide without having to vent it. We'll probably make you all surges, so that this process only runs if I have spare electricity, and on the event that power is failing or something, we'll have a emergency overflow up this way that does just vent you. Again, you only make like 200 or something. Literally a single chimney up here should be enough. So once again, we're going to bring in compressed hydrogen, and that's going to make graphite and water. I'll just continue this way. So, compressed hydrogen. I probably don't provide this anywhere, so I'll have to go set that up elsewhere, but I really don't feel like setting up a whole compressed hydrogen area in here. I could, I just don't feel like it. I keep forgetting to actually look at what makes you. You're made in a chemical plant. So let's grab a chem plant. And then starting at about this level, flip you around. We'll just do like 3, 4 of them. Let's go 4 of them. Yep, that'll do. So you connect this way, and down, and in. Let's make oxygen the 2 tall. And then you get to be the 1 tall. Connect in, connect over, and up this way. And the oxygen, 240 a second a piece, so that's going to be a little shy of 750. What do you do? 500. So 2 of you will do just fine. The water, I'm just going to collect into here. You make like 16 a second. Yeah, that's hardly anything. You're just going to go into an outfall. I will go ahead and do a tier 2 just in case I decide to extend this. I really doubt that's going to be an issue. And then graphite for a second is actually quite a lot of graphite. I doubt I'm actually going to be producing that much, but, you know. I did not look at ratios at all when building this, at least up to after this point. So maybe I should do that. So 200. That's going to make like a fifth of what that shows. So yeah, you're going to make like 50 or so. You need 400. So yeah. I don't think I'm going to need this many. I think that will do. Yeah, even if I needed a more of these, and I'm good to like quintuple this, even if I needed more of these, you would still fit into here. That's kind of crazy. Okay. So then 320. Compressed carbon monoxide. Actually, you're gonna make a lot. No, never mind. Because you're only outputting like 50, which means you're gonna output about an eighth of what you actually show, which is about 40. So I'm still gonna be able to run about 2 of these, but still, this many is overkill. All the same, not deconstructing them. And now another provider over this way. Left and left, and right and right. There we go. Oh yeah, we're gonna need power. And now that this is placed, let me go ahead and increase you to like a 90 or something. And maybe I'll even box you, since we have to travel so far away. So you output to the right, you output to the right. Get a boxer involved, and a boxer involved. There you are, there you are. So output up 1, offset inside. Output up 1, offset outside. And then I still need to bring you up this way. I think a single blue will be plenty. Yeah, that's plenty. Oh, I also just noticed I did get compressed hydrogen from somewhere. I guess I am providing it. Didn't really expect that, to tell you the truth. Okay, so what do I still need? This area is fine. You are doing fine. You should be connected. We just need stone to go up this way. Yeah, that's kind of it. Okay, so I can actually worry about the copper finally. So copper is going to come in here and be turned into copper solution with sludge and solvent. Okay. Funny enough, that means I am going to need to bring in sulfuric acid up here anyway. Can I bring it further down, though? I don't see why not. So just somewhere around in here, probably. And I might as well make a crosswise connection as well. So let's just grab you. And walk you this direction a little bit. Oh yeah, you are a little bit offset from each other, aren't you? And I don't know why. And I'm certainly not going to go back and fix it. Yeah, like... Okay, anyway, that's all getting placed. That's all beside the point. So, let's get a road in here on the bottom of this riverport. And I wanted to just send you this way. Just keep it on going until we hit this road here, so we can at least have some cross connection there. And build range. Looks absolutely perfect. Okay, wonderful. So that'll all come down, get built. Let's bring my imports in right here. Might as well continue you down just in case. Let's see. Yeah, so most things have only just begun their processing up until this line. So I have a pretty good ways to go until I would ever be worried about not building where I should really be building. Grab you. And walk you this way. Yeah, you're gonna be off. Oh, I hate it. Well, you're on grid. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, oh well. I'm gonna lose sleep over it. You just know I will. Anyway, Copper. I can't really do much with you on this side, so let's go ahead and jump to this side of the road. And then we're gonna have request depots, probably along this wall here. That's gonna bring in solvent and sulfuric acid. At least you will once you get placed. I believe I need a flotation, so let's go ahead and start planning that out. So probably somewhere around in here. I want to start. And yes, that makes copper solution. Very good. It looks like I need to space you out a little more, though. There we go. And then horizontal, horizontal. Okay. So your outputs are over here, your inputs are on the bottom and in the middle. Okay. I'm cool with that. Go ahead and get you guys connected. And then all the solvents, well, you can connect this way. And then underground this way. And then I need to do the same in the middle, basically. Where you come up to here, and then you come up too. However, let me think about that. Yeah, so you do need to go up too. I was thinking, could I, like, somehow make you on one level, but no, it doesn't really work, because we already have this level reserved for the copper. So I can't also underground at this level with the sludge. Just doesn't work. And down you go. Okay, so that's at least all of my, you know, type inputs and outputs connected. My poor bots, they're so overworked. I apologize, little bots. I really do, but there's just no way I can work in this mess. Please make it better for me. Okay. In all honesty, this is a little too far forward. Should really probably be about here. Okay, so then sulfuric acid can connect there. And solvents can connect there. So you can underground and connect. You have to come out this way and connect. It does still work though. Okay, so bring the belts down this way. And so next to solvents is where the inserters will go. You need to drop 2 tiles away. Okay. And you don't have an item output. So this is all you need. So if I go ahead and do that. Yeah, let's go ahead and grab you. Just extend you another, like, 2 tiles. Chances are this is broken, and indeed it is. Because you weren't necessarily hardened, battle-tested for tiling. So I did wind up breaking you, but only a little. Like this right here. You can connect in, and you can connect in. Everything else seems okay. Nope. Missing you, which means you're also missing over here. Did I miss any on the top? Top actually looks good, believe it or not. We are gonna need power. And of course, I chose this location to stop bringing the power poles down. Let's go ahead and get substations in here as well, so that we can actually run stuff. So let's see, let's try and equate this to inputs here. So 0.18 per second. You take in 0.06 per second. So one of these is 3 of these. That's quite slow. I think I will go ahead and add a beacon. Do you reach? Yeah, you cover this guy, so you're fine. Oh, you don't have trucks requested in you somehow. So let's make sure I go ahead and do that. Did I make that mistake up here somewhere? Nope, you've got 8, you've got 8. Okay, oh cool. Go ahead and, once again, paint in a little bit of landfill. Just because I really don't like it. There we go. Okay, so we do already have copper solution coming in. I do have to get the sludge out of here. I also have a line of sludge conveniently placed right up that way. Which, you know, it's just like it was planned. Certainly wasn't, but it's just like it. And connect in right there. Okay, I also have a corner over this way. And that's going to give me some sludge output. I might, believe it or not, want a second depot of sludge. Just so I can have more things on their way to come and pick up sludge. Because we're really far from the main base. And I don't feel like implementing sludge disposal here, so I am planning on just shipping all of it away. So 0.14, 0.18, so that's pretty close to 1-to-1. So how many do I have over here? 16. Over here I have 12. Okay, well let's just go for a nice 20, I guess. So shove you in there. Make sure you underground properly, you connect, and connect the belts. And then of course we will need power, and another beacon. So unfortunately I can't actually tell where that beacon is meant to go. There we are. Place you there, and nope, place you there. Okay, so that's going to give me enough flotation cells to eat all of the boxes of crushed copper ore that I'm producing. What do I actually do with the copper solution? So you get turned into copper ingots in an electrolyzer. An electrolyzer, okay. Well, that's a weird one. Well, let's see what I can do. I wonder how many of these I'm gonna need. So, electrolyzer. Let's try and be above this line up here. Yes, yes, okay. And copper. So, inputs together. Well, I guess you only have one input, and you only have one fluid output. So I can just connect them all together, and you just produce an item. I mean, that's easy enough. And you don't take modules or anything, so 80, what you see is what you get. Which means I probably need like one of these. Let's see. So I have 20 machines. So that's gonna produce 140-ish. So yeah, literally 2 is more than I need. There we go. Like, I'll still space them out, just in case I do need to expand this at some point. But, like, yeah, it doesn't take very much. Again, just painting in some of these gaps here. Okay, so that's going to give me copper ingots, and from copper ingots, I make copper sheets and copper wire. So 4.8 boxes of ingots per second. I'm assuming these are made in foundries. Yes, they are. So what's to stop me from just doing this? Also, wastewater. I guess I'll run you out this way somewhere. First copper ingot, let's go. Okay. So I'm gonna put you here. I am technically going to allow the system access to this wastewater because I know sometimes things want wastewater. There we go. I'll even put one over here, just so it matches. But I'm willing to bet pretty much nothing will come and take from this. So let's have a small pump. Right there, overflow. And outfall. Yeah, you produce 80 a second of wastewater, so we'll be fine with an outfall 2. We would have been fine with an outfall 1, honestly, but I guess if I am lucky enough to continue expanding these, then I will do so. Okay, so you make copper sheet, and you make copper wire. So 0.08, 0.08. Okay, so I can supply many of these machines from one electrolyzer, in particular 3. Okay, I'm fine with that. So 3 machines each. Let me think how I want to tier this. So foundry. That's the closest I could put you. Something like that. And then could I get another foundry? Not really back there. So instead, what if I moved you this way? Works nicer. How would I get you to work, though? I'm not really sure. Okay, I did build you too close. So you have to move up. Which means you have to move up. Okay. I can also move you. So let's go ahead and move you, I guess. That way, this one can come up here. This pipe is right in the way. What are you? Sludge. Sludge can move. Sludge does not have to be right here. Sludge can come over this way. There we go. That gets you much, that's much better, far out of the way. Oh, cool. You can no longer output, which is awesome, but now, I guess, I can bring you down. And you can go here, and you can have an output there. And you can just barely have an output here. So you're going to be copper sheet. You output 0.08 a second. So I think a purple is going to be just fine. We do have to get sulfuric acid in here. I guess that's fine. We'll figure that out when we get there in a second. You also need a fluid of some sort. You need lubricant. Okay, so that will need to be specially shipped in. Okay, so output, output, input, input. Oh yeah, you will also need input. Okay, so now supply right here. There we go. And in you go. Let's just get all this filled in here. Okay. I do still need to get sulfuric acid in here. Let's not forget. So you start heading up this way. And there's no good way to get you in there. Not at all. Okay. Best I can do is a weird pipe like that. Alright, now let's get a requester in here for lubricant. There you are. And you can just underground straight into there. Don't think anything else is going to need lubricant in this area. I would be quite surprised if it did. Oh yeah, you're going to want modules. Also, modules are great. So, maybe orange modules. Maybe orange modules and one yellow, something like that. Let's go like that. Okay, let's see. That's all you need. You just need lubricant. Okay. So the wire I specifically have going this way, and the sheets specifically this way, because the sheets are done. I'm not immediately going to start doing anything with the sheets. Like if I make superconductive tape or something, that's gonna need to be its own area where I mess with stuff. That seems weird. You, on the other hand, while you do have some uses and certain things, I'm probably mostly going to be using you as insulated wire, which means I'm going to ship in a little bit of rubber, even though you are used in other things. I'm going to ship in a little bit of rubber and just make insulated wire on site. And I'm going to leave enough room to at least quadruple this. I think that's really ambitious, but that's just how much room I want to leave. So, in theory, someday, somehow, copper might wind up taking this much room. So then I want to leave a little room after that machine. Let's go ahead and run that way. I'm going to leave a little room after that machine to start making the wire, which is made in a standard assembler. Could use a large assembler. I don't really see a reason not to use large assembler. So let's start from here. You're going to make insulated wire. What? Why not? I, of course, need a research that I don't have. Obviously. Well, I guess I'll just make you parameters. And then cut and paste you. So, insulated wire with copper wire. So yeah, you'll need rubber. Go ahead and make a couple of you, just in case. So you will need rubber. I'll just have rubber come down this way. And then your output can be up here. You do need boxed rubber. No idea if I can actually just request boxed rubber or not. I guess there's only one way to find out. There you go. And underground into there. Okay. So left, left, and make sure you're that way. Yes. Okay. Just making sure we fill both sides. C block is going well. Well, I love to hear it. Where are you up to? Just out of curiosity. Make sure you get some robots in you. And you are going to want inserters. So 0.1 insertion, 0.2 insertion, and 0.72 out. Okay. At that rate, maybe I will just let you be the output. So that's rubber, even though you're kind of reversed from the copper, because the one you're going to consume the most of should be closer to the machine. I think at 0.2 a second, I will leave. Okay, so do that, copy you down, and copy you down. And then make sure you're offset. And there we go. About to set up the 1.6 gigawatt power plant. What are you using for power supply? Like, are you far enough in that you can do reactors? Or do you have some other power plans? Let's see, these can go, that can go. And then you can just come around this way. And supplier. Yeah, right there. This is gonna make boxed insulated wire. Which I guess I'm okay with, but if I really do go to swap over to that, then I'll have to probably do some stuff. I don't know. Ah, you got the beans. Going for the bean power. Farming was something I put off until the very, very end of Bobs and Angels, because I just kept assuming that at some point it was going to become required, and it just kept not being required. Okay, so that's all fine and dandy. I didn't really leave room, I guess, to be able to export just the wire itself. So let me go ahead and get that as well. I think a single blue is probably fine. We make like less than 5 items a second, I think. For some reason, I cannot keep substations in stock. So now that that area is mostly finished, let me see if I can do anything about the substations that I'm missing. Alright, so missing battery 1. I have the immense sense of deja vu that I've done this very recently. Only maybe 12 hours ago or so. Okay, we're missing carbon fiber again. Well, last time it was some other product, I forget. No, maybe it was aluminum sheets, maybe it was always carbon fiber. I don't remember at this point. So carbon fiber. Well, at least the furnaces are running. And we have cellulose on the way in. Apparently, it's just not quite fast enough to keep up with our ravenous demand for carbon fiber. Do I get another recipe for batteries by any chance? Let's see. Nope, I just get to make you in a box. Don't really think that changes too much about the situation. Well, I can just either make more cellulose, or I can sprint towards the research that allows me to make you from graphene. Which is right here. So we're not that far away, but we're also pretty far away. That is a monster of a checkpoint, but something tells me I'm going to hit it and just immediately pass. Let's see. Consume 25 spent breeder cells. Okay, I haven't made a single breeder cell. That's pretty brutal. I guess I'll go do that for a little while. So, a breeder cell, huh? Well, how do I make you in the first place? Okay, so you have to be made in a nanofab. Compressed helium, deuterium, bunch of other stuff, fusion cell, lithium. Okay, let me find my deuterium area. So here's where I make the standard fusion cells. So I'll just drop down a little ways. Maybe even just like here. And just have a couple machines make the breeder cells. Yep, that's the one right there. You only have 2 fluid inputs. Yes, you do. Ah. I do need compressed helium. Fortunately, I believe I can just request it. So let me just put you right there. And then deuterium is this pipe. So let's just run you across the front here. And then you just need all this other random garbage. I think you just each get your own cluster chest. You will output into the same provider. I'll at least allow you to match. So how long do I want you to run? I have no idea how many of these I want long term, but you stack to 20. 20 seems like a decent amount to me. And let's grab a substation. And of course, I'm gonna need 2. Always do. Okay, so deuterium is connected down here. now we're just waiting on the other product. You do that, and actually go ahead and increase your amounts by quite a bit. Just because the bots take so long to get down here, I think the game is underestimating just how much of a buffer I really should keep. Oh yeah, and you need to be compressed helium. Give you some trucks. And that should be everything. Oh yeah, we're still missing batteries. Like, we are slowly but surely making them. We're just not making them very quickly. Robot speed 5. Okay, I was just saying the robots take so long to get everywhere. That'll help a good bit. I always love a good robot speed upgrade. Zoom zoom, little guys. Well, at least we're getting something in here. They say they're bringing ingredients. Okay, so once I do have the breeder cell, the whole point is then to use spent cell in a distillery. You get lithium back, tritium, helium, wastewater. Okay, so I guess I need to do it up here then. I'm just trying to leave a little bit of space here. In case I did ever want to expand this somehow. So let's go ahead and get rid of you. Then I'm going to move you down 3 squares. So let's see. None of those. There you are. So you're going to take the breeder cell and water and spit out all of these things. You operate at 0.6 a second. I might go ahead and make another one, just in case. You are going to spit out more helium, which is actually quite annoying. Yeah, okay, let's just replace you with pipe. And then somewhere in here, I will have a small pump, maybe just coming out of here just directly. Make sure you are a top-up. Perfect timing. That way I don't put too much in these pipes, and then I can take the helium that I make up here and compress it and pump it down back this way. In fact, let's go ahead and just get a compressor in here. Oh, you don't really fit in here. Okay. In that case, what if I did you more over this way? Does this line interfere? Yes, it does. So does this line. How about this line? This line seems solid. Okay. Of course, you're one short. Nothing I can do about it. Okay, in you go. And then just connect you in. You're going to be 3 tall, 2 tall, 1 tall, 2 and 3. Okay, what do you output? Tritium. That's the whole point. Okay. Tritium, tritium. Really hard to tell which one's which. Okay, you're the deuterium pipe. This is the tritium pipe. That one right there. Okay. Then helium. Connects into there. We want to compress the helium. What was the new recipe in here? Compressed carbon monoxide just makes graphite. Weird. Okay. So that's everything except for wastewater, but we could not be in a better place for wastewater. So, bring you in. Perfect reach. Thought I wasn't going to say anything. Immaculate. Okay. We do need water in the back. Well, as it happens, we have saline water. We have fresh water. We have wastewater, but we don't just have water. Of course not. And there's no water anywhere nearby. You know what? I'm just gonna request water. I'm pretty sure I can. Let's see if it just works. And in you go. Okay, and then you just need your requesters. So, you in there. Bump you to like 10. And then the same over there. Okay, and then you're gonna give a lot of items back. Including items like lithium, which I think I use somewhere down here. Yeah, we use lithium and other weird stuff down here. I hope the lithium in the empty canisters gets used, since they're going to be close. I'll just throw them into supply chests for now. But if this winds up backing up, then maybe I'll have to do something else. Okay, so breeder cells completed. So I can manage 0.3 a second, but I'm only producing 0.1 a second. So that is perfectly okay with me. What I might do for the time being, somewhere I have a reactor. I'm trying to remember where. I was doing something goofy earlier. I can't remember. It's been a while. There you are. Okay. I knew you were in here somewhere. So what I might do is these reactors in here, I might set them to prefer breeder cells for the time being. And then if I don't want that anymore, I can just get rid of the whole branch. Or I can even just set some obviously false condition. So let's see. So if you're greater than or equal to 1, and I move you to the top. Okay. That should work if I just start requesting them. I do have to figure out where they are first. Well, let me just do this. Okay. So, allow me to confirm that this side works before I move to this side. Okay. You're only outputting you. What if I move you down? You're still only outputting you. Interesting. I guess that's because you're arranged first? Maybe even first in order of the chest or something? I don't really know. So what if I move you here, change this one to and make you that condition. What? What? Why are you still putting orange? condition for orange isn't even true anymore. What? If any of the input signals meet the condition, it will pass. It is false when there are no inputs. Output the first input signal or the first signal that passed all conditions, expecting signal order in both cases. Or the first signal that passed all conditions. Well, the only signal that passes all conditions is the breeder cell. Like if I do that, nothing passes. If I do that, something passes, but that something is the breeder cell. I would expect that to output the breeder cell. And yet it does not. Okay. Well, I guess for the time being, I will just replace you with that, which is still going to output you. Okay. Interesting. So even if I get rid of the yellow, we'll then just start outputting purple. Like if I just have it completely remove this. So that there's a 0 in the chest. Yes, you are now outputting purple. That is not what I want at all. Okay. Okay, I'm thinking. I'm just not entirely sure how to go about this. Because that's not quite how I thought you worked. So what I'm thinking... selector is not going to help me, even though that sounds like exactly the sort of thing a selector would be good for. But what I'm thinking is arithmetic, in a bizarre way, might be able to help. So let me get 2 arithmetics up here. So I'm going to read into you. Then I'm going to combine your outputs onto the red wire and output to this inserter. And we're going to just see what happens once these get placed. So let me make sure you request 10. That way all of these are the same. And so what I want to do is you're going to output let's say you output, if I want blue priority above yellow and yellow priority above purple, then I want blue minus yellow. Output yellow? No. Output blue. Maybe I should swap these around. Okay. Because then that way, the more blue I have, then the less orange I have. Yes, that seems correct. And then I'll do the same up here, but then just bring them down a tier. So you're going to be orange, purple, and purple. Okay. And then move you back one. Then I want a selector. I don't even think I actually make selectors. Not sure. Oh, I do, because I've used them in the train stops and all. Okay, so disconnect that red wire, connect you into there. Okay, so you're outputting nothing. You're outputting nothing. And then if I connect you there, yeah, I kind of feel like this is the opposite of what I want, actually. Because now you're outputting nothing, which means no bonus, which if anything, I think might prioritize in the opposite direction of what I want. But I guess I could also just do sword ascending. Yeah, okay. Connect you. And then... let's see, you are also connected. Let's connect you. Yes. Okay, so that does seem to be doing what I wanted it to do. But then, for example, if I don't know, if I happen to lose a couple blues, they just go away. You're still outputting blue. But then if I go to 0, so if I lose all blues altogether, now you're at purple, which actually isn't what I want. That's because I didn't do count. Nope, never mind. That's not what I wanted. Sort input signals by counts before applying index. Okay, so the problem is... right. You're still being fed the total number. Even though I would like you to be being fed 0. So what if I just do one more down this way? You get to be the blue cell. And then just plus 0, output blue. That way we can isolate the signal from all of the other signals. There we go, and now you don't need this green wire. And also, let's get the 10 blues back in here. So right now you're outputting orange, which is what I want. That is what I want. Yes, you're only receiving orange as your input. And then as soon as the blue arrives, we should instead get blue through this selector combinator. We just have to wait for it to arrive, because they took it way far away somewhere. There we go. But yes. And then, to simulate using a couple, let's drop you to like 7. So input signal 7 and 3, outputting signal 3. Why would you do that? Okay, now you output the correct one. Let's now bring the blue back. And I mean, this is pretty temporary. I don't know how long this is going to be here. Anyway, it's just there's nothing more permanent than a temporary solution, you know? Okay, while this is wildly overcomplicated, I think it works. So I'm going to... You don't even output anymore, so you can just go away. And then grab you, horizontal flip, and you even fit in here. Just barely, you are a perfect fit. Bring you back in. And bring you in. And then you can go away. Okay, just waiting on these to get placed. And there we go. Okay, beautiful. Works exactly as intended. So, temperature is around 640 now, so as soon as it drops below 600, we will see this kick on. If I wanted to simulate it, I can just change the temperature. I would have to do them at exactly the same time, which is a little annoying. It would be a lot more fun, actually, if I just grabbed a little constant here. And they can race. Who's going to be here first? Is the temperature going to drop? Or are the bots going to build you first? Oh, you actually got here. What do you know? I forgot a thing. There we go. And copy you into there. But you know what? I don't really care. Breeder cells can run. I doubt we're even going to max out our temperature. And as long as we don't max out our temperature, it's not even like anything was lost. And I also just need to get through the checkpoint here, so maybe that's not even a terrible idea. And one more fuel cell. Yeah, we are not going to max out our temperature, so that's fine. I do love the blue glow. Blue glow is very cool. All the glows, very cool. Big fan of glowy reactors, I'm finding. Always a big fan. Okay. Well, there's that. So, then somewhere up in here, deuterium area, you should have drones. Whoops. Pop up like 50% from now on. Okay, and then these are just running away. Yes, they are. So, products finished 2, products finished 2, so that's total 4. And I have no more on the way, so that was only 4. Consume 25 spent breeder cells, so maybe I just kind of want to run that reactor a little bit. If I can ever remember where it is or what it's for. There you are. So maybe just for fun. There you go. Let's... that'll give me another 12. Okay, that'll give me 15. And it really looked like we were about halfway done, so I don't know what it was talking about. Maybe it's calculating this weirdly somehow, but that's probably gonna be enough to get through the checkpoint there. Okay, so those are running. Everything's cool. that should make more tritium, and I mean, that is the highest value I've ever seen tritium at. Just, you know, as it happens, that's a pretty good amount of tritium. Yeah, I mean, that's all running, that's all fine. Oh, cool. No drone alert over here. That is true, my bad. Okay, we do have copper sheets, and quite a few. We have copper wire boxes. All the copper wires seem to be on one half of the belt, and that's because I do not offset you. Also, I make an odd number. Okay, that would be 18 though, which is... Wait. Oh, with the modules you slow down, so I actually do need 4. Okay, that's actually wonderful news. Let's say I grab you. Nope, thought not. Right there, okay. Then you connect in, that's all you need. You connect in, right there, and that's all you need. Okay. And then your output just gets picked up by this guy, but you know what? Just for fun, I will go ahead and offset you also. Still waiting on trucks in here, but I trust you will eventually arrive. Anything I can do with this stuff yet? No. No. Nope. And nope. Okay. Literally nothing. Well, that's fine. You get to just build up a buffer for a little while, I guess. Let me look at some of these checkpoints in here. Consume a bajillion carbon dioxide directly, or compressed carbon dioxide, or via plants. Or trees produce a whole bunch of oxygen or compressed oxygen. Okay, I have to finish this research before I can do this checkpoint. I was a little worried that I saw absolutely no progress on it. That was a little worrying. Okay, so produce a chassis 4. I think I can manage. Nothing? Okay, well, good. So, chassis 4. Don't even know if I made a chassis 3 or not. But let's see if I can make a chassis 4. That's going to be done in a foundry. What are you? Chassis 3. Okay. So I guess I did make a chassis 3. Yeah, just shove you up here. There we go. And chassis 4. Chassis 4. That is a foundry 2. Let's go ahead and upgrade you. Chassis 4, do anything for me. No, you are just an upgrade. Okay. So I will probably make exactly one of these. Like, let me just triple check that. Yes, you are never consumed by anything. You are not used. I'll probably make exactly one of you and then get rid of the machine. Like, I have enough textiles. Carbon, I probably have enough of. Robot frame 3s. Currently I don't have any. Small cargo pod 2s. I legitimately probably don't have. Robot frame 3s, I probably have, but they're just boxed. And I don't know if I want to unbox them, frankly. Do I make robot frame 3s? Frame 3. Missing frame 2. Which is missing batteries, of course. Everything's missing batteries. Well, let me see. Let me get a unboxer, and I'm gonna just put you right here. Don't even need an input, actually. I guess you don't even need an output. Let's just grab a box of robot frame 3. Single 1. You might actually need 4. I'll wait for them to place one and see if it does anything, and if it doesn't, then maybe the recipe requires 4. Kinda have to remember that, but I think that only works for the assemblers. I think a actual boxer doesn't have that requirement. We're also missing robot frame 3 boxes. Okay. Never mind. I thought I would just have those. Yep. Missing battery boxes. Okay. Yeah, it's that, the cellulose for the carbon fiber. Just really killing me. I mean, we have 9 trucks on the way. It's just not enough. I suppose I could go back to the recipe up here that uses the acrylonitrile. Let me see. So, upgrade your module and your modules. And then what do I do with you? To make you into here, I throw you into a furnace. Medium furnace, not a large furnace. I can sneak a single row of furnaces down this way, and that's probably more than enough. There we go. And then, where do I put you? Right there. Okay. Up and up. Down and down. And then, this belt right here is going to... Well, no, that's silly. What I'm thinking is, I can get a boxer in here and then just ship in the carbon fiber. But it would just be easier if I just shipped in the carbon fiber. So I'm trying to think how I would do that. Well, I can just have you output there. And pick up above, output 2. And then you can just go here. Easy as that. Easy as that. And then boxer up this way. There we are. And up and up. Down and down. Oh, cool. And then you just need an inserter going this way. Just had a run in 88 degrees Fahrenheit. That doesn't sound very pleasant at all. That's... I mean, there are worse things in the world, but that's getting up there. Okay, so connect. Underground? No. Okay. Well, you only need 0.03 and then you output 0.12, so... Yeah, okay, you do just need to be spaced out more. So... every 2 needs to be spaced out further. So let's copy you, and then give you, like, 2 bits of space, I guess? Or is that too much? I'll find out when I try and tile again. So connect into there, because it's hard to tell without the undergrounds over here. So I guess I can go ahead and place them. They'll be necessary. Yeah, like I don't think I can fit this one on the end here. Which then means those pipes move up a little bit. Which really means... let's go ahead and break this. Break that, break that. And then have you start from here. And then 1, 2. Like that. So, output, output. Input, input. So... that. And then the same, but on your pickup side. And of course, one of you will be offset. And that just works. Okay. And it does need 2 spaces. So, I was correct on that account. You consume 0.03. Each one of these produces 1.2. So it's a 1:4 ratio. And I have quite a lot. So I will just fill the space with however many fit in here. We are, and output. Power. Power is important. But yeah, I don't know how far you are running or what environment you're running in, but I can see how in some cases maybe that would be okay, but man, that just sounds miserable to me. Granted, I'm not much one for the heat. I might live somewhere that's fairly hot, but that doesn't mean I enjoy it. Okay, I do still need to get these pipes connected. So ammonia. Anything around here? West ammonia? Nope. Nope. Okay. Well then. Let's see what I can do. This needs to move. So, what if I did that? Perfect length. Awesome. Very nice. Okay. That way, I can get this in here and just provide all of this extra ammonia that I'm making. But I do also need argon, so you can come in here and be a request. Because I doubt that I have argon just floating around in here. Never mind, there's argon right here. Well, not that I want to run a pipe up to that. So, I guess this is fine. Yep, okay. That should all be good. I can probably make you a blue. Let's do that. Yes, okay. Because I do still need to split here. And then that comes in and down. Okay, come on guys, you got this. You can do it. Okay, so this does come down. It is boxed first. And that goes into here. Okay. Oh, cool. Let's go ahead and logistics connect you so that you only run when carbon fiber boxes is less than like 2k. If I make more than that, then I want to stop. You stack to 50. So with 100 boxes, that would be 5k total, so 2k is a little less than halfway. And yep, they are running. So hopefully this will give me the little extra boost that I need. It's not like a massive amount or anything, but it's something. And I desperately need something, because as you can see, I am once again out of substations. And substations are great for building and all, but more than anything, that means I'm not making science that needs these products. So like these sciences, you can see, are fine. And physics is kind of holding on, but I have no astronomy science, which I do need, so I might even go ahead and just move you forward. Something I did just remember is if I grab the red remote here, you're over here. If I drive you remotely, do you have any of your things? You don't have the brown terraforming. Well, that's a shame. I was gonna go on a terraforming spree. Let's see. That stuff is made up here somewhere. What are you missing? Excavation drone. Shallow. I believe those things are made up this way. You're missing demolition drone, which is missing a missile bot. Well, that's pretty weird, actually. Also, it looks like I didn't give you a truck. My bad. And let's increase you to like 90 so that you don't build up and back up. Okay, so missiles. Missiles are missing batteries. You've got to be kidding me. Come on, you've got to be kidding me. Even the missiles take batteries. Okay. Well, isn't that just awesome? Okay, so that's what I was doing all this work over at Carbon Fiber for. Hopefully, with all this carbon fiber coming in, we should get a few more batteries on the go. Not that this is a massive amount or anything, but it is more than I had. Just a little supplemental. It is pretty slow though. How many machines do I have? 30. So that's gonna make 3.6 a second, which is not even a box per second. How much do batteries require? There's 20 machines. Each one wants 0.66 a second. So that's gonna be 12 something per second, and I'm making a quarter of that. Granted, you are just supplemental. I'm supposed to be making all of my carbon fiber with these guys, but even when you're all running, you make 0.09 a second apiece, and there's only 36 of you. So yeah, you don't make very much at all. You make like 3.3-ish a second. Granted, that is boxes. So it's actually 5 times that. So that would be like 16 and a half. But even still, that means you're only actually making about half what I need. So let me go find where I make acrylonitrile and make sure we're not, like, desperately low on you or anything. Okay. You are made with propene, and I noticed you are using Tier 1 modules, so let's upgrade you. And then you go. Then I'll just get another one of these. Vertical. There we are. There's oxygen. And that comes up through the middle, and then you can connect down. Just barely dodging the tank, but yeah, that'll do. As long as I actually connect you. Yeah, our inputs are not the best. Which is shocking, because one of our inputs is oxygen, and I think we would just have infinite oxygen everywhere, but apparently not right now. I am voiding some oxygen. Just interestingly enough. So, what I'm thinking, maybe I will grab a closed turbine. Perhaps two. You are within a substation. Move that up. Move that up. And make a connection of oxygen, but more than anything, let's make sure you are a top-up, because for the most part, I just vent oxygen. I mean, we're venting compressed oxygen down here, if you want any proof of that. So you are top-up to like 30% or something. And maybe we'll even give you priority. Then make you overflow. Allow all that to get placed, and then break these pipes. That way I just naturally vent it, and if I need the extra oxygen, it is available. Because oxygen is important for several processes down this way. Yeah, you're all full on hydrogen, which I mean, typically hydrogen is the product that I want, but weirdly enough, I kind of need the oxygen right now. Like I'm sustaining, but only just barely. Anyway, I don't think this is my primary production area of acrylonitrile. I do make more over here. So once again, oh, you're already Chem Plant 3s, okay. Let's just make a couple more. And move you over here. Anything else disconnected? You have no underground. Everything else looks okay. Yep, everything else looks okay. Alright. So, with all that said, I was just trying to make sure I did actually have enough of the stuff to rely on. Because I'm gonna start swapping some of the productivity to speed. when I do that, that's really gonna ramp up how much of it I'm consuming. I didn't set you correctly. Whoops. So you onto there. And then copy you. And now are you correct? Now you're correct, okay. Let's just copy that part. There we go. So that's gonna really crank up demand. You're 1.5 apiece. You're 1.2 apiece. How many of these do I have? 30. These I have 44. So that should still be enough, but I do also send them down this way, but I think I barely use any down here. But I will start using more acrylonitrile was kind of the whole point. Okay, I am producing about 0.6 now per machine. Again, I have 30 of them, so that's going to be about 18 per second, which is still only about half of what batteries need, but assuming this is running, that's the other half, and if this isn't running, well, usually I would have 0. Now I at least have half, just constantly. And it does look like I can maybe afford to have a few more trucks up here as well, because we were at 10 out of 10, maxed out. Never seen it at 10 out of 10 before, so that is a rarity, but if it's gonna be there, I will make sure I take advantage of it. Okay. So let's see, carbon fiber is beginning to build up in here. But I believe that's just because the trucks only just got dispatched to it. I also only sent out 3 trucks, apparently. I guess that's been enough up until this point. Go ahead and increase you to like 5. Maybe same up here. You're probably fine. I need more plastic than anything else, and you're also only 3 though, so I guess if I'm upgrading other things, I might as well upgrade the plastic. Or not even upgrading, just increasing. Yeah, you are maxed out now. So batteries are Chemplant 3s. So what I'm thinking is might give you something like this. So that will be a speed up and more productivity, which seems like a win-win to me. Or can I just drag across? Looks like I can. Nope. Nope, I did mess things up. Oh well. This means I have to come back in every other one, flip around. Fortunately, there aren't that many, so it's not that big a deal. Okay, new truck. Well, that's anticlimactic. Anyway, batteries are running now. Better uptime than they had before. And now they're faster and with more productivity. So, all around better. Let's see, motor 2s are completely full. But kind of do the same down here. Want to do that. Go ahead and get those started. And then do that. And these I can just drag across. Very cool. Okay. You'll likely be a little slower than you were before, but also with a great deal more productivity, but I don't need the speed that I had in here. So the extra productivity will be nice. Okay, batteries were up and running for a brief moment. But we are, of course, already out of carbon fiber. But I mean, hey, it's better than it was. Carbon sequestration. How are you coming along? So you're gonna allow me to make petroleum from paraffin, which I should go make. You're also gonna allow me to make coal from graphite, rubber, diesel, and compressed nitrogen. What a weird mishmash list of ingredients, but okay. Also, I probably made too many chassis for. I just speculate that has probably happened. Oh, I did take some of the ingredients out, though. That might have worked in my favor. Well, I never had small cargo pod to begin with. Are you used in anything? You are used in Trash Compactor 2s, which are eventually used in Asteroid Miner 2s, so I guess I will go set up something for them. So let's get you in here. You stacked at 50. Don't really need that many. Let's say maybe not 5. I kind of meant 25. Okay. So there's the first couple being made, and that should come over here. How many do you need? 3. Alright, you'll be over here before too terribly long then. You also have your robot frames, that's nice to see. And there we go, so you are getting made. Slightly too hot. If it was fully shaded, it might have been alright. Yeah, I don't know about that, even. Like, 88. 88's pretty brutal. Like, I'm sure... Like, I can go for a walk at 88, but going for a run, I feel like I would be half dead by the time I'd run 3 blocks. But maybe that's just me. Okay, after this I'll go check and see if I have a uranium beaker yet. Just waiting for this to finish up. While I hear the glorious sound of a rocket taking off. Okay, and there's Chassis 4, never to be seen again. So let's go see if I have any uranium. Literally not one. Not even one. Okay, are the odds just busted? Like, it says it's the same odds as copper and calcite. But I've got copper, I've got calcite. Just no uranium. Play rugby and you ski a lot. I mean, skiing, unless you're up to some sort of very interesting type of skiing, skiing's usually the opposite extreme weather. A cold shower is probably what I would need after a hot run, yeah. Honestly, that doesn't sound too bad right about now, and I'm just sitting down, but it is probably 80 plus in here. Okay. Let me just review some of my resources real quick. I haven't really looked around in here for a while, so calcite's fine. Sandstone will never run out. Nickel getting low. Iron 2.5. Where's that copper patch? 1 million. So I've mined a decent amount of that, I suppose. Okay. You know what I've not done? I have not shot any of the worms around. Unfortunately... Let's see. Horticulture, horticulture. Get worms in there. There you go. Please go in there. Unless you're on a dry ski slope in the UK in the middle of a heat wave in summer. You know what? I have to give you that one. I don't know if I've ever seen anyone ski except in the snow. Like, I don't know if I've ever seen warm weather skiing before. Why is no one doing this? You're literally in the middle of the base. What do you mean? Well, I guess I'll come back later. Maybe something I can do is get another train down. I always seem to have exactly 2 trains. Which, I mean, works. It's enough. It is odd. Perfect. Beautiful. Love it. Okay. So, let's see. 25 minutes. Well, okay. Probably 25 minutes, but the time estimation is a little weird. Just because of the way that bioscience works. Let's see. Did they ever get you sorted out? Okay, so you have your thing. Worms. Grass or trees spread out from other worms. Prefers over 30% oxygen. We're over 60%, so that should not be an issue. Of course, keep in mind these are literally worms. And if I put them down somewhere where they can attack me, they just will. Which makes them a little challenging to think about sometimes. So what I think I'm going to do is maybe come down this area. Maybe have you stop in here and do like final checks before you go. Okay, or you can go do that. Well, you know what? Oh, nope. Okay, goodbye. Oh, and now you're stuck over here. Yeah, all of you should have excavation drones. Even just a few. Yeah, I know I don't have any, unfortunately. But you should. So, come up this way. There you go. Go over here. Come down this way. And I think you're home free now. So just come camp down here somewhere. Maybe like right there. Because you tend to overshoot a little bit. Nope. That one. Dry ski slopes are almost only found in the UK as it's not consistently cold enough to ski. Ah, fair enough. I'm just trying to think how I can get Yeah, I would just like to get an excavation drone to you before I start spreading worms all over the place. Also, do I not even have trees yet? Yeah, I don't even have arboriculture drones. That's something. I guess I'll have to get to that eventually. How is, like, fish and worms and everything doing, by the way? So let's see. Fish. Okay, you are backstuffed on fish eggs, the first one anyway. You sure are. And you are full on effluent. Okay. That means you should not be outputting. Correct? Correct. Okay. So, let's see. It is just fish on this line, and just eggs on the other. Oh no, you do alternate. Oh no, it's belts. Never mind, I'm just not intelligent. I forgot my own design. So fish are down here, fish eggs up here. So it's fish eggs that are backed up, which has no bearing on fish, aside from now that machine can't output. Yeah, cool. Okay, so the fish eggs are kind of becoming an issue. Fish egg harvest. Do I do fish egg harvest? I do fish harvest, but not fish egg harvest. I do have the science for you. You make nucleotides and oil. Oil is actually backed up. Can I do anything with oil? There's a reasonable number of people that ski in the UK, but there are not any all-winter slopes domestically, as most British skiers ski in the European Alps in the winter. I mean, yeah, typically when I think of skiing, I would think of winter skiing. That's why when you said, you know, dry skiing or just skiing in warm weather in general, I was like, oh, that's quite unusual. I wouldn't usually think of warm weather skiing. So once I get Arthropods up and running, that'll be somewhere some oil can go. But it looks like I probably do need to do something a little more drastic. One thing I can do is with steam and oil, I can start making paraffin, which is something I've said I needed to do like 5 times now, and I do, believe it or not, need to do. So let's come to this side of the pipes over here. And let's see. Yes, that's the one that I want. Flip you around. Any items whatsoever. No items. Lovely. That's exactly how I like it. So let's just make a whole bunch of those. And start getting these guys run down. Let's do like that. Nope, so down here. Okay. So we'll run you that way. And let's get all the pipes on the front, so you can be the 1, 2, and the 3. And then, well, I guess I should put the undergrounds on before I start copying you. Okay. And do I want to do the back as well? I guess I might as well. Okay, and then underground, 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 and underground. And it might require a little adjusting right at the very end, but that's just how it goes. and then just get rid of that one. There we go. Oh, cool. Well, if I'm throwing a substation this way, I might as well go ahead and get a few more down this way. Very good. Okay, so all that's going to be connected up. So, let's see. Which one of you is oil? All the way over here. So, in you go. I don't want to consume all the oil, which is a concern because oil is used in things. So I will make sure you are overflow, but I will set you to like a 60% overflow or something low like that. And of course, these are going to need steam. I haven't quite figured out where steam's going to come from, but what do you know? I have steam right up here. Who'd have thought? So I am recondensing that steam back into water. Oh, also, it's pretty intermittent. Doesn't look like I'm making much of it consistently. I mean, okay, that's a decent amount of steam. It's just intermittent. I'm going to take a guess at how that word is pronounced and say Pyrenees. But Pyrenees sounds like someone who speaks fire. Admittedly, very cool. Oh, I don't know if that was audible or not. Apparently, I do not have my phone on silent ever since I went on break about 7 hours ago. There we go. Let's take care of that. Oh, cool. Okay. So I guess I'll just generate a little more water up here, just so we're safe. Well, how much do you make? 340, so that's 680. Which is not even enough for one of you if you're running full-time. So I have a suspicion I probably don't need to worry about it too terribly much. Though the water tank is pretty much empty over here. Okay, well, let me just grab one of you. Yeah, okay, so that does make sense, because then you can connect in there. This perfectly lines up here, and we are all cool. So that's pretty much as far as I can go. I can't really continue making more of these. I would have to upgrade them, because there's no more room to connect into. But then I should be able to mostly comfortably steal a little bit of steam. Also, I can probably go ahead and reclaim these turbines. At least, most of them. Most of them. maybe most of them. We have like 2 emergency turbines over here. Okay, that doesn't really help me with my steam situation though. So let me try and find a more suitable scenario down here. Okay, so that's used in. I can throw you in a compressor, make high pressure steam. Pretty much already knew that. Let's see. I have hydrogen and oxygen down here, which I might. Or if I have excess gases, I can burn them. I can burn diesel. graphite, water, and oxygen. I can burn graphite. Interesting. Like if I have too much graphite, I guess, but I think the problem is I don't have enough graphite typically. If I come up here to wherever my ore processing area is, yeah, I do not have enough graphite, as you can see. Like they're running, they're doing their best. Okay, you're backed up though. Actually quite curious. I don't know why the belts are so unbalanced, because we balance you right here. And we balance you right here. Actually, you don't seem to be balancing very well, funny enough. Maybe you're not a proper balancer. A lane balancer, that is. So what if I just have you back up a little bit? And do like that. And then bypass all that nonsense. Because the lane-sidedness up here is actually really hurting production because half the machines will shut down. Okay, so half of you should be backed up by now, pretty much. Are you still drawing equally? No. No, you don't. Well, I'm done messing with you. That's all I wanted to do. So, carbon. That is gonna allow me to make petroleum, and it's gonna allow me to make coal. Both of those are important, and both of those have a related drone. Oh, specifically your terraforming drone gray, and terraforming drone tan. I'm glad I noticed that because I don't make either of those, and the terraforming drones are kind of expensive. Okay. I guess I should go ahead and get started on those then. So, terraforming, paving. Let's make sure I do the right one. Okay, so large assemblers. That's what I figured, but I wanted to double check. What are you? Boiler 2? You get used in anything? Nope, so I don't care. Drones, let's see. Terraforming drone... Ham. Terraforming drone... Ray. And yeah, we'll leave it at that. Excavation drone, excavation drone, excavation drone. That's kind of what I thought. We definitely do not make enough excavation drones, because we don't have missiles, because we don't have batteries. Everything always comes back to batteries. Just how the first 12 hours it was all green circuits. The last 12 hours it's all been batteries. Well, okay, we are building up some batteries at least. It is beginning to get somewhere. Okay, let me find the missiles. So yeah, it is batteries. Which is what I thought. How can I continue helping you? So, carbon fiber. Let me just play around for a second. Paraffin can be made into lubricant. How strange. Okay, anyway, battery. Is it just boxed everything? Just boxed everything. Including boxed nickel oxide. Boxed sodium. So I probably have boxed plastic. I might even have boxed aluminum sheets. But I will not have boxed nickel oxide or boxed sodium. Not that that really matters anyway. We're not running into belt limitations or space limitations, we just don't have enough of the item. And now we are out of the fiber. I don't know how we ran out of the fiber, but we were out of the fiber. Yeah, you can't even output. What is your output? 1 something a second. On just one side, there's 22, so... yeah, that's gonna be at least a blue belt. Go ahead and upgrade down this way as well. I mean, might as well upgrade down here. Yeah, okay. And that goes into a box, apparently, and then you get boxed up and made into textiles, yes. Okay. That does make sense. And let's see if the belt speed upgrade does anything for anyone. So we have to wait for the backlogs to get cleared, which will take a minute. Okay, so yeah, you're to 50, so that's where the backlog is for right now. So we have to wait for it to clear past you, and then all the way down, all the way down. But does it make it all the way down to the furnaces now? Almost, but not quite. Where did I stop upgrading? Right here? Let's go ahead and upgrade down to here. I mean, that's pretty much all the way, so I'll just upgrade all the way, I guess. And let's see, so we have 4 trucks of acrylonitrile coming in. Yep, you still haven't gotten through the backlog yet, but we are making progress, it looks like. Okay, so now we're up to here. But how are the furnaces? Okay, so we are getting them all the way down to the back. Even if they aren't running constantly, they are able to run. And it does look like it is fairly keeping up. Yeah, I mean, that's about all I can ask for. All of those machines are absolutely doing their best. If I wanted another row of them, which I do, I would have to make more of this, which isn't the end of the world. Let me just go ahead and upgrade the belt. So wherever you turn to blue, you know what? You can turn to green. Go have fun. So I'll grab these guys first. Oh, it's just a different belt here. Okay, I was wondering why it was so angry with me, but it's just belt. So bring that down that way. Yeah, I think that's fine. Go ahead and clear that out. And then just do the same up this way. Really? How far can I take this? So up to right about there. Right there works for me. Okay. There we go. And I have no idea how much output that is, but I'm gonna say that's probably at least a blue belt. We'll see if I need anything more than that. It is like a 1/3 collapse though, like 1.2 in, 0.4 out, so I wouldn't hold my breath. Oh, let's get substations so that things actually have power. There we go. Just kind of waiting on the bots to get all that delivered in. Just making sure it all works. So one problem that I'm sure we're going to run into is that we are going to need more of this now, so just preemptively I will go ahead and get you started up. Might as well go ahead and get more water started as well. Just in case, it's nice to have a little bit of bonus. There you go. Come on, water truck, you got this. Oh yeah, there you go. Okay. So unfortunately, I'm just now noticing we don't even have 7 trucks out. But I'm pretty sure we have enough room for all 7 trucks, which means we don't have enough for 7 pickups. So even adding more trucks up here is not going to do anything. So let me look for wherever we make acrylonitrile. And let's see. Well, your tank is full. Yeah, the tank is full. So I don't know why they aren't sending more, but they could if they wanted to. Let's do that. I mean, I guess I might as well make a few more. Just a few. Okay. But yeah, that's going to make acrylonitrile, that's oxygen, propene, ammonia, cool. Make sure you have all your prod, yes you do. 10k, 20, 10, 17, so that's 27k. I mean, that is a lot to pick up. Okay, you also only have 7, which is funny. Been doing 8 everywhere. Let's make sure you're 8. Okay, well, that's all I can do for inputs there. How are belts and things? Not the best, it looks like. So if I come into here, and I look at your boxed recipe, I can make you in a large furnace. It just would take more room. And I don't know if I have that room. But I could do it. And by more room, of course, I mean vertically, not horizontally. It would save me room horizontally, but it would take up more room vertically. We're also just about at the capacity of these 3 inserters to keep up with the belt. They are doing it, but only just. And it looks like all the furnaces aren't even on yet. So I might want to go ahead and get at least one of them upgraded. Yeah, we are making more acrylonitrile now, though. Batteries, how are you doing? Okay, you do have a supply of carbon fiber. Finally, finally, finally. You are producing. I have never been happier. Yes, it is aluminum sheets down here that you're out of, and that's only because there's only a single inserter working on you. Let's do that. Output, and make sure you output to the top. And let's just see if that makes all the difference or not. So, we do have to fill buffers and stuff, but they will eventually stop taking. So, will you make it all the way to the end? It does look like you will. I will wait for this blob, though, and see the fate of this blob of aluminum right here. Yes, okay, so you are beginning to back up. Finally, finally, finally. I am indescribably happy. The impetus is finally on something other than this little coil of carbon fiber. Go ahead and increase the number of trucks that I have for sodium. These guys are 5, so I'll increase you to 5 as well. Does anything but sodium go on this belt? Doesn't look like it. So you output up here and offset the inside. Please. No one? No one at all. Okay. Well, I'm sure it'll get there eventually. But just the fact that sodium is now the backlog, there we go, we got double-sided belts of sodium. Just the fact that's now the backlog signals to me that we have so much more of the other inputs now, which is such a relief. I've been battling batteries for literally like 4 hours now. Yeah, okay. I think we might finally have the battery problem behind me. We're actually out of plastic. The game actually hates me. Well, there we go. There's a delivery of plastic. Let me go see how plastic is doing, because apparently not as good as I would have expected. Okay, this is my excess plastic making that's just here to consume chlorine. Where is the actual plastic? I only have these machines making plastic? Really? Nitrile, styrene, butadiene, and BPA. That is pretty surprising. 2.5 plastic a second. There's 8 of you, so that is more than a yellow belt, but a yellow belt is not very much. So let's make you a red belt. And then just double you. Oh, I did not grab any of the stuff on the front, which is also probably important. How much input? Very little, okay. Like, less than an 8. So, you're solid on a yellow belt. You are cool. Actually, are you able to output? Okay. Yeah, you're fine. 2.5 items a second on a purple just seemed like quite a lot. I guess it's holding up. Let's make sure you run all the way at the back. Just making sure I didn't mess anything up. But you do seem okay. Very good. What are you? You are probably making styrene in proportion to these guys. So I'll just assume you probably also deserve a double. But I should probably not taste you incorrectly. Yeah, there we go. You come in. You come in. Let's go up. Over. And connect. Okay. And unfortunately, the next one might be in the way of a substation or something. So, let's see. Can I fit you? No, because I would have to fit an underground in there, and that would not fit next to the Roboport. Oh well. I mean, it seems to be running fine for now. Doesn't really seem to be an issue. Butadiene and hydrogen. I can also upgrade these guys. There you are. And just assume the plastic will be fine. Okay, kind of looks like I might need to upgrade belt speed. At least, like, up to here. It'll help with the pickup speed, which will, in turn, help clear the belts faster, and then these guys can output more often, because right now they are stuck. You got this, guys. Come on. There you are. Giant wave from below. Okay, let's see if that helps start clear the backlogs. Oh yeah, you can see the plastic just receding into here. And the backlogs are already getting cleared. Okay. So there we go, that'll give me quite a bit more plastic. Which is maxed out again. So let's go ahead and just flip. Everything else seems fine. Yeah, we'll leave it at that. Maybe that's even a bit much. Let's knock you back to like 8. Not that 2 trucks is worth thinking about literally at all in any way, it's just, I don't know, I was there, I was messing with it, you know? Let's see, these guys are also going to be made in large assemblers, so I might as well go ahead and get prepared for them. Like, if I grab these and place you here. And let's say one gets to be coal, and one gets to be oil. Oh, I do want to make sure you're the correct item. And then we've stacked at 5. I think I'll do 10. And then I'll do the same over here. So, gray landfill box and landfill box, neither of those exist, and also let's make sure we keep at least a few of you. So gray and tan landfill box. Yes, I did immediately hit the carbon dioxide and oxygen requirement, so that is nice to see. So let me think. So gray and tan. Maybe I'll put you over here instead. I've got a reason, and you'll just have to wait and find out. So, tan and gray. Let's give you trucks, full stacks, allow bots. Trucks, full stack, allow bots. And they should come down to my little crushing area. Down here, and we have landfill in here, and landfill in here. So both tan and gray is available. And even though it doesn't show them on the way, I can only assume there's some magic truck from the depot or something on the way. Let's get power down this way. And my grand magic plan is I'm just gonna move that power pole out of the way. There we go. So, right, right, left, left, and then let's just copy you to here. And then box. And provide. And there we go, that will give me provider chests of a boxed landfill and the tan variant as well. I don't want very many though, so let's just restrict the chests. And while I wait for that to come in, I think I will take a sip of water. Been a minute. Okay, let's see. They are just now bringing this in. Very good. Prioritizing the tan for some reason. I can only assume the gray landfill will be on the way as well. No, didn't feel like it. Okay, well, we got the tan. Proof of concept, at least. Like, I guess that's working. We just need the gray to also show up at some point. Would be nice. Gray landfill, there you are. And now we have boxed gray landfill as well. If only that were the most difficult part. But unfortunately, I still need missiles, which still need batteries. Even more batteries. At least I think that's still the current issue. That is still the current issue. I mean, I have several stacks of batteries in here. Just for whatever reason, they aren't going towards missiles. I couldn't really tell you why. I can only assume there is someone coming to pick these up. Yep, and you're going off that way with them. We are missing plastic at the end. Maybe I should just upgrade the belts. Sometimes just upgrading the belts to something a little faster does help, even if it doesn't necessarily make sense how, because the rates should work. Well, I guess I did expand this a lot. I don't actually know if I double-checked. So there's 20 of you. At 1.2 items a second, that is more than half a red belt, so that does make sense. That would be 24 items a second, which is actually maybe even more than half a blue belt. Let me think about that. 22 would be half a blue belt, so actually 24 is still more than I'm gonna get. So I'll actually have to upgrade you to green, at least for the first little bit. Okay, that should be plastic all the way to the end now, though. Oh yeah, it is. Okay, so it was just belt speed that was the problem. And now everything is really hungry. I might have trouble supplying this with just one inserter now. Yeah, let's upgrade these inserters, and I will upgrade the belt as well, just in case that helps somehow. I just really want the battery mission to be over. I want to not have to worry about batteries again. That will be a wonderful moment when I no longer have to worry about batteries anymore. Oh, that was nice. Okay, very nice. Let's see if this makes it all the way to the end or not. Okay, so it does make it to the end. And you do seem capable of continuous crafting, yes. So you are making it to the end. It did take me upgrading the inserters and upgrading the belt. But it is working now. Yeah, I mean, we honestly look like we have less batteries than we did just a minute ago somehow. But that's just the way that it goes. Okay, since it does look like I have enough products on belt, I can continue expanding a few more machines down this way. So if I put you right there... Oop, nope, didn't mean to do that. Let's see. Could go right there. Can I go one more? No. No, just right there. Okay. That will be enough. I'm just worried that maybe the sodium won't be enough anymore. So let's see, there's 26 machines now. At 0.6, so half would be 13. And then one more, so that would be 13.6. Yeah, that's comfortably on a yellow belt. That's well within the range of what a yellow belt can support. I'm surprised aluminum is holding up as well as it has. Jinx and all, but I am surprised that hasn't been more of an issue. Plastic, weirdly enough, is failing. Even though I did just double plastic. And we definitely have enough. It's just not sending trucks. Or at least it's not visually sending trucks. It's gotta be more like master warehouse thing weirdness. Please go to missiles. Please? No! Why? Why do you betray me so? Oh god, okay, well, it looks like I still have plenty more work to do. Let's see. Okay, so plastic is coming in now. And as long as plastic is constantly coming in, these do run. Man, it sure does run out pretty quick. Okay. I feel more stable, though we now only have one truck on the delivery. And now we have 0, which is a little scary. Granted, I think 2.5, like 3k, somewhere in there is where it maxes out. Nope, I lied. You're going up to 5k. That's liquids. Liquids max out somewhere around 25k. I see them go above 25k, but I think that's their, like, cutoff. They won't purposely fill higher than 25k. Okay, but all these are running. How about you at the end? You're running just fine. Okay. Running just fine. Oh yeah, we are exceeding the capacity of a single blue inserter, it looks like. So that is always a wonderful time. And I mean that unironically. It's like we've increased this so much, we're finally above. I believe this was a purple inserter when we first came out here, and it was nowhere near capacity. So that is quite a bit of upgrading that we've done. We are absolutely at the edge. Like, we could not continue expanding them anymore. At this point, it would have to be module differences or something. And aluminum sheets ran out for just a moment, and I had a heart attack. I was not a happy camper. Yep, aluminum's out again. Like, I do have 4 trucks coming in. Aluminum's gonna be over here somewhere. Aluminum sheets, yeah, are looking pretty scarce. That's because aluminum itself is looking pretty scarce. Okay, my input's coming in just fine. Yeah, you are running. And then that's coming down here. But I don't have alumina down here somehow. Now, what if I just upgraded you? There. And then I'll upgrade these guys as well. With another productivity. But then these guys always seem starved, so I'm half considering upgrading you, and then just giving you a normal yield module, and seeing if that does anything. Let's see, you are completely full, so this belt is not capable of dispersing that much alumina anymore. And then you can also go that way. And this way, just in case you're needed. And honestly, down here too. Like, just have fun. Might as well just upgrade this whole bit through here. You go anywhere? No, you don't go anywhere. Oh, you come down this way. That's where you go. That makes more sense. Let's see. You do look like you're having trouble outputting, but you were just able to keep up, but then you were starved also. It's hard to say. What if I just upgrade belts through here? And see if that does anything by chance. Okay, so all the alumina is still coming down this way somewhere. Yeah, I feel like I spend so much alumina down here. Do I not have a better recipe for aluminum ingots yet? Soda ash, alumina, graphite, water, and you make all kinds of horrible things. Okay, that's why I haven't made a better recipe for alumina yet. That would be why. At the same time, I really could use more. More would be nice. This never got upgraded somehow. I upgraded everything but that. There we go. I think that's a little nicer. Let's see. Are you running? You have no crushed bauxite. That is quite true. Yeah, it's not like I'm being held back or anything. That is just all the bauxite that I'm currently making. So we have you up here. So you're already beaconed. I could try and get a tiny beacon. But then you interfere with the inserters. It doesn't really work. So let's give you a 25% speed increase by just doing that. And honestly, probably more than 25%, all things considered. You're probably gonna like double. Yeah, you go from 2.2 to 3.2, so that's a pretty severe increase. Yeah, you might not be outputting anymore, though it does look like you're managing. Yeah, you're managing, okay. Yeah, okay, you backed up there. But that's gonna be belt speed more than anything. Interesting. What can I do about it? Not really anything as far as I can tell. Let me see if it helps upgrading this to blue. And this to blue. And then this to green. I have no idea if it will or not, but I just want to experiment and mess around. Oh, it does look like you're reaching the top of the machines anyway, so that's actually machine speed limited, which I guess is the ideal. Yeah, okay. We'll do the same thing up here. So let's just do that. I guess I have to do pairs. Otherwise, the copy and paste will go wrong. And just walk it all the way down. Okay. Oh, cool. So now you output 1.44 items a second. So still well within the range of what a purple inserter can handle. Let's see if you start backing up or not. Like, can this belt support this? More importantly, can I consume this much output? Okay, it does look like you're able to output, but you are not. Okay, let's go ahead and upgrade the belt starting from there. There we go. And just see if that helps. That should help. I really hope it helps. Okay, it is starting to back up down here, back up down here. Very good. Love to see it. So you guys are outputting at full speed. These guys are backing up on Illumina. You're not even able to run anymore. Just trying to see if there's any other areas I can improve, like anything else I can do. We are starting to be limited by graphite, it looks like. So let's start upgrading belts down the graphite line. Let's hope that's going to be enough. And it should be. I'm just not entirely positive it will be. Because we already have a red belt down here. It looks like it's mostly flowing this way, but we are bleeding a little out this way to this provider up here. You know, I don't know if we need to provide graphite here. We do provide graphite other places. So what if I priority output to the left? And then only overflow goes that way. I think that's reasonable. So let's see. Graphite is filled up this way now. So now it is, once again, Illumina that is the issue. And you need more input. Okay. You're running full time. You're running full time, and you're running full time. Okay. That is quite a lot more Illumina, though. Or aluminum. Let's see. Aluminum sheets. Yeah, really not keeping up. I also don't need these chests down here. I don't think so, anyway. I guess they aren't hurting anything. Yeah. This one is staying fully supplied. This one is staying fully supplied, but this one looks like every now and then it runs out. Only just briefly. Then we do have this one over here, who, if the other one's running out, I would only assume would also be running out, but funny enough, seems to be running consistently. I mean, okay then. Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty solid line of aluminum coming in. And as soon as this fills up, then this machine will stop. Okay, we do have a beacon in here, but you can be upgraded. That's very fortunate. So we go from 20% to, what, 30%? I'm pretty sure. Plus 30, yes. Yeah, we are using quite a lot of aluminum sheet. I wonder how many places request aluminum, and also is it aluminum or aluminium? Aluminum, okay. Aluminum sheets. So how many places request aluminum sheets? Is it really only you? I mean, you also request them down here, but like, that's hardly anything. But really, it's only down there. That's pretty surprising. So those are the only things consuming these aluminum sheets. It does look like we might finally be backing up a little bit. Yeah, let's go worry about something else for now. For example, the excavation drones. Did I ever get any? No, because they require missiles. That's the only thing I'm missing. So, what can I do about that? Now we're missing nickel oxide. Okay, well, I mean, as long as it keeps being something else, like, there is the feeling sometimes of like, wow, it's always something else, but as long as we keep encountering something else, that means we have actually improved the other things. They are actually better. Something else is showing a weakness now. Iron oxide is full. Interesting. Because there's no calcium carbonate. Also very interesting. Not a problem of trucks, but I figured I'd go ahead and increase trucks anyway. So, calcium carbonate. Okay, so this is where calcium carbonate would usually be going. But all of it is being turned into lime. Absolutely all of it. Well, I have enough calcite coming in. So let's see. Trying to figure out if I can put you here and also get a smaller beacon down below. But I don't think that's in the card. No, maybe. Like if I put you there, feed. So cover 3 there. Cover 3 there. Cover 3 there. And cover 3 there. What do you know? It just works. So as soon as this comes on, the effectiveness of these will go down, but that's fine. I don't really mind. Yeah, you drop by 10%. So instead of 0.5, you go to 0.45. But, oh well. I mean, that's still quite a lot. Okay, so let's start looking at belt upgrades. This is belt 4 through here. But it is belt 3 through here. Where does it turn to belt 4? Right there. Let's go ahead and upgrade you. And I'll upgrade that underground as well. Just since these inserters do output onto it. So 4, 4, 4. Then 3. 3 here. So let's make sure you're at least 4 up to here. And at least 4 up to here. And we're only gaining material, so definitely 4 up through here. And I don't really need anything that extreme going up that way, but you should at least be tier 3, tier 3, and tier 3. And then I guess I'll do the same through here. You can be tier 3. Okay, you're pretty sparse. You actually really don't need to be upgraded. This could probably serve an upgrade. But yeah, let's just see how that does. Oh yeah, so you're outputting quite a lot more. And we are getting some calcium carbonate up here now. Maybe I will go ahead and upgrade you to tier 3, because that's actually stopping pretty harshly when it hits that red belt. I mean, the greens are quite a lot faster than the reds, so that does just make sense. I believe they're 75 a second, so they're 2.5 times faster. Let me see, 75, yeah. So that would be 2.5 times faster than the 30 of the red belts. And we are finally picking up some calcium carbonate up here, so that will fix our previous problem. At aluminum, which I don't even remember what it was. Iron oxide had backed up, that's what it was. I can also go ahead and upgrade all of these. There we go. And you get to be colorful, because you're going to get an extra orange to fill in your empty slot. You're going to get a yellow to upgrade the yellow you already have. And you're going to get a new blue to upgrade the blue you already had. You're going to be nice and colorful. I should probably do the same with these guys. And let's see. Let's give you a prod mod here. Once you get upgraded, you just need to... yeah, the appetite is pretty precious, so I will use 2 yellows on you, just to squeeze as much out as I can. Okay, so how's this doing in here? So you are completely backed up, you cannot output at all. Interesting. Yeah, there's not really much I can do about that. That is the highest tier belt. I mean, yep, that's the highest tier belt. I suppose I could look into boxed recipes for you. I mean, that does exist. I would just have to box my inputs. And then unbox them as they come out, which is a massive pain. Alternatively, I could filter these inserters to only output calcium carbonate and then try and have the extras, so the stone, the gypsum, and the phosphorite, output somewhere else. Or even vice versa. Like, okay. Let's consider this. I'll move you here. This beacon moves over 1 this way, which enables me to move you over 1 this way. Okay, all cool so far. So, what if I put you here? Pick up from 2 squares away. You have a filter blacklist to calcium carbonate. And then put you there as well. So you there, there, and there. You have to move a little bit. There's stuff in the way that's not very easy to get rid of. Okay. And then you are mostly similar. You run this way. And in. And then all of these things up here. Let's see. I have stone coming this way, so yeah, this belt is completely full of stone. Let's just underground you to make sure you stay out of the way, and I try not to interfere with you. In fact, you are in a pretty lousy position. So, what if I underground you there? That's a little better. Okay, and you don't have power because, of course, why would you? Upgrade you, that'll work. Okay, so let's just start breaking everything and making everyone unhappy. And then these inserters in here. Let's copy you. Put you here. Except you pick up top, drop there, and whitelist to calcium carbonate. And the same there. Okay. So that does mean I have to pick up this belt. A little unfortunate. It's gonna scatter all kinds of stuff all over the place, but, you know, we'll recover. Also make sure there's no items on the ground or anything, which there definitely were. And now we can replace the belt. Let's just bring you this way. I won't actually connect you because I do want to visually inspect you, make sure there's nothing on here there shouldn't be. And there definitely is. There's some stone up here. Some stone back here. So pick you up, pick that up, pick all this up, and then try again. Let's see. You should be just plain old calcium carbonate. Yes, you are. So nothing should be coming from that way that I need to filter or anything. Okay, more stone. Where is the stone coming from? Let me just do that one more time. And then again, any items that happen to be dropped. Okay. Now you should be clean. I'm pretty sure, because I did double check and none of the inserters had dropped an item that wasn't calcium carbonate. Get that connected, please. Okay. Good enough. So you are filtered here, just in case. But everything should be okay. So everything that is a byproduct. So the phosphorite, gypsum, and stone, that should be up here now. So, push you down. Nope, you're ore. I want to connect down this way. What is this meant to be? Phosphorite? Phosphorite. Okay. No! Ha ha ha. I caught you just in time. Okay, so you here. But filter to phosphorite. Other way. Okay, that way we both merge our outputs and filter at the same time. So let's see. This one right there. Okay, so next is gypsum, which I can only assume is this belt here. Yes, you output gypsum. Okay. So this belt here is going to be gypsum. So you come down this way. Yeah, let's just move you a tile to the side. Because that's just where you want to be now. There we go. And break all of that. Okay, so that gives me gypsum. And then this line right here is going to be the new stone. I don't believe there was any other stone line. I mean, there's this one that undergrounds, but I believe you were the start of a new stone line, all by yourself. And that should be the only output remaining. Those are the only three. So yeah, I'll just do that, and out you go. Also, it does look like you might both output to opposite sides, so I don't even need to do any weird side mixing or anything. You should just be good. Okay, so stone continues down this way, and it is only stone, gypsum, and phosphorite. Okay, very cool. So you are now pre-filtered this way. So you are held back by your side object, but as we clear backlog, we'll see if that continues to be the case or not. It does look to be. Okay. In which case, let's go ahead and upgrade you to blue. I kind of had a hunch I was going to need to do that when I saw the blue line on stone. I figured there was probably a reason that was blue. Okay, with the upgraded belts, once these get placed down here, we'll see if that has made any noticeable difference. So let's see. Once you run, you do stay empty. Once I get a productivity run, though. Okay, you are mostly staying empty. You're also at the very back. What about this guy? Okay, so you empty, but only when you lose input. How strange. Yeah, you are definitely still staying full. I don't know if that's an inserter fault, though. I will go ahead and upgrade the inserters here, just to see if that does anything for me. Make sure this is all green through here. You've got this, guys. Come on. Oh yeah, that's a lot of junk. It does look like it's all trying to cram the stone, mostly. But once the backlog is through, we should be clear. I think so, anyway. Maybe it's not just backlog. Okay. Idea 2. Let's see if I can just offset these. Even though it shouldn't matter. Because they come down here and merge in this area anyway. And they are currently mostly bound by stone. We do at some point drop to a blue belt. I do legitimately think that is messing with me. So let's make sure you stay a green belt the whole way down. Your blue belt through the section. So let's stay green. Okay, you're running. Come on, output. Aw, come on. Yeah, that was pretty far off from a full run. But now that the stone can run faster, we might be in luck. We'll see how that goes now. Okay. Come on. Aw, really? Well, you don't have enough input anyway. Close enough, I guess. Okay, anyway, that's enough messing around with that. I was just coming to investigate why there is no calcium carbonate. And now I have pretty thoroughly solved that question, I believe. I can't believe the constant amounts of calcium carbonate, or lime, rather, that I'm just throwing away to avoid chlorine. That is a little insane. I could use plastic, iron, and whatever beige landfill is. Oh, you're just pure calcium carbonate. Okay, never mind. I don't think that's nearly as good. I mean, I guess I'll look. So 3 calcium carbonate makes 2 lime, but I do get a little bit of productivity, so... maybe like 2.4 or something. Yeah, I'm not even looking at it. It's fine. Yeah. 13% productivity. Honestly, I expected more. 7 and 6. Okay. 13%. I wonder where that's coming from. That strikes me as something that's probably not intentional. Okay, so you're coming from this direction. Still from this direction. Yeah, I definitely lost it wherever it is. Well, at least we have calcium carbonate for science again, but more importantly, we can use calcium carbonate over this way, wherever it is, to smelt this iron oxide into iron. And then that's going to return some lime. Ah, that's where you're coming from. That makes sense. Let's turn you off. You're channel 2. And let's set that up more properly. So, let's see. I guess I don't have an ore listing for you. Go ahead and pick that up. So over here somewhere. I believe I even had a requester, maybe. This way. Gypsum is smelted into lime. Okay. Not quite what I thought was going to be down here. So what if I put a requester here? You're going to request lime. That's maximum length, but what if I just make you blue? So, upgrade, grab. Okay, delete, I guess. And then move you this way. Yeah, there you go. Okay, don't think I'll need very many trucks, but, you know, might as well go... well, we'll give it a few. Also, you should probably be, like, here instead. Let's just be realistic. And then you can go there. Okay. There you are. So, down and down. And up and up. There we go. Oh, and request channel 2. That is also important. That's going off to fish somewhere, I guess. And then this should request the excess lime that we get from smelting iron up in this area somewhere. It's with nickel. This area. So let's see. As you smelt, we send lime up in here, you get picked up, and then you'll get sent down and around. Should be coming right in here. I can only assume. I say I can only assume because, once again, I don't actually get to see that there are any trucks. But since it got picked up, I can only assume that's going to be one of the, like, main depot trucks. Oh, here come your actual trucks. And even once those get delivered, then I still have to wait for fuel. But yeah, let's just assume that you're working fine. Actually, I should look at the other provider. So, lime. Let's see. Lime provider, make sure you're channel 1. Otherwise, I will request from you to supply this guy over here, and that's not what I want. Yeah, those are all requesters, not providers. Fortunately, providers don't show up on there. I guess I understand why you don't set the recipe on them, but it is a bit of a shame. Okay, any lime coming in, I'd just like to see it work. It would be cool, but I'm not going to stick around for too terribly long if it isn't, and it doesn't look like it is. I mean, it works, that's not what I mean. I just mean it doesn't look like they're immediately bringing any lime in for me to just enjoy, to view. And in that case, I'll go somewhere else. So, rockets. Which need batteries, which are out of nickel oxide, which is how this whole thing started. And a sneeze, because where would we be without that? Nickel is full. Nickel oxide needs nickel solution. But we're full on iron oxide. Okay, what is it that needs iron oxide again? Rocket fuel does. Magnets do. Red concrete does. Okay, let's go down to rocket fuel. I kind of have a suspicion that I might not be utilizing that. Nope. No, I just request iron oxide. Okay, never mind. Methanol canisters. What? Oh, waiting for a box. Okay, waiting for a box of methanol canisters. Okay, so methanol is struggling again. No, methanol's at 100%. What? There's no empty canisters. Right. You are a single tier 2 foundry lost in the middle over here. Okay. You need barrels. Let's see if I can do that. Barrels. There's many, many barrels. So many barrels. They're bringing the barrels in. Good. Let's just increase your amount, like 25 or something. Because apparently I just need more. Yeah, it says on the way 25. I guess they're just coming from, like, New York. They're just gonna be a minute. .6 items a second. If you were actually running, you would need to be purple. You're just not actually running for reasons that are beyond me. What if I helped? Yep, that helped. Yeah, I have no idea where those barrels are coming from, but they must have been coming from really far away. But I guess that's fine. Okay. Maybe something I should do is include barrels, like, over here. Just a few. Single stack. Yeah, okay. 25 barrels. Oh, cool. Yeah, don't really know what was up with that. How strange. Are you getting your empties now? Let's see. On the way, 19. Yes. Okay. Yep, not too bad. So that's going to go straight into rocket fuel most likely, which is going to start consuming some of the iron oxide, which is hopefully going to allow nickel to run again. And once nickel begins to run again, then I can make more nickel oxide. I can also go ahead and upgrade you, and upgrade your modules. I can also put a beacon down here to make you a little faster, since I crammed you with so much productivity. Even that slow, you can't keep up, huh? That's pretty sad. Well, I guess there's only one machine at the back running. What else can I do with iron oxide? Yeah, not a lot. Red concrete, that's about it. Okay, I mean, we are making some iron over here. It's just not a whole lot. Oh, transport drone speed 5, let's go. Been working on that for quite a while at this point. Yeah, like almost an hour to get braking speed 9. Is there anything else I could be doing? Transport drone speed. I think I might have hit infinite research. Yeah, you're 30k. Wow, that's quite some ramp up. Okay. What if I just queue you next instead? 10k, definitely don't want that. I'll research you next. Here are 4 bots. You need the next tier circuits. So I'll take that. You also need whatever this is. That's after Arthropods. Okay, so biochemistry 8. That makes graphene from bugs somehow. Hello, is it worse than C-Block? I would say that is a matter of perspective. Is it more complicated than C-Block? I would say probably. But at the same time, I feel like there's usually specific things that I can focus on. Whereas in C-Block, a lot of the time you wind up just waiting. And if you're not waiting, then you should be building bigger. And if you're not building bigger, you will be waiting later. And it's just that kind of game loop. Whereas here, I get a little bit of that. It is Factorio, don't get me wrong. That's kind of a key part here. But at the same time, you wind up with kind of 2 specific things that you're working on at any given time, no matter how you play. That's just kind of how it shakes out. I'll give you an example in just a second. I'm just being baffled by my research choices right now. Yeah, that's fine. I guess I can queue you, and then that's gonna hit me with a checkpoint. And why can't I do you? Because I need night vision, obviously, which needs photosensitizer. I finished C-Block, but half the time was sleeping. So that is one of the other things about C-Block, is that it's not that bad as long as you just have the free time. If you can just throw time at it, usually you can get anywhere. With this, if I were to walk away for half an hour, something would break and my factory would stop entirely. In fact, just as I'm playing, I can be working over here, and then something over here breaks, and then the entire factory stops entirely. Which is not hyperbole. That is something that has happened multiple times just today. In fact, a lot of what I've been doing for the last 8 hours or so has been just chasing fires. I've been trying to fix carbon fiber so that I can fix batteries. You can see I still have 0 batteries. But now it's nickel oxide this time. But I also had to upgrade plastic earlier. It's just kind of chasing one thing, and then something else breaks. Like nickel oxide is coming in now. It's just not coming in quickly enough. But that's because I don't have enough input. But that's because I have too much iron oxide. And then iron oxide I can't really do with all that much right now. Where does this go? Alright, filter the gravel out here. You come up this way. Okay, so you do get priority access to this line of iron, but not this line. So maybe I just also need that. Let's move you up 1. You split here. you continue upward, then you continue that way. Or rather, you underground. Right? And then you go up there. And connect it. Now, whichever way iron comes... Oh, well, I did have priority input on this line. So I guess I want to priority output to that line as well. Okay. And it's not like I'm not using any iron, I'm just not using very much. Fortunately, these are disabled. I did remember to turn those off. Chemistry. How is chemistry doing? Completely full. Okay. Astronomy's building up. Got quite a backlog of astronomy, actually. I might go, kill satellites for the moment. Let me get a constant combinator in here, so that I can turn satellites on and off. Maybe just like right here. There we go. And you're just read contents. I can't disable the silos themselves. I don't know why I expected to be able to do that. But I can connect all of you. So, inserters. You only run if you have a green check mark. So, greater than, equal to 1. There we go. You know what? I don't actually like that. Yeah, let's get rid of you. The reason I don't like that is because I want them to be able to build the rockets. I just don't want them to load the satellite in. Let's get rid of the satellite. Are metals the same as angels? Well, no. Metals are handled quite differently. Like, of course, in the terms of, you still have copper and iron and titanium and things like that, you know. But obviously that's not what you mean. I was just saying you do have metals, of course, but you have very different resources. Let's get a satellite. Just one. You sit in here. This inserter only runs if you're greater than equal to 1. Okay, there we go. Now I'll bring you up this way. Disconnect these guys, then connect these guys. So right now I do not want satellites, so I will turn you off. And then when I do want satellites, let's actually go ahead and take the satellites out of here. I can actually even control you. What's getting ready? Okay, that's you. I can actually more intelligently control you by how much black science I have. Can the bots not take those out? Maybe. Oh, you just also have satellites. My bad. That's why I was so confused. I only disabled the first one. Okay. There we go. Yoink, just in time. Okay, that way I can start sending those resources into something else. But once again, let me see. So let's go, it's astronomy, I believe. So it's you, but it's Bach. So if I drop below, like, 2K, then I want you enabled, and now I can also manually disable you. Yeah, that's fine. Um... Maybe I'll get rid of the circuit condition for now. No, that's fine. I'll just leave them both. If it becomes a problem, I can come back and change it later. Oh yeah, we got the silos a while ago. I've got quite a bit of space science. I'm actually over here disabling space science because it's building up too much. And I'm wasting satellites, which is resources that could be going into other things. I might, though, want to keep 3K. Maybe 3K is cleaner. So let's do that. And then I'll go ahead and turn you on for, like, one more round of launches, I guess. So, there you go. Just since you haven't gotten to see the rockets yet. There we go. And away we go. Okay, that'll definitely get me over the threshold here for the 3K. What I would like to have, I have gotten extremely unlucky, like terrible RNG. I have not gotten a single uranium guide drone. I've gotten so many of all the others. I'm supposed to be getting them at the same rate as copper and calcite, but I've already spent one copper. I have another. I have calcite right here, and yet not a single uranium. So I'm trying to redirect resources, one of which being satellites themselves, into making more asteroid miners. So mostly I'm missing these excavation drones here. Let's see. The drones themselves are mostly backed up on missiles, which are, if you can believe it, backed up on batteries for the most part. So if I can find missiles, they're right here. Just no batteries. That's it. But I keep expanding batteries and I cannot produce enough. There is absolutely nothing I can do to produce enough batteries to provide for this monster of a base. Mostly right now it's nickel oxide preventing batteries from running, but it's been just about every ingredient down the line. Started pi, but after 4 science I gave up. Animal part of this mod just killing me. Yeah, I can definitely see the similarities. Like, from what little I know of pi, and I've intentionally kept myself kind of in the dark because I do plan on, like, stretch goal someday I will play pi. But I do know about the animal part you're talking about, but I think they are different. Like, this is... While there is biochem stuff in here, I would say it's closer to how Angel's biochem works than how pi biochem works. Which is that this is mostly, you have a bunch of chemicals, you feed them into processes, you get processes and intermediates and all this jumbled junk, and at the very end you get something useful. Whereas pi is... yeah, pi is pi. Pi is more like, here's an entire tech tree just for how to make this one thing, and this one thing is barely even useful, it's just an intermediate. Okay. I am kind of trying to figure out what to do at this point. So zoology is researching. What else needs batteries? Maybe that's where I should be looking. Like, what else is eating all these batteries? Because I am making a fair few for the most part. Everything wants batteries, okay. Fair enough. Even processor 2s want batteries. Interesting. Okay, in theory. Well, you're input limited. That's the thing, is I keep thinking, what if I just, like, make you faster? What if I add beacons? What if I change your modules or something? The problem is, you don't have input. And that's what's killing me. So, I do have a shipment of nickel oxide coming in, but that's gonna last all of, like, 45 seconds. Nickel oxide? Let's see. We were just over at nickel oxide. Let me find the nickel area. There we go. So nickel oxide's made down here. We take nickel solution, combine it with soda ash, and that gives me nickel oxide and some byproducts. The byproducts are being dealt with, they're no big deal, but I do not have enough nickel solution. And I don't have enough nickel solution. Oh, well, it used to be because I was backed up on iron oxide, but I guess we are finally clearing out some of the iron oxide. Maybe my rearranging of the iron area to take those iron ingots with priority paid off? Hard to say. Now we just need more nickel matte. That's because we need more crushed nickel. But crushed nickel is seemingly backed up. Looks like it's actually the iron that's backed up. Yeah, we are literally voiding iron right now, just so I can make more nickel. And not only are we voiding iron, we aren't voiding it fast enough. We need to void it faster. Let's get that upgraded. Might as well upgrade that as well. Just preemptively upgrade that. And let's upgrade you. Okay, and let's see what that does. That's going to take 8 per second, so that's 16 iron per second total, and just turn it into dust. But that's exactly what I need to happen, because this will not progress. Yep, it looks like I need to do even more than that. Yeah, just go ahead and stick you there. There we go. And then upgrade you to green. There we go. And all this needs to be upgraded. There we go. Does that help? So, iron. Oh, you still need power. I'll space you out one. Just so you match the other guy, I guess. Okay, let's see if that helps any. That should be 32 iron a second voiding. And probably greatly overstressing my ability to handle the gravel. Oh yeah, gravel handling is just barely hanging on, but it is hanging on. Oh, nope, I might have spoken too soon. Can I handle that much mineral dust? Maybe, maybe not. Does it start backing up this line? It doesn't look like it. So we haven't hit our final line yet. That's okay. We're still doing okay. We haven't even entered the final line. Okay. Anyway, that's voiding lots of iron for me. Which does look like it's finally freed up the line. And now we're back to making nickel. And we're making nickel solution again. And it looks like we're already filling up a backlog on iron ingots, so iron oxide is about to back up again. So that's what I mean, if it's not one thing, it's another. I used to watch Michael Hendricks' channel, but his vacation and YouTube shows me your channel. Oh, well, welcome. Happy to have you. I've definitely watched a couple Michael Hendricks videos in my day. I was definitely a follower of the 1,000 times research base. That was a fun one. Ooh, what was that? I think I'm not quite running at full capacity because of soda ash. I mean, okay, I can upgrade those if you really want me to. Might as well upgrade those too. Not that they need it, but you know, I can. Okay. Nickel solution, holding strong. Okay, you are starting to build up in the pipes. That's nice. I don't know how that's happened suddenly, but I'll take it. Okay. I'm kind of confused, but it's working. It's working. And it's backing up. It's breaking. It's breaking. Okay. Well, we got a little bit of nickel oxide out of it. I wonder if there's any better recipe for batteries. I swear I've already done this in the last couple hours. Okay, I do eventually get a copper recipe from you, but the aluminum, shockingly, is not the part that I'm having trouble with right now. Yeah, everything else stays the same. Okay, you're slightly cheaper on carbon fiber, and slightly cheaper on plastic. And slightly cheaper on solvent. Okay, so you are just slightly cheaper. I literally have copper right now. If I have that recipe, I can just use it. I'm willing to bet I don't, however. That's just the way that it goes. Yep, okay, I need this research before I can do that, which is locked behind so many things and a checkpoint. So, I will just allow research to continue grinding away for the next 54 minutes until I have Zoology 3. Yeah, literally none of the batteries ever come down here. And it's kind of getting to me. Like, the other things that the batteries are going to are also important things, don't get me wrong. I would just like to have some of the rockets too. The rockets would be nice. And I'm kind of thinking, since they're literally right here, I might wind up trying to belt into here. Like, in theory, if I had a belt going right into there, it would work. So let's see what I can do. If I put you here... Nope, you're gonna want to be blue. That's cool. That works. In you go. Rocket. Oh, no, I'm making rockets. I need batteries. Okay, so you go there. And then I can't underground on this layer because there's already something there. So I'll have to underground here then. Once again, I'll just make you blue so you go really far. Could even make you green. How far would that get me? Almost perfect. Oh, that's such a shame. Okay. Well, blue it is. And then, in you go. And that will at least give me a direct line of missiles, because I'm just tired of not having them. Assuming bots will actually place them. Please. I asked you nicely. Thank you! See, you just gotta be kind. That's the secret to getting things done. You ask nicely. The robots respect kindness. Okay, and there's a little bit of batteries. So this is not ideal, of course, but you know what? It gets the job done. Other parts of the factory will suffer, but I will at least have some rockets. Yeah, I mean, there's still some in there to take away. Go wherever they need to go. We just also have some down here now. So, with missiles, that means I will finally be able to make these drones up here. Wherever they go. Oh, I was in the wrong part. These guys. So I'll finally be able to make the demolition drones. Demolition drones mean I can finally make the excavation drones. Then excavation drones are the core of all of these guys up here. So the terraforming drones, we've got the asteroid miner, we've got the sequestration drone, and the coal sequestration. This one's petroleum. Actually, you also need something I've never seen before. I just wasn't even worried about it because I don't make petroleum yet. What on earth is barite? I literally can't even make you yet. Yep, just straight up can't. Okay, where do you come from? Well, you're used in making barium nitrate. And you only come from spent fission cells. Well, awesome. Cool. Is going until you win realistic at this point? Not today. I've only got another 2.5 hours or so today, and I've got a little more than 2.5 hours left to go on this map. I've got more than 2.5 hours until I've made my first sequestration drone. I might be able to make some steps towards coal, however. In fact, it looks like I could go and make you right now. Graphite, rubber, diesel, compressed nitrogen. Yeah, I don't see any reason not to. Let's just go make some progress. Because you said rockets and then biters, so I imagine you're close. Well, I am researching biters right now. Like, that's the only thing preventing me from being able to make them. But at the same time, you don't just make biters and when. There's a good bit after biters, as you can see. We've got a fair ways to go. And that's yeah. we've got a bit. Close in this mod can mean an entire other game's worth away. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of what I was saying. I mean, granted, we are at the end of bioscience. Biters is the end. Like, this is an entire branch here. But then once I'm making biters, I still have to seed the biters. I have to do the terraforming goal. I need to complete the oxygen goal, the tree goal, the fish goal. There's quite a lot. 10 minutes, yeah. I'll do it in 5. Okay, so up here is where I make the diesel. In fact, let's go ahead and upgrade you. And get more modules in you. Then come down this way somewhere. Let me just extend a road this way. That way I can request some stuff. And can I fit? As long as I don't block these pipes. I can come, like, over this way, I think. Let me leave a little bit of room so that I can request the aforementioned stuff. And let's make coal. That's actually one I've been looking forward to for a while. So, let's see. Carbon monoxide and nitrogen. I need compressed nitrogen and diesel. Compressed nitrogen. Compressed nitrogen. That's gonna be a little tricky. I might try and aim for this area right here. Is there any better way to get compressed nitrogen? Just compressed air separation. Yep, that's it. Of course, I could bring the diesel in somewhere. Like, I am providing it. Would there be somewhere that I'm making compressed nitrogen that would work better? Like, I make so much compressed nitrogen up this direction. But that's more for power, not really to be used. Again, that's for power. Whatever, it's fine. So, where even was I? Did I ever get you working? I never gave you steam. I set you up like an hour ago. Let me get distracted setting up coal, so that I can finish setting up paraffin. So, methane. Let's connect you in. There we go. And what are you? Carbon monoxide. Okay. And then steam input. I think that was the problem, is I started trying to think how I wanted to make steam and then just kind of gave up and went somewhere else. I think I'm okay with burning an exceptionally small amount of diesel, along with a little bit of compressed oxygen to make steam. Alternatively, I could just throw some water over here and some heat panels. How much steam do you need? 18 a second. But there's 12 machines. That's going to be around 200 a second. But even still, like a single heat exchanger too can probably handle that. Like if I put you there, grab some solar collectors. How many? What do you consume? Max consumption 8.5. 300. So you are going to get a bit of a neighbor bonus here. So I'm kind of waiting for these to place down. Where does it say neighbor bonus? It just doesn't. Okay, we'll see what it is when it gets here. I'm sure we're going to need at least that many. What a neat fluid bus. How could you disrespect fluid hell like that? I've learned my lesson. And believe me, fluid hell definitely makes some appearance in this map. It's just reserved for the starter base. Even then, this is neater than what it might first appear. But like, look at this. That's just how many fluids I was dealing with. Look at this. Look at this. Like, the beginning of this game especially, there were just pipes everywhere. And then you're hitting pipe limits, you're having to throw pumps in. Oh, it was awful. Oh, it's so bad. Look at this pipe. This is air. Acceptable, yeah. It was bad. It wasn't as bad as Bob's and Angels. I will give you that. Okay, so these got placed, so 20%. Okay, I just couldn't remember what the bonus was. So, let's see. Need to get up to 8.5. Well, let me set the recipe first. You produce 1.3k. So I don't need anywhere near that. Like 800 is going to be enough. So like literally 4 panels is probably already overkill. So let's grab heat pipe 2 and just connect you in. I do have water in one of these pipes, but it is suspiciously empty. Let's see. Yeah, the water is just not keeping up, which is curious. I don't think I'm using a huge amount of water. Yeah, I'm not using water anywhere other than over there. And that's not even running. So, what? Okay, I do use water over there. And you are running. Well, I guess that's fine, whatever. Don't know why I care so much. Let's just come over here and get a little more water going. Yeah, I'll just... this turbine needs to come down here and move, and then continue this pipe that way. The undergrounds don't need to be there, but I do need to connect you this way. In Dash's video, he called the Ribrex solar panels something like horrible. They were my favorite part of what little I played of this mod. Okay. I'm going to show you something truly terrible, but I will agree, I love the thermal solar. I would go so far to say that thermal solar is way more fun than just, like, electricity generating solar. Like, it makes you do stuff. It's fun. That was, of course, my primary power generation for the whole early part of the game. I have this whole block up here, but sometimes you wind up doing stuff like this down here. Just over and over and over. All I'm trying to do is make salt. So this down here, what it does is it takes saline water, it boils it, I get some steam, I get some brine, and then I have to send the brine over. And then the brine also needs to boil in a heat exchanger to make salt and steam. It is same in reality with solar. I mean, it's just more engaging, more, you know, from a gameplay perspective. I mean, don't get me wrong. This is my big solar square I've been copy and pasting everywhere. So I do have the heat collectors, but I did eventually give in and start using the Stirling engines. They were just so much easier. And in my blueprint, I do have the regular solar panels in here. But, you know, that's by the time that it's just like, I just need power, just give me something I can copy and paste over and over. Whereas when you're early game and, like, you're really, like, hand building all your power and everything, I did really enjoy the, solar collectors. They were quite fun. They're not nearly as goofy as my, my little reactor set up over here to power these 4, heat exchangers. So that I can have a little bit of steam to electrolyze for compressed hydrogen. Which, I'm not gonna lie, I might wind up doing again over in this area, wherever it is, because I've already lost it. Okay, here's coal. You're gonna need compressed nitrogen, not hydrogen. That's different. That is different. Let me get this set up down here. So let's see, you are getting your temperature to build up. I will go ahead and get the water pipe this way. You're also full now for some reason. So let's go ahead and get that connected. And then steam pipe straight in. And I'll give you one more solar panel just because I don't want to wait that long. That's going to give me paraffin. So the methane is connected. I do need to do something with this carbon monoxide coming out. I don't like venting it anymore because apparently venting carbon dioxide is killing the planet and all. And that's against what we are doing. Which in a real life setting, totally for. In the game, makes things a little painful. So, the best way that I found to avoid having to vent the carbon product. Let's see, let's get you a little ways here. Well, I mean, what's it matter? I'm gonna have to move it one way or another if I wind up expanding this, so let's put you there. I'm gonna need a compressor. Actually, maybe I can just put the compressor literally like right here. Maybe I don't need to bother with anything over that way. Let's see. Each one of these only makes like 14.5, so I am totally set over here. I could also take carbon monoxide and press you directly into graphite and carbon dioxide. Which one do I make? This is carbon monoxide. I could also just compress you normally. Interesting. I don't think I need the graphite. But I will try. You're kind of fun. I'll just also put this one over here. So let's see. Carbon monoxide. That's the one. And then this one is carbon dioxide. Let's move you so that you're not right in front of that substation. And let's get a supply depot. Like right there. Nope. That one. Okay. You produce 2 boxes a second, so honestly, a purple is going to be fine there. And then I'll deal with the compressed carbon dioxide in a second. I believe it's an electrolyzer that I want next in this whole process. I will leave a little bit of space in case I do need to pipe something else into here. No, it's the other way around. I can electrolyze dioxide into monoxide. Okay. Fair enough. Dioxide into monoxide. And the oxygen I just vent, which is good. We like venting oxygen. And then you come down this way and connect in. Okay, so now what do I do with compressed monoxide? I just turn you into graphite, actually. That's kind of the only thing that I do with you. Yeah, I can combine you with hydrogen and get graphite and water, or I can combine you with water and get dioxide and hydrogen. That's kind of it. Why are these different? Compressed carbon monoxide, compressed hydrogen. The numbers are just different. Sure. Okay. Propene. Oh, you do give different products. Okay, never mind, never mind. Okay. Maybe I just combine you with water to get carbon dioxide and some hydrogen then. Do I have hydrogen on the line? I don't believe I do. Oh, no, I do. There's hydrogen right here. So, how do I get at that? That needs a chemical plant. Or I can combine you with hydrogen and make graphite. Let's see. Combining you with water gives me 10. And then I only need 9 over here. So I could even run both, in theory. Maybe I will. That sounds wacky. So, like, I put 1 here, and then 1 in series down this way. So, let's see. You are the compressed one, so you output compressed hydrogen, and then this one consumes compressed hydrogen. 40 to 80. Okay, so I can do 2 of this guy. There we go. And maybe I'll make you the 1 tall instead. And then I can get water in here, and you can be the 2 tall. Ooh, that is bad intersection. Yeah, I'll have to do something about that. I guess that works. Okay, that's fine. Let's get that connection made. And then hydrogen comes down. And you're gonna output carbon monoxide. Current update broke my 2.1 all achievement run. Aw, that's too bad. Did you notice immediately and like revert? Or was it just toast? Oh, you also just go straight into there. Interesting. And then you're gonna make mono. Okay, this is just cyclical. I'm just returning you to what you were. Never mind, this doesn't do anything for me at all. I thought I was onto something, but I definitely was not. They doubled in initial biter settings, so my save no longer met the requirement. Aw, that's terrible. Loaded in and saw the multiple broken pinned. That's... yeah, that's not very cool. Decided you'd maybe just spend that night playing current patch and maybe come back. Yeah, that's a rough one. Just being like, yeah, what if, well, I guess it does result in graphite. Hold on. That is a pretty rough one. Okay, which one of you is the one that outputs graphite? Hold on. Why do I feel like I'm going insane? Compressed carbon monoxide in a chemical plant. Oh, you're in intermediaries, of course. Let's see. Yep, there you are. That's the one I was looking for. Let's see. So that goes there. And then you underground this way. So 36 to 40. Okay, that's kind of what I was thinking. Because I thought this one was supposed to take slightly less than these produced, and when it was the other way around, I was confused. Okay, there we go. And now you will output a little bit of water and graphite. And that's it. As opposed to this one, who outputs just graphite. And then I can electrolyze you into more carbon monoxide, and just slip you back into there. So which one do I like better? Well, 7.7 megawatts compared to 1.6, 3.2. So you are half the energy. This one gives me oxygen I can vent, which is nice. You both result in graphite. I mean, yeah, I'll just stick to this one, I guess. This is just nicer, as it turns out. So let's see, you output 40. Yeah, you can take in 400. What kind of outputs am I dealing with? Deleted your achievements and started. Realized I can't go back because I deleted my achievements. Yeah, that's rough. Only 10 hours, not much work on. I somehow mean this both sarcastically and earnestly. That's the way Factorio goes. 10 hours on a run. That's like you're just getting started. That's like you're up the trains, basically. Is it not optional anymore? 2.1. 2.1 is still the current experimental, yeah. Okay, so 14.5 times 12. That's 145 plus 28. So roughly 175. You can only take in 80. So I do need another one of you. So you can come this way. I guess then I'll move you this way. And you can output up to the inside. Up, straight up. And then you can output up to the outside. That's still only 160. What I might do is just upgrade you. And now you can handle pretty much however much I want to throw at you. On the other hand, I will need to upgrade you to at least a blue inserter. In theory, you're outputting 160 plus 40. That's 200, which you're comfortably able to handle. And then that's just another 320 MBU. Yeah, okay. Interesting. Compressed carbon monoxide. Yeah, that does need to come back into here, but that will back up potentially. You output 320. This guy takes in exactly 320. Okay, there you go. And so, you also somehow go over here. Get in there. And get in there. Okay, so you go to the top, so you can be on the inside if you want. And then this one just goes wherever. Okay, I can deal with that. In fact, vertical flip, there you go. You can output to either side. It doesn't matter. I was all ready to start Vulcanus. Aw, that's terrible. That's the fun part. That's where the game opens up and everything. Okay, so all this just so I can make paraffins, which are currently backed up. I don't think I do much with you. Yeah, I can make lubricant. Don't really want to. Oil and steam is how I'm already making you, so I don't know what it means by alternative recipe. But that's how I make petroleum. So, fatty acid, paraffin, compressed hydrogen. So, funny enough, the one thing that makes compressed hydrogen, I might actually want that back. That's hilarious. Let's see. So was that you? No, you take compressed hydrogen. You take hydrogen, you make hydrogen. So carbon monoxide and water makes dioxide and hydrogen. Okay. Okay. Well, you don't have to zigzag anymore, at least. You can just come straight in. So, monoxide, which is what I make up here. Let's just bring you to the side one. That way this fits a little better. Okay. So, now I have this dioxide that I can just bring into here. Let's just shoot that way and in. Okay. And then I have hydrogen ready to go. Oh, I also didn't work in your output. Whoops. Let's just do that. Okay. And I still didn't connect you. Okay. So to make petroleum, that takes you, hydrogen, paraffin, and fatty acids. Fatty acids I have on the line right over here. So let's just bring this down. Like right here. And now petroleum. And somehow I have petroleum before coal, even though coal I started on a long time ago. But you know what? We're not going to worry about it. In fact, I might need petroleum for coal now that I think about it. Maybe not. Doesn't look like you're used for much of anything. That's fine. So, paraffin. Paraffin kind of sounds like a Pokemon. Let's get you connected, and you connected. Okay, now I need fatty acids on the back. So connect that, and this way somewhere. Okay, I thought I had fatty acids over here. Are you maybe up here? Yeah, okay, you're just on this pipe. That's fine. Ooh, perfect length, too. Nice. Go ahead and bring these down. Like, here. And then you connect into there. And then all I need left is hydrogen, which I make over this way. And I think you can just be a regular pipe. If I need to expand you, it's important to remember where that pipe goes anyway. You're going to make carbon dioxide and petroleum. So it looks like I need another compressor. But you're going to actually feed into this line. And then all of your carbon dioxide, let's make that the 2 tall. There we go. And then you get to be the 1 tall. I guess I might as well go ahead and connect that. And then carbon dioxide comes this way and connects in. Okay, that should be everything over here. I just need you to actually turn on monoxide. Compressed carbon monoxide. That is just carbon monoxide. Whoops. You all expect compressed carbon monoxide. I'm a fool. Okay. I can make this work. I can't make this work because I built you too close. Wow, okay, that really throws me for a loop. Okay, I can move this up rather than this down. That does work. So, grab all of this, and I'm gonna grab a little bit too far down. That's fine. And then I'll go ahead and move you up 2 squares, since I'm moving you up regardless. Might as well give myself a little extra room. And then this can just come up here. Okay, now you come up this way. Okay, so that worked out actually way better than it had any right to. So connect you together. Again, you can just be pipe, whatever, that's fine. I guess I'll move this. I have no idea how much of this I'm gonna need. Yeah, hold on. What if I start you like here, and then just on like that? So 2.5k. Yeah, I'm not making 2.5k. And then you output 640. Which is exactly 2 of these. So let's just go ahead and upgrade you. And then of course, you run. 320, which is almost enough to keep you at full uptime, which means that's almost enough to keep you at full uptime, which is even more compressed carbon dioxide. Okay, but that should be fine because these certainly will not be running at full uptime. Yeah. Oh yeah, my throat's hitting my limit. I pace myself usually pretty well, but I only got another hour or so left, and I feel it. So let's see. Yeah, about 175-ish. Slightly shy of 2.5k. We will have another like 40 down here. Yeah, that's nothing. Okay, so I don't want carbon monoxide, and this outputs carbon dioxide, which is what I'm trying to compress here. What is your input? Monoxide. Okay. So let me get some part of this correct. Just mercifully, please. Your numbers are even higher. Awesome. Just more ludicrous. At this point, just make it as crazy as you possibly can. Okay. So let's see. You output dioxide. As do you. And then I electrolyze dioxide back into monoxide. Okay. So I do, in fact, need a compressor here. But then you can just connect. So dioxide. There we go. And in theory, all I need for you now is compressed carbon monoxide, which is this pipe right here. Straight down. And you might as well be pipe. And I guess since I do need this, I will come over here and do this as an overflow. That will be the typical route that most of it goes, but, you know, who cares? I would like it to get placed, though. That would be cool. Okay, well, at least this is kicked on now. And there's petroleum! We got the very first petroleum. Definitely should have modules in you. Might as well throw modules in you, I guess. Though I guess that's unnecessary. I am trying to get rid of the carbon monoxide. I don't want to be producing more carbon dioxide. That just doesn't seem right. Especially since it's producing this graphite, which is going to fill up very quickly, and I don't think anything is going to take. But anyway, that is going to make petroleum, so that's very cool. So what do I actually do with petroleum? I put you in a barrel. And then that barrel gets used in the petroleum drone, and that's literally it. Okay, so there's absolutely no reason to do anything other than barrel you. Though I believe the drones should be able to carry way more liquid than they would barrels. It's only 50 petroleum to a barrel, so it's definitely way better to carry the liquid back to base and barrel it on site. All the same, let's get one of these guys in over here. Right there. And there's petroleum for us. I might even go ahead and make another one over here. Just move you a smidge. Just because sometimes having to allows them to pick up easier. And of course it provides for a larger buffer as well. But yeah, there we go. That's petroleum right there. Now it's time to go finish coal, which who even knows where coal is anymore. I will add a little sign to you, because I have a feeling we will be coming back at some point. So let's put signs next to both of you. You're going to be paraffin. This is petroleum, of course. Okay, we are managing to keep this graphite box fairly empty, all things considered. Construction bots, please. Okay, there they are. They are on the way. And boom, okay. Petroleum. And, well, I guess I can't really read from you, so you're just petroleum. And then the same up here. I don't remember how to spell you. Paraffin, okay. I swear I started coal. There you are. Okay. Well, you're gonna need graphite boxes. Guess it's a good thing I'm making more. You know, you do make carbon monoxide. I could send you down to the other area. Compressed nitrogen, diesel, rubber box. Okay, let's work on the nitrogen first. So to make nitrogen, I'm going to need air filters. Then I'm going to need to run it into a distillery. So let's do you kind of on top of these guys. I also have no idea how much of this I'm actually going to need. And I do want to run the compressed air recipe that does not give carbon dioxide. Let's see. Compressed air is going to just be air and a compressor. I know that's shocking information, but I do promise it is true. And compressed air. Same over here. So you output 130, you need 240. Okay, what if I upgrade you? Now you output 520, which is enough for both of these. Okay. So what if I reposition you to, like, right there? So to supply 520, I need 2000 regular air, but I'm also going to be outputting 480 air whenever I run. Actually, 960, because I have to count both of these. So 960. So basically I need 1040. So there's 400. There's 800. And then I guess I can just add modules to you. And that'll be good enough. Just fill some of this area in. Try one of these. And just see if that does the trick. Well, I'll need about a 25% increase. And this is only 20, but this is 30. Yeah, just no reason not to do that. Okay, just waiting to make sure all my numbers are right up there, but assuming they are, you're going to output compressed residual gas, compressed nitrogen, and air. So let's make air the 1 tall. Nitrogen 2, and then you get to be the 3 tall. So air, let's just run you back up this way and connect you back in. Now of course this air pipe, yeah, that's problematic. Okay, what if I put you right here, and then I can get a small pump right there. And then you are top up, and then this allows for this air to loop back around and in. There we go. And you still fit the footprint of the distilleries, which is something I was trying to do the whole time. Okay, we make basically none of this residual gas here. So I'll just send you this way and throw you into a tier 2 chimney, just because if I need to expand this, I do want to be able to comfortably expand this without having to worry about chimneys and stuff like that. But that's going to make 160 compressed nitrogen. I need like 26. So yeah, this is more than enough. I am perfectly comfortable here. Let's just get the nitrogen down. Which I can't believe that just worked. That was crazy. Okay. You come over this way. Let's nudge you to the side 1 tile. And then nitrogen can be the 2 tall. And oil, what is this? Diesel. Diesel can be the 1 tall. Diesel can also just connect right there. Crazy. And there we go. Just fill in a little bit. Make it a little nicer. Okay, anyway, you're going to make all kinds of output. You're going to make coal, you're going to make carbon monoxide, and you're going to make new nitrogen. So... okay. Pump time. You go here. And you're going to be top up. Just like this pump was. Let's reduce you to like 30. And then once you get placed... actually, can I not just take you? Yes, I can. Wonderful. Okay. That way. You can be too tall here. Come out this way. And let's run you into a compressor. Like right there. And you only make 3264, so... yeah, 104 per second. We are chill. And underground into there. So it's only a little extra, but it does just cycle it back in. Then carbon monoxide. We'll deal with in a minute. We have to get rubber and graphite in here first. So pretty much no rubber, but a decent amount of graphite. So full belt of graphite and then a belt of rubber above that. Can I make that work? Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Okay. Okay. If you were tiling, though, there would be pipe here. Let's go ahead and tile this. Just so I can think about what it's gonna look like. So get over here, connect in, put the pipe there, get rid of that. You need an underground, and you can just be pipe. I could also just connect the outsides, and that makes a lot more sense. So bring you over, and then connect in. Okay. Oh, and can't forget to connect in there. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. So then I have plenty of room in between the nitrogen pipes for inputs. And by plenty enough room, I mean exactly enough room. So you'll all drop too far away. But then some of you will pick up too far away as well. So let's see. Where does that fit on you? Ooh, you need an underground pipe there. I can make that work. There we go. And now you go in. Of course, you need to be an underground, and you also need to be an underground. And then you don't really need to underground again, actually. You can just carry on. And there we go. Okay, that should be enough for the inputs. I do still need to request them, of course, but that's not really the challenge here. So one of you is going to be graphite. Let's make this one rubber, since it's going to be on the outside. And then this one needs to be the graphite box. Oh, that was way faster than I expected. Graphite's pretty close, so I don't know if I'm going to need many trucks, and then I don't need much rubber, so I also shouldn't need very many trucks. Let's see. Yeah, let's just do same old, same old. So, down, down, up, up. And let's go ahead and inset you. And in you go. Okay, so that's going to be all for your inputs for coal. Now I just have to deal with the carbon monoxide and the actual coal itself. Oh, and you need modules. I haven't given you any modules yet. Don't know why. Let's get the output then. You can just go right there. So, big pickup, and offset. And let's see, let's get a supplier in here. And I'll just do the same, but flipped around. Also, can I do anything with the boxed coal? Like, is it specifically boxed coal that I want? Yes, it is. And the unboxed coal, can't... As far as I know, you can't really do anything with that. You can use it as fuel. Hilarious. Don't think I want to do that. Okay. That should be ready. We just need the coal and the graphite. And carbon monoxide. Carbon dioxide. So let's see. There we are, this area down here. So you take compressed carbon dioxide. This is a pipe of just regular carbon dioxide. As is this. So if I just bring you down, connect you in, let's go ahead and throw a pump on you to separate pipe extents. There we go. Also do top up so that I never accidentally fill up this this area. You know, I might also want to do overflow. Let's wait for this to get placed so I can actually modify you. Would be cool. Also, petroleum is really slow if you haven't noticed. All this time it's been running constantly. We have 7K. Okay guys, come on. Let's see how much petroleum that actually is for me. So every 50 gives me a barrel. So let's see, that would be 1,400 barrels? Would that be right? No, 140 barrels. Oof. Wait, is that even right? Hold on, 140 times 5 would be about 700. Okay, so yeah, 7,000. So 140 barrels. It takes 10,000 petroleum barrels to send up one drone. How many of these drones am I gonna need to fire? Because that sure does sound like a lot. If I've only made 140. Oh boy. Okay, we might be coming back to expand petroleum before too terribly long. Well, at any rate, overflow. So let's keep at least 40% in here. And then don't fill you more than 80%. Let's knock that back to 60%. And that way we can compress you and electrolyze you and cycle you back around. Because otherwise all this carbon dioxide just winds up getting vented anyway. And venting carbon dioxide isn't good. So if I have this spare capacity, I might as well use it. Okay. So the whole reason I was looking at that is I was kind of considering the idea of piping the carbon monoxide down. I'm still kind of considering it. Would have to take this pipe right here all the way down. And that is quite a long ways. But like I could do it, is the thing. It would be a little tricky to like get into though. Maybe I don't care. Yeah, I think that's as far as I care, which is, I don't. Well, let's grab at least a fluid depot. I can put you in here. There we go. And then I'll underground belt this way. That way I can come down here and meet you. Oh, I forgot to say please. My bad. So I can at least send you off if someone else happens to want carbon monoxide. Otherwise, if this builds up, then I do need to vent you somewhere. So let's say right here. Just throw a pump right there. Overflow. And how much you make? Basically nothing. Pretty much nothing. Even a tier 1 chimney would allow for like 40 of these more. And it might wind up that that's exactly how many I need before too terribly long, but you know, that's a problem for later me, because each one of these machines is currently producing 0.14 a second. And one drone takes 30,000. Yeah. And that's, keep in mind, when they're running. Currently it's not. I don't know why, but I'm not getting any of the the boxed, whatever you are, boxed graphite. Let's increase your priority. Because I'm pretty sure the priority over here should be low, but apparently not low enough. But yeah, anyway, that's going to give me some coal. That's the start of the coal. Products finished 0. So yeah, I've literally not gotten a delivery of graphite. Just coming down this way. There you are. Let's go ahead and copy this. And put you right up here. As soon as you get placed, I will change you to coal, but in case I forget, makes it easier. There we go. So let's see. Coal. And coal. Let's make you coal boxed. There we go. So we've got coal. allow logistics. That way I can at least read the logistics once we have some. And where's Paraffin? There you are. So you're full. You're running. You're 0.05 a second. You produce 12. Okay, so that is a lot of paraffin. Or rather, not a lot of petroleum. Kinda starting to feel that way. Okay, so this will cut through this area right here, which means you can't really stay there. But I can put you up there. I'm definitely expanding this area very quickly. I'm just waiting for this to move, basically. You know what? It would make a lot more sense if I put you, like, up here or something. Too much. Okay, second idea. What if I flipped you around and put you, like, in here, then? Wait, is that not the same thing? That might be the same thing. You output compressed dioxide. You make compressed dioxide. Yes, okay. I just gotta figure out how to get the dioxide in. Okay, what if I compress you over here, actually? That makes more sense. But that only allows for a single compressor, really. What a conundrum. Okay, you make basically nothing. This is fine. One of you will last a very long time. I really don't have to worry about trying to make the compressor expandable. We will be very far along before we ever need another compressor. By very far along, I mean this produces 3 a second. This consumes 2.5 thousand per second. I think I will be okay. So let's start breaking this stuff over here. That can go away. Pretty right ratio. Yeah, like I think we're okay. I think we're gonna be alright. Why do I not have any more of you? Oh, well, I guess because these stopped running because paraffin is full. That's fine. Let's grab you. And we're just gonna go really far. We're gonna be well outside of build range. But we're just gonna... Oh, well, okay, never mind. Build range actually continues past radar range, so that was not what I expected. Wonder if I'm gonna be able to get a Roboport. Nope. There's the end of history. I guess I can grab you, though. Let's start running these guys over. Then I'll have to get a radar. Yeah, they'll get to that eventually. somehow, it seems like I do have all the chemical plants and all the modules, so that's a first. I think pretty much every time I've tried to build something large, I'm missing something. Weird little extra bit of pipe there, and no undergrounds. Yay. Oh, not on top either. Cool. Okay, let's grab something like that. So, hydrogen on left. Oh, well, you're all hydrogen on left. Okay, paraffin on left. There we go. And then just clear that bit out. Okay, hopefully that's all connected, but it'll be a little while before I ever get to know. Let's see, that's expanded out to 33. So let's grab another 12. There we go. So that gets me to a solid 50. And let's see, map view does go for a little while longer. So let's go ahead and grab a couple more of these guys. Even if you are going to bring some pipe along, who cares? Okay, and another radar, because I feel like we might eventually need it. Well, let's see, we're up to 50 right now. So if I grab another 30, the paraffin on left. So you have to start from there. Perfect, okay. Perfect spacing with the current build range and all. Oh yeah, you don't go there. So somehow I do have to get the hydrogen in. That is something I'm beginning to realize. So let's move you to like here, I guess. And then hydrogen. And come in at this level. There we go. Now of course I'm going to need a lot more hydrogen. Even if you are only 0.25 a second, with 80 of these, that's still going to be 20 a second, which is actually only half of what I produce, so never mind. I lied. Yeah, you are just so slow. Oh, that's only 73 somehow. Odd. Okay. Really? Let me double check that. What? 73, yeah. I have no idea how I managed that. Once I have more build range, I will continue out that way. Yeah, I'm gonna need quite a lot more. You're also 0.5 paraffin, so one of these distilleries does 24 of these buildings. Just insanity. Let's see, if I put you up next to this Roboport, I can even get speed modules on the paraffin. That's kind of hilarious, not really what I was going for, but you know what? Why not? If I put you here, then you go here. I am eventually going to run into trouble with Roboports, but I'm going to do my best. Yep, right on top of the Roboport. I can move you at least. Let's see. So you're hitting this building. So at least I don't miss one if I go right where this radar is. Yeah, okay. And then let's make sure you all get speed modules in you. And hopefully that just does something. I don't even know what. Don't even know what I'm hoping for. I just want it to be better. Just please be better. Okay, and there's more map view. So if I'm 73, and I am, then I need another 27. Make a nice even 100. So let's grab 28 on the hopes that I can tile with you. Wait, no, you are off by 1. But that's fine. Let's grab the roboports. And there we go. Get rid of the pipes. Don't really need them. Okay, oh cool. Beacons, of course, will also need to come along. That's unfortunate. So that one does make me skip a building, but oh well, it's literally one building. Not gonna cry about it. And I'm not gonna put one beacon down for one building. We will survive. Okay, so I do need more hydrogen, so now that I have 100 buildings, and with speed, you're taking 0.55. But that's going to be 55 a second. I will need a second one, believe it or not. Literally only one more, but I will need one more. And there we go, that should be everything all connected in there. I guess I could have also probably just speed moduled you. Oh well. Oh, especially because you're also getting moduled. Did kind of forget about that. Yeah. One of you still pretty much does 100 of you. Like, almost. You do like 80 of them, I think. Maybe 90. But oh well, I have the second one ready to go. We just need to be able to run. Paraffins are not full. You have no oil. Overflow, maybe overflow like 50. Okay, so there we go. So all the petroleum is a go. Okay. This is running. Let's see, that does turn carbon dioxide into monoxide, which is immediately turned back into dioxide. Funny enough, I could actually use a little more monoxide. Let's see, you can't go down, unfortunately. like this. This is unfortunately placed. I would love to be able to get into the extra monoxide in here. Yeah, what if I actually just delete you? Get rid of all of that. You connect in, and then... yeah, I can't even connect into this. Okay, what do you connect into? Okay, so all of this is just you. So if I move you... how did I wind up getting such weird parts? I missed parts. Okay, so move you over here. But then also move you over here. Okay. And the whole purpose of that is now I can get an underground into there. And it's not even a good underground. It's just an underground. So you will run off of that. You'll overflow into here. And I might need another one of these. If things back up, then I need another compressor up here doing this recipe, but for the time being, we'll just see how this does. Okay. So are all of these running? Yes, all of them are running. Okay. All the way to the end. Okay, and I do have 25k in this fluid depot now. Why do you not get an icon? It shows 25k in you. I don't like that you don't get an icon. Oh well, whatever. Graphite box. They're building up in there. Did I ever get graphite? Up at coal. Let me see. No, literally did not. Not even one. Let me just max out your priority. Graphite box. And petroleum down here. Graphite box. I mean, they are getting picked up. Like, they're going somewhere. And I guess that's not coal. I wonder what all is picking up graphite. Oh, graphite box. Request graphite box. So, I know you are. Okay. You're just a buffer, though. And you're empty. Let's see, this one up here. What are you? Yeah, your priority is so low. Higher claim supply first. That seems like a total lie. Because you have 6 trucks on the way. And you have 0. So I don't really know how to reconcile those facts. That just seems like maybe you're not telling the truth. That just doesn't seem right to me at all. Yeah, I don't really know what else I can do about that. How about just regular graphite? Okay, I do seem to have just regular graphite. Well, except for you. Wait, what? What is happening there? Okay, that is a requester chest. Okay. Okay, that makes sense, because you also would never get graphite. I do remember working on that. You literally never did get graphite, but you can get graphite through the logistics box. So, cool. You get graphite. Good. Yeah, you have 8 trucks bringing graphite boxes to you. What do you mean? What? Higher values are preferred for supply selection. Yeah, that just doesn't seem to be the case. Like, I'll set you to 0. Yeah, I don't even know what that's trying to do. That's just wacky. Also have these buffer depots down here. Or, I guess I should be a little more careful saying that, being that buffer depots are actually a thing. This is a storage depot, but it kind of acts occasionally like a buffer depot. I don't really know why it's bringing stuff into here. It just kind of does. And then it gets picked up and taken somewhere else. Well, I do have sludge in here. Don't I do something? Oh yeah, the worms. Hold on. Where are worms? There we are. You need a little holographic sign. And maybe that's how I'll spend my last hour or so, is I'll see if I can't make a little bit of, like, terraforming or worm progress. That seems like a good time. Apparently I'm not going to be making coal or petroleum progress anytime soon. So... worm drone. Logistics count. In you go. So, let's see. I believe that's the green Spidertron, which is down this way. There you are. Did you ever get your deliveries of excavation drones? No, literally not even one. Neither did you. Awesome. Because I really wanted those. I thought that would be nice. Okay. Where's the red Spidertron? Okay, there you are. Did you ever get any of your deliveries? You didn't. You did not. Well, that kind of puts a damper on all of my plans. That's a shame. Can I figure out why? Still just... yeah, just those excavation drones. It's the missile boxes. Just the missile boxes, okay. Let's see. No missiles are full. Yep. What? Huh? What? Missile box 1. I have missile box 1s. You are allowed by the logistics. Okay, hold on. Something is being strange. So... Yep, that'll do it. That'll do it. 11 out of 15. You have 0. Everything else is fine. Let's just get the tier 2 in here and pretend that never happened. Okay, well, I did legitimately have trouble with missiles for hours and hours. This is probably the first time I've checked you where I actually had the missiles. But yeah, that doesn't make me feel much better. In fact, it makes me upset. That makes me sad. Oh, that really sucks, actually. I really wish I hadn't done that. Well, okay. Cool. What's something else I can do then? Well, I can get more productivity on science. There we go. Okay, so those are all getting placed. Very nice. So I was kind of waiting to make sure they all get placed first before I started the next row, because I won't have enough to do this row. Just making sure I didn't miss any. And yeah, we're missing 18 labs now, but at that point, we are making them. I might as well go ahead and do the full set. There we go. Okay, so now that we're actually finally making the drones, I'm a little paranoid now. I need to go check on them. Okay, so you make 0.12 a second. You consume 0.1 a second. And produce 0.1 or 112 a second, or whatever. You know, 0.12 a second. There we go. That's how words work. So you're not exactly fast, but you will get the job done. Okay, we did apparently launch an asteroid miner. Let's go see if I finally have one of the things. I don't think we will have gotten the results yet. Or maybe we did. Okay, or maybe we did. In which case, I still have not gotten a uranium. I've got 4 of nickel. I've got 1 of copper. 1 of calcite. 1 of bauxite. 3 of sandstone. 2 of iron. 0 of uranium. Zero of uranium. Okay. Well, that's just how it is, I guess. Still 0 coal. For whatever reason, just will not get a delivery of coal. Or, graphite. So, let me see. This area. I'm just gonna stop requesting the boxes of graphite. Because you were always meant to come up here as like a last resort, but clearly that's not happening. I'm also gonna get rid of this up here because you're just not working as intended. Like there's just no way I can force you to work the way that I wanted you to work. So I just have to get rid of you. Maybe I'll put you back at some point, but that point is not now. You know, what I can do, actually, I did just have an idea. Wherever that is. Okay, so I can put you back, but what I have to do once they place you is I have to change your channel. And then I'll go to all the places where graphite is thrown into a thing and make sure I do you properly. I think you were like 20 before. And I'll do the same over here. So like 20, full stacks, channel 2. So channel 2, the whole time I've been playing, has been my like actively get rid of this channel. The problem is I don't know where graphite is produced. Like I don't know where graphite winds up in a chest. And that does make it a little more challenging. Like for example, I know graphite winds up, there you are. You should be in channel 1. That way I don't send from you to the other channel, which it looks like this entire time I probably was, which is completely pointless. A little hysterical, but completely pointless. I don't know why I'm going slowly through this area, like I'm just gonna find more graphite providers somewhere. The boxed graphite down this way. Petroleum. This one right here, yes. I want you to be channel 1. Even though I am actively trying to get rid of you. Okay, you are channel 2. Let me do something different. These guys at the base here. It's impossible to find where they're meant to be. There we go. Okay, finally I found you. I'm gonna change you to channel 4. That way I have to very deliberately set up an overflow channel that forces it into here. That way I can send graphite into here from anywhere, but it has to be a deliberate choice. So one thing I do want to look for is anywhere that I'm making graphite. Evidently not here. There's another abandoned graphite area, apparently. Oh no, they're the same. Okay, just those are one group and that's the other group. And then we have a whole bunch of 2 groups down here, making up this whole area. We have the request over here. You're fine. That's graphene, not graphite. Okay. Am I just intentionally making graphite here? Oh, this was my messing around area. I made this earlier today to try and get rid of the carbon dioxide. Yeah, that makes sense. Hold on. Well, that's not gonna work very well at all. Let's do that. And then break all these pipes in the middle. Whoops. Kind of forgot that there was an output right there. And just ran pipe right over top of it. Okay, you should resume operations now. And now this is going to be channel 2. Yeah, that's okay. Well, really, I can call this Channel 1. Because if this backs up, nothing is in any immediate danger. This can just be Channel 1. Like, we do just vent over here if this fills up, so we are okay. Yeah. Like, we do request graphite quite a few places, but that's not a problem for right now. Yeah, we do request graphite boxes up here. And over here... Oh, that's coal. Okay, that's the one I've been trying to get to work. Yeah, okay. I thought that truck was bringing graphite in here, and I was about to lose my mind. But okay, so literally nothing can supply you, unless there are suppliers on channel -1. That is the only way you could get supplied. And as far as I know, nothing is on channel -1. So this is channel 2. I've got an idea. It's a bit of a silly idea. But it is an idea all the same. I'm gonna move that for now. You can come, like, down this way. I'm gonna move this for now, and put you, like, over this way. Okay. That should all be exactly the same. So this is for overflows. So if things get brought here, that's because they've overflowed into here somehow. So I'm gonna also have a storage this way. That's exactly the same. Hold on. Break you, break you. Copy you, paste. Copy you, paste. Let's see if that works or not. Okay, come on, you got this. There we go. So, yes, everything is exactly the same. Let's copy you one more time down here, and then I'll show you why once all this gets placed down. Okay, come on. You know what? I don't actually have a good way to implement what I was just thinking of. Because in order to implement what I wanted to do, I would have to be able to read the contents of these, and I can't do that without the game crashing. What I wanted to do is have tiers 1 and 2 in here, and then they can fill up, do whatever, but if they do fill to capacity, then they start outputting to a channel 4 storage depot, and then that can be sent off to the top of the line. Unfortunately, that doesn't really work. Doesn't really work, yeah. Well, oh well. It's not like anything's backing up in here or anything, so I don't really need to worry about it. Speaking of which, is anything even showing up? We literally still don't have anything. Let's see. We're backed up on petroleum. Okay. I do need to start making petroleum barrels then. So let's see. I need a requester. But you... I wonder if you'll fit. Barreling pump. There you are. Yeah, with the power pole there, you'll have to move over a smidge. But then, request petroleum. And let's barrel petroleum. Okay. We also want to move this out of the way. So let's see. Request and provide. Input and output. So part of the reason I want to do that, so I can copy you, horizontal flip, and also put another one over here. Okay, but you have no power somehow. So let's get a power pole down this way. Okay, you can do 4 a second. So that's 8 a second total. We're gonna want more than 20 barrels, I'd suspect. Let's keep like 200 in here at least. So I do kind of suspect that maybe that's still not gonna work very well. And what I might want to do is get another buffer depot that keeps the petroleum in. But that's not really any different than just multiple requester depots, and then feeding you all into one barreling pump, which is maybe the better play here. Yeah, I'm trying to find a good area to do something like that. Because this is a little silly. Like, I don't really feel good about this. But at the same time, it's hard to tell without anything actually showing up. Did they ever come down and take any of the petroleum yet? Well, I guess if they did, it's already refilled. It would be hard to tell. Okay. What if I did something like this instead? Petroleum. Wait for these to get placed. Let's get pipes on the front. Okay guys, come on. You can do it, I know you can. I believe in you. There we go. So 8 and full. 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 Okay. Whoa, I don't know why you just did that, but that was weird. Okay, first delivery, there we go. And then let's just get rid of you. Yeah, let's bring your priority down and get rid of all your trucks. And then when you're empty, I'm gonna move this. I guess I can go ahead and cut you. But yeah, you can just go like here, that's fine. Sure, that's good. I might go ahead and copy this, in fact. So, break that, break that. Okay. So, come on guys. You got this. Let's also upgrade you to a barreling pump too, I guess. It is taking longer and longer for some reason for the last of this petroleum to flow out and into you. Oh, nope, never mind. Now it's fast. Oh, well that's just great. You got refilled somehow. Even though these guys were just sitting here waiting to be filled. For some reason, you got filled. Okay, well, you know what? We're gonna go ahead and just empty that. And I'll just bring your pipe over, and connect this way. And if you happen to get filled again, then you can just dump into here. Yeah, we're just waiting on the petroleum to show up, but we do have several trucks on the way. And once this pipe is formed, you'll have a connection here as well. Sometimes I'd love to know what the bots are doing. Like, where did they go to get those pipes? Why did it take so long? Why was it so hard? You can handle 11. 11 a second. Okay. Oh yeah, that's pretty fast. Okay. Well, that was all over you, it looks like. Nope. Nope, you still got some in there. You're just letting it trickle out real slow. How strange. Parallel fluid IO. You know what? Why not? We'll see what you got. We'll see what you got going on. Or maybe not. Maybe it just doesn't want to. I think I'll take a drink of water while I'm waiting for this to get built. It still is not built. What? It's not like we're missing the pipes or anything. Like, the pipes get made right here, and I'm trying to build them right here, and for whatever reason, they just can't do it. Okay, well that is, I think, allowing you to output faster. And let's go ahead and break all of that. Just get out of there. Okay, there we go. That did help quite a bit. if I had to guess though, I think I'm probably going to need more of these. But notice that we aren't sending all of our trucks already. So we may already have drained most of the petroleum that we had down here. Yes, most of the petroleum is already gone. We aren't making more because we have no more fatty acids. That's actually a good point. I didn't want to take all of the fatty acids. So let's get a pump in here. And make sure you're only in overflow at like 30% or something. That way we keep some in the pipe back here. Because otherwise that is going to be a problem. And nothing. You get one pipe, you get two pipe, and then you get nothing. I guess that's going to be my guy right there. There we go, okay. So yeah, we'll keep you overflow at like 30%. Why is nothing running? So fish eggs. Fish eggs are backed up because of effluent being backed up. Okay. What if I make you overflow? That does have the ability to back up this pipe now. But I should have a means of getting rid of this, because I do somewhere in here ship effluent out. Like, it is originally and primarily a waste product, even though it is used in the creation of worms. So I think I've just leaned back into effluent is a waste product, and maybe I can strip out some of these yield modules. Maybe that's just not what I need, because I do have a little too much effluent and a few too many fish eggs. Speaking of which, worms are missing. What? How can worms be missing and backed up? Ah, because you're all on one wonderful glorious belt. So we're backed up on amino acids. Interesting. Okay. Just making sure amino acids do go all the way back. That anything that needs amino acids does have access to them. It does look to be the case. Well, except I request them in right here, but I keep this on a top-up. So yeah, we are not requesting anything from that, and have not requested anything from that in a long time. I say as it actively continues to craft things. What? Like, the pipe's full. The tank is full. Okay, you do come in and make nucleotides, if I've been requesting those. And you're just straight up broken down here. which is why I have 0 biochemistry science. I wonder how long that's been broken. Okay, but I don't really want to use this amino acids. I want to use the amino acids from way down here. Which is this one. Can I get a pipe up this direction? I can. It's a little tricky, but I believe I can. I could also just throw it into the logistics system and have them take care of it. Doesn't seem like a ridiculous idea. Like, okay. So, down here somewhere, wherever, like, eggs are. 100,000 astronomy research. That is honestly mind-boggling that I only unlocked it a couple hours ago. Okay. So, like, maybe right here. This is aiming down. So if I underground right here, then I can get a fluid depot. Right there. Okay, and then wherever we are up this way. So, amino acids. You do come out and join this pipe here. Okay, so that's ammonia, that's amino acids. Okay, so you only do a top-up. So I kind of was assuming that I would just be providing this by bots, I guess. Same thing with fatty acids. Okay. So where was biochem science, by the way? Biochemistry science. Do I still need biochemistry science for the things that I have coming up? Yes, yes I do. Okay, so it is definitely worth repairing. I'm very glad that I noticed you were broken. You're in chemistry plant 2s. Let's get you upgraded. And let's get a better prod in you. That way you run faster and with more productivity. Okay, so you have 5 trucks coming in now to fill you up. Hopefully, fairly quickly. I keep seeing the ammonia trucks go by like they're pranking me. I seriously don't see any coming up. Okay, there goes a couple. So, come on. Why are you still empty? You say 5. Please bring 5. Okay, there's one. There you are. Okay, so that's 15k. How long does that last? Not very long, it looks like. We go through that pretty quickly. Okay, granted we do have more trucks on the way, but hopefully they're not quite so far this time. And yeah, we are already outputting from this area up here because this is not enough. Which means it might actually be beneficial to run that big old pipe I was just talking about. So amino acids would run this way. Let's go ahead and get a pump on you just to reset the pipe extents. That way I don't have to do this again somewhere later. Oop, okay, and that's as far as I can go. Where did that get me? Okay, amino acids are right here. Let's see. I've literally been running against them. Yeah, right here. Okay. So, let's see. You move this way. Come in this way. All of this move up a little bit. And where do you go? Right there. Go ahead and get most of this upgraded, if possible. At least this this area right in here is more what I meant, because I knew that was going to be pipe extent issues. And you do extend up this way, but all this is black pipe as well. So all I need is to make sure all of this is properly replaced, and yeah, there we go. No problems at all. Okay. Let's see. So, fatty acids are on top up. That is good. Amino acids are on top up. That's good. So this is completely full now, but more than anything, that does mean we feed down this way. Okay, what else do I need up here? So, fatty acids. Fatty acids are being made up here. But don't I make like an incredible number of fatty acids down somewhere else? I swear I do. Okay, easiest way, let's come over here and just look at the liquid. So you're made in algae harvest. Okay. So let's go find algae harvest. Yep, that's algae spores and cellulose. Quite a lot of it. One thing I should do is come along, upgrade all of you, and then give you a little more productivity. Even though you are backed up right now, a little productivity never hurts. So, algae spores. What can I do with algae spores? You can be turned into cellulose. With science I don't have. And I can crush you with seawater and turn you into wastewater. Interesting, interesting. Low on steel. That's always the name of the game. Really doesn't even matter what kind of Factorio you're playing, at some point or another, you are going to be low on steel. Yeah, I guess I just feed you into a crusher with wastewater? Like, that's the only way that I'm gonna get rid of you. And you are backing things up. Like it is a problem. So where do I get rid of my wastewater? Looks like I send it down, and then you get voided over there. Okay. So let's get a tier 3 crusher. Maybe like right there. Continue that way. And then right in, and priority output to the left. And then anything that does come this way is overflow and needs to be voided. Arthropod disposal boxed. So let's see. I do have the ability to make arthropods. I don't know if I'm gonna spring for that today, but we'll see what happens. What am I even trying to do? Algae. Algae spore. Didn't I have a different recipe for you? Hold on. That's algae. I wanted algae spore. Yeah, where is this recipe? Okay. Down with all those things, it looks like. Algae spores, seawater, and becomes wastewater. So I could turn you into algae spores, cellulose, and effluent. Like I could do that, potentially. No, that's crushing algae. Never mind. That's why that felt so strange. Okay, so yeah, pretty much my only choice is this one down here. Which is what I was trying to do. Oh, it's literally the first recipe. Look at that. I'll then be able to make enough after Power 3.0 Part 1 is built. Need lots of steel for Power 3.0. Yeah. Best I can tell you when doing Bob's and Angel's steel is that there never really will be enough, so it's easier to try and play and build around how do I get like almost enough. If that makes sense. Let's just paste these together. Okay. So seawater I actually have right over here. I might just throw one more on you. Like so. Do that. Break that. That way at least I get the landfill that you so desperately need. And I'll just underground in this way. Or at least this way. You don't get any input that way, actually. So, hold on. Yeah, that is a problem. What can I do about that? Well, I guess I can just lower you. And that's not too much of an issue. Then you're just wastewater out the front. I'll deal with whatever you are soon. Okay, and you can deal with 20 a second. Okay, maybe I don't even need that many. There we are. And then wastewater. Let's see. I can move you back one. That allows me to get wastewater up this way. Can I do better? Like, what if I move you this way? Put a pipe here. No. That's already bacteria. Okay. Okay, what if I put you down here instead? And then you can just connect down this way and pipe in. There we go. That's a wastewater express right there. That should work. I am officially in my last half hour of the 24-hour stream, and oh boy, it feels nice. I've made so much progress today. I'm so happy with what we've gotten done, and I'm going to be so happy to go to bed soon. Nearly there. Okay, somehow we are missing black pipes. Don't ask me how. It's always mysterious when that happens. It just decides not to have pipe right now. Yep, it's just decided not to have pipe right now. Let's get rid of that. Titanium sheets. What? Yeah, I have no titanium over there. Yeah, we're just not making enough titanium sheets. Just simple as that. Why am I making so little titanium? No graphite. Okay. Curious. I mean, you sure look like you have enough graphite, but I guess not. Like, that's a full red belt. I guess you just want more, okay. You're just really hungry for graphite. Okay, this is pretty sparse. That was a pretty sparse section for a minute there. So maybe that's more what I've been getting. In which case, upgrading the belt here isn't really gonna help, I don't think. But I will go ahead and upgrade this way. Yeah, it's pretty sparse. Why am I missing carbon monoxide? Because there's too much nitrogen. Interesting. Where does all the nitrogen go? Okay, so you're getting pumped downwards. Okay, so nitrogen is not full here. Yeah, pumping is maxing out, though. Does max out. 79, 16. Why not just combine the nitrogen right there? Then I don't have to pump you that way. There we go. You can just directly cut over this way. And that should help with some of the congestion up that way. Let's see. Once that's connected. Okay, so that is connected now. Does that help at all? Okay. It does look better. Yeah, that looks better. Okay. How about anything up this way? You are also filling up on nitrogen. Just following the pipes back until I find where it's not full on nitrogen anymore. Well, that seems to be the whole length back. Never mind. So we are trying to keep this area topped up, and it does look like that's not going anywhere because you have almost the entire pipe full. So let's go ahead and reduce this to like 60%. That way we can still keep some if this area needs any, but it's a little easier to just come in here and void it all. Okay, how did you get a delivery on channel 4? That makes no sense. So something must be providing you. Maybe the wood burning area. Let's go check out wood. So tree science. You're on channel 2. You're on channel 2. Okay, maybe carbon fiber. That could make sense. So this one is also channel 2. I was pretty convinced that was going to be it, honestly. Do I burn cellulose? I don't know if I do. I guess I'll go look. Okay, I do burn cellulose. And you're also on channel 2. Like, that's not the one I was looking at before, right? Let me just quadruple check. Wood chip burning. Correct, you are also channel 2. Okay. Like, I just don't know at that point. That's pretty weird. That's all I can think of. I don't make any of the other recipes. I have no idea how it wound up with boxes. Yeah, channel 2. 1, 2, 4, 8 separate channels. I'm just making sure I don't misunderstand somehow, but no, that is what it says. Yeah, it's just coming up here and getting unloaded. Not even like it would ordinarily be all that unwelcome. It's just that I'm also not able to make much coal. But we do have some coal coming in now. Yeah, we're gonna need a lot more of these. We're gonna need a lot more of those. I should go ahead and grab the ones that have substations. Where are substations? Like that. That works. So coal this way. Make sure that was lined up. Yes, it was. And just continue going down this way. I don't know how far or how long. I'm just going to start building out that way and see what happens. Okay. I do have to grab high enough. Does that tile? Yes, it does look like it does. Let's get rid of the underground and the pump there. I don't want the extra substation. And then I think you need to go there. There we are. And we're missing a belt. Other than that, I think we're a-okay. So now let's copy that and use that as my my blueprint, kind of. Yeah, that looks good. And looks good. Okay. Oh, I just noticed we have a weird little pipe bit up here. In which case, you don't even need underground at all. Okay, but you are important, so that one stays. All the rest can go. There we go. Okay, so just grab a big bunch. Let's say, like, right there. And I knew that was going to be a problem. We have a substation in the way. So you get to be just all kinds of special. And you go there with belt in the middle. And okay. You likewise get to be special. Just come in there. And there we go. Yeah, okay. Do I still get in the way of this substation? Yes, the substation is still in the way. It is the other inserter this time. So there you go. And now you get to move over here. Okay. Let's say that's good. I don't think I'm even going to be able to support that many, but I wanted to at least get them down. Oh yeah, we're missing a bunch of black pipe. I did kind of forget that. Well, I guess at some point we'll get this finished. You're also missing an underground. Awesome. Yay. Oh, why? Oh, I forgot to say please. Alright, let's just grab that. Okay, and then I'll grab a whole bunch of those. And then start from the end. There we go. And that should probably be good enough. I hope these are all undergrounded properly. They do look to be. Who knows? Speaking of undergrounded, most of you don't need to be undergrounds. Yep, just don't even need to. The first couple did, but that's just coincidental. There's a lot of random junk in the way. The rest of you can mostly just be belts. Okay. Let's hope 197 is a smaller number than the first time that I looked at it. I don't think it is. Didn't I come in here to change the battery recipe, like, forever ago? I was gonna change you over to the copper one. Or maybe I can't. Maybe that was the problem. Yeah, I haven't unlocked it yet. That was the problem. Let's see. Okay, this takes zoology science, which I do not have yet, and that clears most of my queue when I get rid of you. Oh yeah, I'm mostly locked behind checkpoints. How unfortunate. Okay. Well, I do believe I should have the worms figured out. Let's see. Yes, I did finally get the excavation drones. I have these things figured out. Very cool. There we go. So you did take the horticulture drones in order to do that, but you're also requesting horticulture drones, so I wonder if the bots will be smart enough to take from you and give to you. Who knows? Oh, they're on the way. I guess I'll get to find out. Nope, they're just flying away. Okay. Fair enough. Okay, so you have excavation and worms. So what I wanted you to do is come down this way somewhere. Maybe like this big landmass down here. Well, okay. More specifically. Let's grab the thing and excavation deep. Okay, I have to grab you and drive you. I forgot. Which means I don't actually get a preview of how big this is going to be. But it's not like I'm worried about this calcite patch. In fact, that's probably about the best place to do it. Okay. Well. That was bigger than I was anticipating. Well, you know what? The Spidertrons weren't really working for sending out the drones anyway. That wasn't really happening. No, I'm coping. I just don't want to. I don't want to. I'll go back 4 minutes. That's fine. I was just copy and pasting stuff. Yeah, that's fine. I don't care. I'm tired. I'm making bad decisions. Let me see if I can do anything more reasonable. Okay. First things first. I do want to get the excavation drone into here. Okay. So allow me to save this time because I didn't realize just how big that was going to be. Because what I want to see is, can I safely fire from the spider or not? Like, is that something I just can't do? Like, if I come all the way up here, select you, and then fire. Okay, it won't let me fire off map view. And I can't manually fire you. Okay, I'm going to bet no matter what I do, I am going to wind up blowing up the Spidertron. That is my speculation here. Oh! I did lose the other one. So yeah, that's just so not good. That's just so not good. Like, what do I do about that? Did I already swap you? Yes, I did. Okay, so... Okay, let's just grab the brown one and have the brown one stay here. I'll run out here solo. And as far as I can. Yep, so that's just not really doing it for me. Yeah, that's not really doing it. The drones, like the deployment stuff with the grass and all, that's probably fine. Like the terraforming stuff and all, no problems with that. But the excavation, I guess not. So let's get all those picked up. And then instead, I will just place actual drone launchers somewhere. Let's say... Yeah, I wish I could see the range of this as I go to place it. Let's say you go here. And then request. And load. So, excavation drone. I guess you're 10 to a stack, but I'd prefer 5 personally. And then I'll also do brown terraforming, just because, I guess. And while we're at it, is there any other thing that I want to do? You do have 4 slots. So let's see. Let's multiply you and have a constant right there. That way I can read your ammo content, I assume. Read ammunition, yes. So read each, multiply by -1, output each, and then this will be whatever I want to actually have. In fact, do I not already have one? I guess not a current one. So what's this gonna be? Let's call this, like, terraforming, I guess? Well, terraforming and the life stuff, but I guess we can just throw it into terraforming. How many slots I get? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So I do want the excavation drone. Stack size 10, I guess. Let's keep it to 5. And then brown terraforming. Again, 5. So I have 3 more slots. What do I want then? I guess worms. Worms, fish, biters, maybe? Stack size 5, 5, and 5. Okay. And last up is biters. There we go. Okay, you're gonna want power. That is true. I did kind of forget about that. Okay, so you're gonna be set filters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so you do just so happen to work there. But we're also going to set filters on you and set requests. And then this is going to be the new terraforming drone blueprint. And you can just live right under that guy. There we are. One thing that might be kind of fun to mess with. If I can't do big ol' explosions. Let's see what I can directly request into you. Where am I? This is nickel. So I wanted to do a little bit of science. Let's do just one. Okay, so that should be delivered before too terribly long. Also, 143 pipe. Let me just remember that number and make sure it is going down. Okay, we do have some pipe, not others. But most of them. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's good. Maybe I want you to always be there. So that we always have these requests ready when we need them. Because otherwise, when they've been loaded into the gun, they're no longer requested, and then if I fire them, I have to wait for logistics bots to bring them all the way back out. And that's maybe not super cool. But yeah, we do have excavation and the terraforming drones now. So out of curiosity, just while I was waiting, I did want to grab a terraforming. Okay, it says 0. Why does it say 0? Terraforming... Not paving, but terraforming. That's literally you. Terraforming drone brown. Yeah, what? Like if I go excavation, you're also 0. What? I'm so confused. Okay. You're in there. Targeting. What if I do you? Ill 0. Oh. What? You know what? I'm in the final 5 minutes here. This is a wonderful way to end the stream. I'm just staring at something. I'm just mumbling, what? I am truly confused. I don't understand why you don't work. Like, you have everything inside you. Launch drones from applications targeted with remotes. Targeting remote. Even then, like, maybe these are confusing or something, but like the excavation? I definitely have the excavation. And yet, nothing. Like, even if I do target here, it says nothing. So I have no idea how to use you. But what I did want to try. Let's end things off with a fun one. Never mind. They never brought it. Was it because I have trash unrequested, maybe? Hold on. I wanted to grab a nickel drone. So, who knows how long it's going to take for that to come all the way back. That's probably you right there. You're off to go fetch it from storage and then bring it all the way back. But you know what? I bet it's faster if I just come up and get it myself. Oh, is that you? Oh, yeah, it is. Alright, all the way back down. Let's go. Turbo speed. Okay. What I wanted to see is if I take one of these guide drones and I pop it on top of an existing ore. So this is a nickel guide. I'm popping it on top of nickel ore. Does it replace the ore field or does it add to the ore field? And I think there is only really one way to find out. So 1 mil flat and fire. 3.2 mil. Okay. It looks to me like it replaces the resource rather than adding to it, because I think that's about what I got with the original copper. Yeah, original copper is down to about 1 mil. So, I believe that's one question solved. Grab you and have you follow green again. And then green. Oops. So, remote, grab you, follow green, grab green, and come down somewhere over this way, but not too close, because my intention this whole time was I was going to grab an excavation drone and blow a hole right here, and then I was going to come down this area and start populating with worms and stuff. But it says no. Minimum range 96. Like, am I just targeting too close or something? If I grab excavation, which I know is in there. No, like there's no way. So I guess the tier 2 drone launchers are just broken, which is a shame. I thought they would be cool, but instead they make me sad. Maybe it's some sort of weird bug with reed ammunition or something? Like if I just turn that off. And you're able to just load it full of whatever. And I grab terraforming brown. No artillery in range. No artillery in range. Well, that's just weird. I don't know what to make of that. It's so strange. It's disappointing and it's strange. And what a way to end the night on. I guess I will replace you with a drone launcher 1, but the problem is drone launcher 1 can only hold 3 slots, not 5. Now, fortunately, I don't have these two, so I can just remove them from the end, but it does still kind of stink. Okay, yeah, read ammo then, I guess. Okay, let's see if I can replace you. Come on, guys, you got this. I am just kind of waiting for them to show up. It's probably this guy right here. Really hard to tell. But I mean, what else could he be coming down to do? Oh, it's alternatively this one. You're bringing something that can be launched from the drone launcher. You're bringing the tier 1 drone launcher itself, because you're yellow, you're a construction bot with a job. And down you go. Okay. So now, minimum range 96 is still the same for the tier 1 drone launcher. So yeah, that's definitely not the problem. So let's see. If I grab excavation drone. Wait, you still say 0? What? Terraforming drone brown. Excavation drone deep. Entomology drone. Terraforming drone brown. Well, what a thoroughly confusing experience this has been. You know what? Let's just put you back. You know what? That's fine. Let's leave that be. So, I guess you get to be at tier 2. Why not? For some reason, not all of these drones can be launched. Terraforming drone brown. Yeah, what? Like, literally, the gun on the mech is the drone launcher. But for some reason, I cannot launch it in a drone launcher. Maybe the game's just bugged or something. I don't know, man. Like, it also shows no grass. Yeah, none of these show active for algae. But then, for some reason, have so many for worms. Which is just bizarre. I don't even think that's the case. Yeah, like I don't even know what to do with that. I think what I will do is I will end this out. It's not like worms are going to migrate or anything. So what if I fire one over there, one over there, one over there, and just kind of dot them around these little grassy areas this way. Well, I fired worms over here, but I sure don't see any unless that's meant to be worms. Which is entirely possible, I guess. Yeah, that's gotta be worms. Okay. Okay. I mean, we got some wormy boys. Let's see. Yeah, worms up to about 5%. In fact, can I just fire off any more random worms? Let's go like over there and over there. And just dot a couple over that way. I guess I can give a couple up this way as well. Just kind of fire them all around. Unfortunately, I don't remember where I've already fired worms, which does make it more difficult not to just put them on top of each other. So I'll just fire, like, way out there, I guess. Apparently I have quite a lot of these, because that's a lot of worms. But yeah, I can fire all the worms I want, but if I want a single terraforming brown, 0. No idea what you mean. Can't imagine what terraforming brown could be. You want to use the excavation drone? Never heard of it. No idea. Not even one. Well, I mean, what can you do? That's, sometimes that's just the way the game goes. So we do have worms up to about 12% today. Oxygen's up to about 65. We did get copper, and I don't even remember where we started, to be honest with you. We did so much today. And yet, it ends a little anticlimactically, I think. But that's why I'm just firing worms all over the place. Wonder where other good worm places would be. I wonder if I fired some down that way. Yeah, okay, let's just go ahead and end things there. So, Oh, I did not expect to be in a Spider-Tron. That was weird. Okay, so that's been the 24-hour stream. That was my my marathon overtime for Nullius. And honestly, I don't even know how much longer I have on Nullius. Like, on one hand, I feel like I'm so close to the end game, and on the other hand, I feel like I have so much more left to go. This coal and petroleum in particular, probably gonna kick my butt. But that's for future me to worry about. And today I'm finally gonna go to bed. So thank you everyone for coming out. Tips and tricks and everything else, always welcome. Thanks for showing up. I'll see you in the next one. See you later. As always, don't forget to save. Later.